Chapter 81. The three members of the Yi family had obviously been instructed by Yi Shisan to test the barbarians in terms of strength, defense, and attack. It was like an experiment to collect the comprehensive strength of the barbarians in all aspects so that it would be easier to deal with them in the future. Enough! Kill the three of them. Half an hour later, the three elites of the Yi family had fought with the three barbarians dozens of times. Yi Shisan's cold voice sounded. The 10 elites of the Yi family moved quickly and formed a battle formation in all directions, besieging the three barbarians. Young master, go and take their rings and see what level of barbarians they are at. Yi Shisan nodded. He was very satisfied with the performance of the 10 elites of the Yi family. He moved a few steps to the side and came to Yi Qinghan's side. Another point was earned. Yi Qinghan also walked to the corpses of the three barbarians expectantly. He quickly took out the 3 rings and then swiped them on his own ring. After a slight flash of light, the original 10, next to the big battle word on Yi Qinghan's yellow ring, turned into 35. 3 barbarian generals. Yi Qinghan said to Yi Shisan. This result was within their expectations. The barbarian generals were comparable to human warriors in the general realm. Although their strength and defense seemed to be much stronger than that of human warriors in the general realm and were basically comparable to that of a martial realm warrior, they only had pure physical strength. They had never cultivated battle aura, moves, or anything like that. Therefore, when they fought, they only relied on their natural divine strength and strong defense. Their fighting style was relatively simple. The women of the Yu family on the field vomited a little less this time, although they all looked very pale. The 3 barbarians on the field were only stabbed to death by weapons. They were not directly smashed into pieces like last time. Moreover, after vomiting in the morning, their resistance had probably become a little stronger. A few warriors from the Yi family dragged the corpses away and found a place to bury them. As for the rest of the people, they continued to stand guard and guard. The rest of the people returned to the pool to rest. Meanwhile, Yi Qinghan and the others gathered together and began to discuss the division of labor. After all, they were not going to be stationed here for a few days, but for a few months. According to the Hua family's experience, the first 3 months were more chaotic than the first 3 months. Many of the teleportation formations had not been figured out. This would result in a continuous flow of people being teleported to various parts of the illusory forest. Over the past 3 months or so, everyone had been waiting here, easily obtaining points, and also familiarizing themselves with their teamwork. They had also collected information on the combat skills of the goblins and barbarians who had been teleported over. After a round of discussion, everyone decided to take shifts. The 200 people were divided into 2 groups, taking turns to rest. If a large number of barbarians and demons did not appear, he would handle it alone. But if a large number of outsiders appeared, or if they were relatively powerful, they would sound the alarm and kill them with all their might. 3 out of the 7 marquee rank powerhouses were stationed in the east, west, and north, where the teleportation formations were more concentrated. If a high-level outsiders appeared and they were no match for them, they could quickly rush over. The operation codenamed Hunt officially began. Everyone began to get busy. Those who squatted to guard, those who rested, and those who cultivated. Night gradually descended. Yi Qinghan was duty-bound to become one of the first members to take the shift. He and the 20 elites of the small team sat cross-legged on a thick and sturdy tree. There were 8 teleportation formations within 500 meters of the tree. Their mission was to guard the 8 teleportation formations. If a small number of outsiders appeared, they would eliminate them alone. If they felt that they were no match for them, they would send a secret signal to summon the patrol team. The Hua family assassins had long since installed some small yet ingenious mechanisms in the teleportation formation below. Whenever an enemy appeared in the teleportation formation, it would certainly make a very soft noise. This was to let them know in advance and quickly prepare a countermeasure so that they could eliminate the enemy as quickly as possible. The silver moon gradually rose into the sky. The salty and slightly hot sea breeze blew from the distant seaside, making one feel drowsy. However, Yi Qinghan did not feel sleepy at all. Of course, he did not dare to sleep. After everyone finished their discussion, he formulated a plan for the next 3 months for himself. These 3 months were precious to him. If he did not know how to cherish such a wonderful land like the demon slaying pool, then he would be too stupid. He prepared to spend the rest of his time in cultivation during these 3 months. Apart from the necessary moments, He was prepared to spend the rest of his time on cultivation. As a first-level general, there were many outsiders on Nether Island who could kill him in an instant. He felt a sense of danger that was like the sea breeze blowing against his face at any moment. Whether it was for himself or for his sister whose life was hanging by a thread, he had to become stronger. He had to become stronger at all costs. Moreover, ever since he returned from Barbarian City, he had become very accustomed to the thrill of becoming strong and controlling his own fate. The difference between his strength and status from half a year ago and his current self was like the difference between heaven and earth. He deeply understood that in this world if one did not have strength, then one was nothing. Therefore, he formulated a cultivation mission. As long as he had time, he would continuously cultivate, accumulate, and increase his realm. He understood his advantage. His holy beast, Xiaofan, could increase his strength by 1 realm after fusion. He was a first-level general, and after fusion, his cultivation level could reach the first-level martial. Combat was secondary as long as his soul realm reached the first-level martial. His heaven-defying fusion battle technique could ignore defense and directly attack the soul, causing the soul to fall into a state of dizziness. Therefore, as long as he got close, he would be able to kill a martial artist in an instant. He had once asked Yi Qinyo if he could cultivate his soul alone. His thought was that if his soul could cultivate alone, he would do everything he could to improve his soul. Then, he would be able to kill a martial artist of a higher realm. In the end, Yi Qinyo's answer made him very helpless. Before the Imperial realm, the soul could only improve along with the cultivation of battle chi and the increase in realm. Unless there was a soul treasure like the spirit pill, or if Yi Qinghan entered the state of soul silence in the Yu family, there would be no improvement. The value of the spirit pill was needless to say. If Yi Qinghan had it, he wouldn't have to risk his life on Nether Island. As for the state of soul silence, ever since he left the Yu family, Yi Qinghan had tried countless times to enter it, but he couldn't. Therefore, Yi Qinghan could only improve his battle chi realm. Only when his battle chi realm increased could his soul realm increase. He swore to himself that he would definitely reach the martial realm before the final battle of the prefecture battle. If he could reach the duke realm after breaking through to the martial realm and fuse with his battle beast, then he would make a huge profit. At that time, even if Yi and the others didn't get enough points, he could still take the risk to sneak attack a duke realm expert during the final battle and get enough points to exchange for the spirit pill. He ordered a Yi family disciple beside him to call him if anything happened. Yi Qinghan sat cross-legged and began to cultivate his battle chi. His father, the peerless genius Yi Dao, had left him a martial arts manual that mentioned that before the general realm, it all depended on one's talent, and after the general realm, it all depended on hard work and comprehension. 300 years ago, there was also a peerless genius in the Feng family who broke through to the general realm at the age of 7, shocking the entire continent. However, because this peerless genius was lazy in cultivation, his cultivation wasn't high in the end. Although Yi Qinghan also cultivated from the first level of the elite realm to the first level of the general realm in just a few months, his cultivation wasn't high. Countless people in the Yi family were shocked silly. However, he knew that if he didn't continue to cultivate diligently like the previous 10 years, his ending would be the same as that peerless genius in the Feng family, a flash in the pan, and then completely silent. After the general realm, one needed to accumulate a large amount of battle chi and compress it in the dantian into liquid battle chi. After cultivating for a day, the battle chi would finally be compressed into a drop of liquid battle chi the size of a strand of hair. And Yi Qinghan's situation was even more serious. The holy beast Xiaofan in his body needed to absorb a large amount of battle chi every day to complete its growth and transformation. Therefore, Yi Qinghan was even more pressed for time. He had to cultivate his battle chi more diligently than others in order to quickly advance. It was probably because at night, it was easier to encounter transportation arrays on the road at night. The warriors of the 3 clans didn't travel at night. Instead, they hid in various places on the Nether Island to rest and build up their strength. For an entire night, other than an unlucky great barbarian warrior who was teleported over from the western area that the flowers and plants were in charge of, he was quickly eliminated by the flowers and plants. No more barbarians or demons were teleported over. Chapter 82. Yi Qinghan cultivated quietly for a whole night and successfully compressed a drop of liquid battle chi. Plus the battle chi water droplets that were compressed before, he had compressed a dozen drops in total. If he wanted to enter the second level of general realm, he had to accumulate half of the water droplets in his dantian. According to the records in Yi Dao's Martial Art Heart Sutra, a normal dantian would need at least 1,000 battle chi water droplets to be completely filled. Yi Qinghan's dantian was obviously 1/3 larger than that of a normal person. Therefore, it was estimated that he had to store about 750 water droplets in order to enter the second level of General Realm. There was still a long way to go. At the first glimmer of dawn, everyone was a bit tired and sleepy after guarding for a whole night. At this moment, 2 light sounds rang out from the transmission formation that Yi Qinghan was guarding. The elites hiding on the ancient tree were shocked. They immediately became spirited and looked around with sparkling eyes. Yi Qinghan was also woken up by the Yi family's disciple beside him. After understanding the situation, Yi Qinghan nodded to the Hua family's elite. 2 Hua family elites flashed and disappeared from the thicket. They sneaked over to investigate the situation. After a while, the Hua family elites returned to the tree and brought back 2 shocking news. 2 foreign races were teleported to the 2 transmission formations at the same time. Coincidentally, the 2 transmission formations were not too far away, and the 2 foreign races were a demon and a barbarian. Hee. After being stunned for a while, Yi Qinghan curled his lips into an evil smile. He smirked and whispered something into the ear of an elite of the Hua family. After the elite of the Hua family listened to him in confusion, a smile flashed across his eyes. Then he smirked and disappeared. "Young master, what should we do?" The disciples of the Yi family asked doubtfully when they saw Yi Qinghan looking at the transmission formation through the tree leaves with a smile. However, he didn't order people to kill the foreign races. The dozen elites beside him also looked at Yi Qinghan anxiously and waited for his order. Shoo! Yi Qinghan did not explain further. He just waved his hand and continued to stare into the distance. Roar! Suddenly, a loud roar rang out in the distance, followed by the sounds of fighting. The expressions of the people in the field suddenly changed. They held their swords in their hands and prepared to attack. However, Yi Qinghan did not move. Everyone looked at Yi Qinghan confusedly. Another elite from the Hua family almost rushed out, but he remembered Hua's warning the night before, so he did not rush out. Instead, he looked at Yi Qinghan with sparkling eyes. "Young master." The elites of the Yi family were obviously anxious. They tugged on Yi Qinghan's sleeves. Although their voices were low, they sounded a little urgent. "Don't worry. It wasn't our people who did it. You'll know soon enough." Yi Qinghan's eyes were smiling. He patted the Hua family's elite gently, signaling him not to be impulsive. He continued to stare into the distance quietly. Xiao! A figure appeared on top of the tree. It was the elite from the Hua family who disappeared just now. He had an amused smile in his eyes. He chuckled and said, "Young Master Han, it's a success. The beasts and the barbarians are fighting." Everyone suddenly realized that this was Yi Qinghan's plan. He actually asked the Hua family to lure the 2 different clans into a fight. When both of them were injured, they would reap the benefits and easily obtain points. Looking at Yi Qinghan's evil smile, everyone felt a chill down their spine. The disciples of the Yi family knew that Yi Qinghan liked to sneak attack and do dirty tricks in the Yi family. Go. Be careful to hide. Yi Qinghan did not care about everyone's expression. He pulled up the silk scarf that covered his face, waved his hand, and jumped down from the tree branch lightly. He dashed towards the battlefield in the distance. Hiding among the weeds, everyone peeked through the dense weeds and quietly looked forward. The one fighting was a barbarian that was slightly shorter than the one they met yesterday. However, their appearances were exactly the same. He was tall and strong, and his body was wrapped in thick leather armor, revealing his terrifying muscles. Meanwhile, the soldier of the demon race that was fighting him was short and small. His back was slightly hunched, and his eyes were small, but they moved very quickly. His ears were thin and sharp, and stood up high. His 10 fingers were slightly curved, and his nails were sharp and long, glowing with a faint black light. He looked just like a standing leopard man. The leopard demon was very fast, and the barbarian's attack could not hurt him at all. However, this leopard man's attack power was obviously not high. The sharp claws that he was so proud of could only leave shallow scratches on the barbarian's body. His claws that scratched the leather armor only left a few white marks. He could not break through the armor at all. It looked like the 2 of them could only enter a battle of stamina to see who could last until the end. Of course, the one who could last until the end would not be them, but Yi Qinghan and the others who were secretly hiding in the bushes at the side. After half an hour, the demon's stamina had obviously decreased, and his speed had slowed down. He saw that although the barbarian's body was covered in scratches, they were all minor injuries. He reckoned that before the barbarian's blood ran out, he would be exhausted to death. The demon's black bean-like eyeballs moved rapidly a few times. His legs slipped and he floated to the side, preparing to escape. Enough! Hua family, kill that demon. The rest of you, spread out and be on guard. As for this barbarian, I will deal with him. When Yi Qinghan saw the demon's eyeballs moving wildly, he knew that he wanted to escape. He stood up and ordered the crowd. Then, he took out the blue dragon dagger from his boots. With a light leap, he jumped out of the bushes. The blue dragon dagger had not seen blood, and he was protected by the low-grade precious weapon, the black tortoise armor. He walked fearlessly towards the barbarian. This barbarian was obviously not as powerful as the 3 barbarians he killed yesterday. He reckoned that he was a great barbarian warrior. He could use him to practice the shadow step. He told the others to be on guard in case another demon or barbarian would suddenly teleport over. He was also confident that he could kill this barbarian in an instant. Everyone obeyed and spread out. They also understood that this barbarian had about the strength of a human commander, and was a great barbarian warrior. And rumor had it that Yi Qinghan had the strength to kill a marshal. Of course, they were not worried. They were just worried that powerful demons or barbarians would suddenly appear at the teleportation formation next to them. So they were very nervous and hid near the teleportation formation next to them. Battle Beast Fusion. It was Yi Qinghan's first time fighting with a foreign race. Of course, he did not dare to be careless and immediately merged with his battle beast. Feeling the surging power in his body, Yi Qinghan's confidence soared. Even if the barbarian in front of him was a marshal, he would still dare to fight. However, his inflated confidence did not make him lose his calm. He quickly swept across the grass and directly stabbed the barbarian's back with his dagger. The barbarian clearly heard the footsteps behind him. He was a little shocked and hurriedly turned around. However, he only saw a flash of a black blade. Immediately after, the leather armor in front of him actually cracked with a "chi" sound and a deep hole appeared. Scarlet blood slowly flowed out and dyed the leather armor red. After Yi Qinghan's attack was successful, he quickly retreated. His quick-witted eyes shone with excitement. His eyes swept over the green dagger in his hand and he chuckled. The blue dragon dagger that Yi Tianlong gave him was indeed not a fake. It was indeed a low-grade artifact. The demon's sharp claws could only leave behind a white mark. However, a casual slash from him was able to directly break through, even cutting open the skin within the leather armor. Once again confirming that the barbarian was a danger to his life, Yi Qinghan put away his dagger. He released his battle chi. A part of it formed a battle chi shield on the surface of his body, while the other part was released from the acupoints in his feet. His feet took a strange step and rushed straight towards the barbarian. What is your young master doing? In the distance, a woman from the Yu family and a disciple from the Yi family were secretly hiding in the weeds. Through the gaps in the weeds, they saw Yi Qinghan's strange actions. The woman from the Yu family was very puzzled and asked. She watched as Yi Qinghan rushed towards the barbarian that was as tall and sturdy as a giant again and again. Then he did not attack. Instead, he constantly circled around the barbarian and dodged the barbarian's attacks. However, although Yi Qinghan's steps were strange, he would occasionally be hit by the barbarian's fist, which was as big as a clay pot. He would be sent flying like a sandbag. However, Yi Qinghan acted as if nothing had happened. He patted his butt and continued to stand up. Then he would rush forward again. I am also not very clear. Perhaps the young master is bored and is playing with the barbarian. The elite from the Yi family was also puzzled. Of course, he knew that his young master did not have a hobby for masochism. However, he did not know his young master's intentions and could only vaguely answer. Hee hee. It looks like the barbarian is playing with your young master. The woman from the Yu family laughed softly. She rolled her eyes when she saw Yi Qinghan, who was 1.7 meters tall, circling around the barbarian that was more than 2 meters tall like an adult playing with a child. Chapter 83. What Yi Qinghan didn't know was that in the eyes of others, he had become a monkey jumping around the barbarian's body. He was having too much fun. In the beginning, he circulated his disorienting footwork. On average, he would be hit 5 times by the barbarian's stiff fists every 3 minutes. However, with the protection of the battle chi shield and the low-grade black tortoise armor, he only felt a little suffocated, but he wasn't injured. Therefore, he only needed to protect his head from being hit. The rest of his body didn't matter. Afterwards, he became more and more excited as he practiced, and his disorienting footwork gradually became more proficient. Gradually, the number of hits decreased. But the barbarian giant seemed to never know fatigue. Like a machine, he continuously attacked Yi Qinghan. It seemed that Yi Qinghan's blade had injured him a lot. 1 hour. 2 hours. The barbarian's arms became slower and slower, and his body became slower and slower. It seemed that the 2 consecutive battles had consumed too much of his physical strength. Meanwhile, Yi Qinghan's speed became faster and faster, and he slowly became proficient in the 18 strange footwork. Although there was still a long way to go before he could master the first level of proficiency, he was already very satisfied. At this time, in the eyes of the crowd, Yi Qinghan seemed to have become a loach. He kept circling around the barbarian's body, but the barbarian couldn't even touch a single sleeve of his. Only then did the crowd realize that Yi Qinghan was using the barbarian's body to practice his movement technique. "I'll give up after practicing for a while," Yi Qinghan silently thought in his heart. The eyes of the barbarian on the opposite side bulged out. At first, he had thought that this little human was a soft persimmon that could be easily crushed to death. However, he hadn't expected that this human was actually an unkillable cockroach. His defense was even stronger than his. After 1 hour, he finally realized that Yi Qinghan was actually playing with him, and was using him to practice. But knowing that he couldn't escape, he had no other choice. The 3 races had been fighting for thousands of years, and the hatred between them was too great. They definitely wouldn't accept surrender or let him go. He could only bite the bullet and hope that he would be lucky enough to kill Yi Qinghan. However, when a strange bird cry rang out in the distance, the barbarians discovered to their horror that the human's gaze had suddenly become fierce. The cyan dagger that hadn't appeared until now suddenly appeared in his hand. Then with a flash, it quickly slashed across his neck. In an instant, he lost consciousness. The one who sent the signal was the guard in the north. Of course, Yi Qinghan did not dare to be careless. He killed the barbarian in a second, put away the ring, and quickly left, jumping into the bushes at the side. The Hua family's assassin immediately appeared in front of him and reported the situation. He discovered 2 fiend generals. Yi Qinghan sniggered. He was secretly impressed by the Hua family for finding such a good place. They waited for the hare by the stump and caught the turtle in the jar. 2 demon generals and 20 points. It was such an easy way to obtain them. It really made one happy. He secretly gathered the people nearby and stealthily sneaked over. The 2 demons that were teleported over were actually female demons. Their figures were very graceful, but the patterns on their faces did not quite meet the aesthetic standards of the human race. Of course, Yi Qinghan would not have tender feelings for the fairer sex. He secretly ordered the 2 Hua family assassins to sneak out and act according to the situation. He and a Yi family disciple rushed out. In midair, under the surprised gazes of the demons, Yi Qinghan directly used body fusion combat technique to stun the soul of a demon. Then his figure flashed, and the blue dragon dagger easily reaped a life. The other Yi family disciple was just as relaxed as him. He directly released his battle aura and transformed it into a large hammer. He directly smashed the demon into serious injuries, and then easily reaped a life with 1 slash. With the cultivation of the martial realm, it was still very easy to deal with a demon general who was comparable to the general realm. After all, the martial realm and the general realm were a realm apart. Of course, they were not on the same level. The team members at the side watched with their mouths agape. The Hua family's assassin was prepared to step forward and help Yi Qinghan at any time if he was no match for the demon. They did not expect that this Yi Qinghan could kill a demon general by himself. Moreover, it was an instant kill. The Yi family's martial realm warrior was instantly killed. That was because of the difference in realms. There was nothing wrong with it. Yi Qinghan, a level 1 general realm warrior, was actually able to instantly kill a demon general of the same level. This was very strange. Were the level 8 battle beasts of the Yi family really that powerful after body fusion? In response, Yi Qinghan only smiled. He did not explain. He knew that everyone would definitely know that he possessed the body fusion combat technique in the future. Now that he suddenly used it, he wanted to test if the body fusion combat technique would work on the demon when no one was paying attention. It was just as he thought. As long as it was a living creature with a soul, it would definitely suffer the attack of the body fusion combat technique and be immediately stunned. According to the discussion, Yi Qinghan's team needed to work in shifts for a day and a night. At their level of strength, they would not feel tired even if they worked for a few days and nights. Hence, after everyone cleaned up the corpses, they continued to abide by the rules. On the other hand, Yi Qinghan returned to the tree and continued to cultivate his battle qi. However, today's good luck seemed to have been completely used up last night and this morning. For the entire day, there was not a single foreign tribe appearing in the eastern region that Yi Qinghan was in charge of. A busy and fulfilling day passed by. In the evening, Yi Qinggu brought some people to change shifts. After giving some instructions, Yi Qinghan led the team back to rest. The members of the team could return to the simple beds that Xiaofan had prepared for them and sleep soundly. However, Yi Qinghan still had one more thing that he had to do. And this matter could only be done by him alone. Collect the corpses nearby. Of course, it was not to collect the corpses, but to collect the points. These points could not be collected by others on his behalf. This was something that could not be traded. Moreover, the exchange system for the points of the Fu battle could only be one person's points and could not be stacked. The result of yesterday's discussion was that each side would be responsible for the north, south, east and west. The points would be collected by each side first. Then, when it was Yi Qinghan's turn, he would collect the rings and bury the corpses on the spot. After walking around and greeting the people who had obeyed the rules, he collected the points. Yi Qinghan returned to Xiaotan's resting area. Looking at the constantly changing points on the ring, he was in an exceptionally good mood. After a day and a night of hard work, they had collected a total of 95 points. Adding the 35 points from yesterday, they now had a total of 140 points. He calculated and found that they had killed 6 demon generals for 60 points, 5 barbarian generals for 50 points, and the remaining great demon warriors and great barbarian warriors. They had already collected more than 100 points after waiting here for a day. If Tian had such good luck, he could have collected 1,000 or 2,000 points after waiting here for 3 months. Yi Qinghan was looking at the ring and thinking happily. Suddenly, he sensed an abnormality in the airflow in the distance. He had worked with the Hua family many times, so he was very sure that someone from the Hua family was sneaking over. At this moment, the only person who dared to sneak over to him was the lady boy, Flora. The corner of his mouth curled slightly, but he did not point it out. He continued to lean on the tree trunk in silence, waiting for Flora to appear. Sigh. Flora sighed deeply and slowly appeared in front of Yi Qinghan. His expression was a little gloomy and disappointed. What's wrong? Yi Qinghan quickly sat up and asked with concern. Failure, failure. I've been with you for a long time, and you've seen through all of the Hua family's ultimate skills. Even your general tier soul perception can tell that I'm here. How will the Hua family survive in the future? Flora pouted and complained. He looked extremely dissatisfied that he had suffered a great loss. Yi Qinghan rolled his eyes and said, Go to hell. Haven't you all seen through the ultimate skills of my Yi family? There are no secrets between the 5 great clans. How did you suffer a setback and come to me to complain? Sigh, I still can't hide it from you, young Master Han. Hee, look over there. Flora blushed after being exposed by Yi Qinghan. He said embarrassedly. Then, he pushed Yi Qinghan's arm and pointed into the distance. Yi Qinghan looked through the leaves in the direction that Flora was pointing. That was where the ladies of the Yu family were stationed, and the place that Flora was pointing at was the bathhouse that the ladies of the Yu family had built. Don't misunderstand, young Master Han. Even if you beat me to death, I wouldn't dare to peep at your wife and Yi Qinggu bathing. I just want to see the elite disciples of the Yu family, hee. Do you think you can ask your wife to remove those disciples who are guarding the bathhouse? Feast my eyes, and I'll definitely repay you generously. Flora saw that Yi Qinghan's face suddenly darkened when he saw the bathhouse, so he quickly patted his chest and promised. Seeing that Yi Qinghan's face had recovered slightly, Flora finally put on a flattering and vulgar expression and asked tentatively. Go to hell. Why didn't you say it yourself? You brat, I didn't think that you would be so lascivious, vulgar, and perverted on the outside. Yi Qinghan pushed Flora's arm away. He was a little shocked. He didn't think that the usually cultured Flora would say such words and make such a request. Flora flipped his hands and explained helplessly, I don't want to, but it's a habit that I've developed over the years, and I can't change it even if I wanted to. You don't know that when we awakened our bloodline in a small family, the first family skill we learned was stealth. After learning stealth, the mission given by the family was to sneak in and peep at ladies bathing. We must succeed once a month. We've been peeping for more than 10 years, and we've gotten used to it. I feel a little itchy after not peeping for a few months. Chapter 84. Yi Qinghan was a little speechless. What kind of clan and what kind of people were these? They actually made peeping at other girls bathing a mission. He thought about how the girls of the Hua family's main city, Hua Luo City, grew up under the peeping of the Hua family's disciples. Countless girls slowly wiped their precious bodies under countless pairs of wretched gazes. Thinking about this, an unknown anger surged from the bottom of Yi Qinghan's heart. He was slightly angry and slightly jealous. He scolded in a low voice, F***ck, your family is all animals, all perverts. It's not right for you to peep at other people's privacy like this. Don't you have any humanity? How unfair was this to other young girls? Could it be that your family has been peeping for so many years without being discovered? No one in Luo Hua City protested? None of the female members of your family objected? Hee, don't be so righteous. Aren't you just jealous of me? To tell you the truth, the ancient god of my family has the title of the god of perversion. Also, the girls of Hualuo City are waiting to be peeped at by my disciples every day so that they can have the chance to marry into the Hua family. Of course, the Hua family would never admit to this kind of thing on the surface. Once someone was discovered to be peeping, once someone is discovered, the Hua family will not acknowledge the identity of this disciple. Think about it. What future does a person who can't even do something as unskilled as peeping have? What's the use of the female members of the family protesting? The ancestor once left a message. Peeping can be used to practice stealth and train one's state of mind. It's killing two birds with one stone. This kind of thing can be done and must be done. Hua paused and shook his head proudly. He continued, however, the family also has a rule. Those who are not virgins are not allowed to peep. Those who are not of age are not allowed to peep at other people having sex. Of course, brothels are an exception. Also, if someone finds out about peeping, they must not admit to being a member of the Hua family. Otherwise, they will be severely punished. To tell you the truth, I've done this at the Quiet Lake and succeeded. A group of Quiet Lake girls bathing together. That scene was King breathtaking. Animals, animals. Yi Qinghan finally knew that the unknown fire in his heart was actually jealousy. Actually, in this world there were no laws or police. A small matter like peeping was not a serious matter. With the power and influence of the Hua family in Hualuo City, this matter was insignificant. There are two sides to a person's heart. Which boy or girl doesn't yearn for love? Peeping was a high-tech activity that could satisfy a person's criminal heart and satisfy a young man's fantasies about a young woman. Of course, there was no man who wouldn't want to do it. It was just that. The majority of people hid these somewhat immoral and somewhat shameful thoughts deep in their hearts. On the other hand, the Hua family openly allowed this idea to become a reality. It even became an ancestral teaching. Not only could they do it, they often did it. When the outsiders found out that the Hua family's people were doing this openly, the thoughts that they had hidden deep in their hearts for many years, anyone would feel unbalanced. Under the extreme disparity, it was only natural that there would be some nameless anger. Of course, this included Yi Qinghan at the moment. How is it, young Master Han? Why don't you go and peep as well? I'm sure your wife would welcome you to peep at her. Hee. Of course, Flora knew what Yi Qinghan was thinking. He smiled pervertedly, and his submissive expression made people want to beat him up. F***CKU, your second grandpa. Do I still need to peep? Yi Qinghan thought of Yu Qingqing. Her peerless and graceful figure made his heart waver. He thought of the pink bed in the backyard of Barbarian City's Dark Moon Hotel. He thought of the enchanting figure that made him infatuated. He thought of Dark Moon's satisfied and heart-stirring moans as he whipped her. He hadn't tasted a woman for a few months. Then, he put on a good show with Yu Qi and the others on Tranquil Lake Island. He almost threw caution to the wind and did it for real. At this moment, he couldn't help but feel a little angry. Under Flora's bewitching words, he began to seriously consider the feasibility of this idea. He had mysteriously entered a magical state of soul stillness at Tranquil Lake. It made the Yu family's patriarch choose him as the sole guardian of the Saintess. It seemed that Yu Qingqing didn't hate him either. Moreover, the Yu family sent Yu Qingqing to Prefecture Battle Island to facilitate the marriage between him and her. Yu Qingqing gave advice on Battle Island and sent 4 Tranquil Lake girls. Facilitating the 4 families to form a super elite team was also to help him get points. From another perspective, it could be understood that she was flattering him. Then, if he wanted to do something with her, she wouldn't reject him, right? The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. He had been suppressing his emotions for a few months. He had been desperately cultivating and had accumulated a nefarious fire in his heart. At this moment, he couldn't bear it anymore. Meanwhile, Flora at the side was obviously choked by his words. Thinking that this kid dared to reject Yu Qingqing at Tranquil Lake, she couldn't help but say hatefully, F***CKU. Of course you don't need to peep. Yu Qingqing wanted to go to your bed some time ago, but you dared to reject her. You don't know, but Frenzy and I thought you were a rabbit that didn't like women. Frenzy was scared that you would climb into his bed in the middle of the night. During that time, he just wore his clothes and slept. Speaking of which, why are you so popular with girls? Can you teach me some tricks? Flora's words made the nefarious fire in Yi Qinghan feel as if he had been splashed with cold water. His whole body quivered. He despised himself in his heart. Why did he reject Yu Qingqing? Wasn't it because of his sister who was lying on the mountain behind Yi family because she tried to save his life? He thought of the weak, white-haired, white-clothed girl who was in a deep sleep. He thought of her floating in the air in front of the Garden of Enchantment and telling him that she wanted to marry him in her next life. Yi Qinghan felt that he was the animal. His sister's life was hanging by a thread, and he still had the mood to talk about love and go to the flowers under the moonlight? After calming down, Yi Qinghan's mood gradually recovered. The nefarious fire in his heart also disappeared completely. Then, he turned his head and said to Flora, "It's a matter of character. A wretched person like you wouldn't understand. All right. I'm going to cultivate. You should go back and rest too. You only know how to cultivate. Brother, what do you mean by work and rest? Forget it. You're so boring. I'm going to talk to Frenzy." Hua Hua shrugged her shoulders. Just as she was about to persuade Yi Qinghan, she saw that he had already sat cross-legged with his eyes closed. He looked like he was sending her off. She shook her head in boredom and leaped onto another tree. Days passed, and in the blink of an eye a month had passed. Ever since the conversation with Flora that day, Yi Qinghan cultivated even more diligently. Every day, whether it was in shifts or when he was resting, he spent most of his time cultivating. He cultivated his battle chi and practiced his shadow step. He was extremely busy. Flora and Fangs, on the other hand, focused on peeping after their shifts. They tried their best and scratched their heads, but they didn't seem to make any substantial progress. Although Yu Qingqing and Yi Qinggu didn't point it out, they probably knew what was going on. Every time he bathed, he would do it at a fixed time. At that time, there would be 6 guardians instead of 4, completely sealing off all directions. Yu Qingqing saw that Yi Qinghan was so diligent and didn't come out. She didn't say much. She just quietly took shifts every day. Then, she and Yi Qinggu stayed by a small pond on the east side. No one knew what they were doing. After a few days, Fangs and Flora realized that they couldn't peep. They came up with another plan. They stopped peeping and started to flirt with the girls from the Yu family. Both of them had their eyes on a girl from the Yu family. Every day, they would use all kinds of methods to woo her. This made the originally boring hunting activity a little more interesting. And in this half a month, their good luck seemed to have been used up on the first day. In this half a month, only a small number of the mutated race had been teleported over. They had only obtained over 100 points. Currently, they didn't even have 300 points. It seemed like the barbarians and monsters weren't fools. They started to move forward carefully. Seeing that there were so few mutated race teleportations, the leaders of the teams had another meeting. They decided that the young masters would deal with all the mutated race that appeared in the future. When they fought, there would be a duke protecting them at the side to ensure their safety. This would allow the young masters to obtain large amounts of battle experience. It wouldn't go against the original intention of the leaders to let them participate in the prefecture battle. Chapter 85. That day, it was Yi Qinghan's turn to be on duty. It was still the same place, the teleportation portal in the east, with the same batch of over 20 elites. No mutated races teleported over for the entire night, and everyone was used to it. Those who cultivated, those who rested, and those who were bored finally bored. Finally, at 10 in the morning, the long-awaited alarm sounded from the teleportation portal. Everyone immediately perked up. They had not hunted for a few days, and they were bored to death. Now that they had finally caught one, wouldn't they kill him? The Hua family assassin immediately disappeared before everyone's eyes. Everyone rubbed their palms and began to prepare for battle. Gugagugu. However, in the blink of an eye, the Hua family assassin sounded the alarm, causing everyone's expression to change. At the same time, they perked up again and quickly ordered another Hua family assassin to spread the alarm. This was a level 1 alarm, which meant that a demon sovereign or barbaric sovereign had appeared. For a moment, the cries of a flock of birds came from beside Xiaofan, as if the sudden appearance of a ferocious beast had alarmed the flock of birds in the forest. Swoosh! Yi Shisan, who was not far away, rushed over immediately and stood close to Yi Qinghan. His battle aura surrounded him, and his cold eyes were filled with fighting spirit. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh! The sound of something slicing through the air was heard at the same time. It was obvious that this was the first time they were dealing with a demon sovereign or barbaric sovereign, so the small group of Duke Rel martial artists took this seriously. They did not want to accidentally injure anyone, so they appeared together. What's going on? Wuxia also rushed over immediately and quietly appeared next to Yi Qinghan, asking in a low voice. Yi Qinghan looked back at him and said, "I'm not sure either. It was your family's elite who sent the alarm. Let's wait for everyone to arrive before going over to take a look." Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Feng Ziyue, Qingqing, and Yi Qinggu also rushed over. Everyone had already discussed this beforehand. If a demon sovereign or barbaric sovereign appeared, everyone would gather except for the necessary guards. 2 Duke Realm martial artists would guard, 4 Duke Realm martial artists would besiege, and 1 would patrol. The goal was to ensure that the demon sovereign and barbaric sovereign would not escape and would not harm the low-level martial artists in the team. Of course, the most important thing was to ensure that the few royal members would not be harmed. After all, such existences could easily kill the few young masters and young mistresses. Let's go, they've already surrounded us. Yi Shisan communicated with the rest of the vassal realm experts for a while. Seeing that the vassal realm experts of the Yu clan had also arrived with Yu Qingqing, he no longer had any misgivings and called everyone over to watch the battle together. After all, high-level demons and barbarians all knew some demonic techniques and witchcraft. It was a good thing to learn more about them now. Since they were surrounded, they didn't bother hiding. They jumped down from the ancient tree and rushed over like a gust of wind. The one who was teleported over was a member of the demon clan. He was not tall and was as thin as a bamboo pole. His skin and face were covered in black scales. He had a pointy head and a pair of yellow eyes. Occasionally, when he squinted, there was a green light shining in them. At this time, the demon clan was surrounded by 4 black-clothed martial artists with halos around their bodies. There were traces of trampled flowers and grass all around. Clearly, the demons had tried to escape but failed. It's a snake demon. As soon as Yi Qinghan saw the demon race, he immediately recalled his family's records of the demon race and exclaimed softly. This was a very pure snake demon. Moreover, snake demons made up a large portion of the demon race and were one of the more powerful ones. Snake demons were extremely fast and possessed a lethal poison. They were a difficult type of demon race to deal with, but their offensive power was relatively weak. Since we've surrounded him, this demon race isn't scary anymore. Just wait to get your points. Yi Shisan relaxed when he saw that it was a snake demon. Seeing everyone looking at him in confusion, he chuckled and explained, "The demon race is extremely fast and skilled at hiding in the environment. They are most afraid of sneak attacks. If they bite you, you will die without an antidote. However, as long as a vassal realm expert releases his aura, the demon race won't be able to get close. Thus, there's no need to fear his poison. He can only be beaten. However, before you reach the vassal realm, you must be careful. Don't let the demon race hurt you. If you do, kill him first. Once poisoned, your body's functions will gradually disappear and your movements will become sluggish. This way, you can easily lose your life on the battlefield." Everyone nodded and committed this to memory. This was a matter of life and death, so they naturally had to remember it. Meanwhile, the 4 vassal realm experts didn't attack. Instead, they continued to surround the demon race in 4 directions. Their auras of different colors bloomed like 4 divine beings guarding the gates of heaven. The demon race was clearly unwilling to be killed. He tried to break through the encirclement and escape several times, turning into a series of afterimages as he scurried in all directions. However, no matter which direction he fled in, he would be intercepted by a vassal realm expert and forced to retreat. It was like a mouse that had crawled into a cage. Once it was locked in, it ran all over the place. In the end, it realized that this side wasn't working, so it hurriedly ran to another side, only to be surrounded by walls. This demon emperor isn't that powerful. Apart from being a little fast, I don't see how strong he is. Fangs was a little puzzled. It was obvious that this demon emperor wasn't a match for any of the 4 people present. Since they were cultivators of the same level, why was there such a huge difference? Seeing that everyone was confused, Xiaofan patiently explained, "It is true that the demon race isn't a match for a vassal realm expert in a head-on fight, but do you know what the outcome would be if I were to take all of you and fight him alone? Apart from me, all of you would probably be annihilated." Of course, if the Feng clan's martial realm assassins had stealthily escaped from the beginning, a few of you might have escaped. A trace of fear appeared in everyone's eyes. When they looked at the black-scaled demon with green eyes again, they no longer looked down on him as if he was a mouse in a cage. Instead, it was as if they were looking at a ferocious monster. Xiaofan paused to give everyone enough time to think. After a while he explained again, "He is faster than cultivators of the same level, and his endurance is superb. Those who are slower than him will only be tortured to death. His attacks are very weak, but as long as he scratches you, he can bring poison into your body, causing you to slow down and lose your functions. In the end, you will die under his claws." The demon race is the most terrifying demon race in the prefecture battles and is the nemesis of cultivators below the vassal realm. In every prefecture battle, a large number of people die under the claws of the demon race. Don't you think he's weak? Look carefully, the 4 of them haven't attacked yet because they are giving you a chance to observe and see how you will deal with low-level demon race members in the future. It was obvious that Xiaofan's lesson was very good. No one dared to joke anymore and carefully observed the movements of the demon race member with serious expressions, imagining how they would deal with such a situation themselves. Xiaofan also secretly put away his contempt. After watching for a long time and thinking for a long time, he finally came to a conclusion. Before he mastered the shadow step, there was nothing he could do if he encountered a demon race member of the same level. He could only rely on his battle beast's fusion technique to kill him instantly. Moreover, in a chaotic battle, this kind of demon race member was the first target to be eliminated. He didn't know if the mystical white gas in his holy artifact bronze ring had the effect of detoxification. Of course, he didn't dare take this risk. After all, it was a matter of life and death. An hour later, after receiving Xiaofan's telepathic message, the 4 no longer surrounded the demon race. After all, if another demon emperor or barbarian emperor were to be teleported over at this time, the situation would be difficult to control. Thus, after giving everyone less than an hour to observe, they began to pull in the net. The 4's chi field clearly doubled and slowly moved closer to the demon race member. The chi field of the Duke realm was a further evolution of the external release of battle chi. Not only could it be used for defense, but as long as the enemy entered their chi field, their movements would be restricted. Moreover, Duke realm experts could also use their chi field to distort the enemy's attacks. In the end, the demon race member had nowhere to go. He was shrouded by the chi field from all directions and his movements became sluggish. His speed was reduced by more than half and he was easily killed by the Feng clan's Duke realm experts. "Young Master Han, come and get the points." Xiaofan laughed and winked at Xiaofan. Xiaofan quickly jumped out. A demon emperor was worth 100 points, but he only obtained a few hundred points in a month. Now that he was going to get 100 points in one go, he was naturally excited. Chapter 86. From the snake demon's finger that was covered in tiny scales, he quickly took out a ring that glowed with a green light and slid it across his own finger. With a flash of yellow light, the small number next to the original large battle character on the ring suddenly changed from the original 365 to 465. As he watched the number on the ring increase, Xiaofan seemed to see his sister, who was lying in the Yi family's back mountain, slowly waking up. He couldn't help but feel a trace of eagerness in his heart. How great would it be if a few dozen more dukes and barbarians were teleported over? But he also understood that this was definitely unrealistic. Generally, there weren't many demon and barbarian emperors. There were only a few dozen dukes in the House of Ares, and they rarely traveled alone. Furthermore, they rarely traveled alone. Most of them traveled with a team. The one in front of him was probably a rare lone ranger among the demon race. He'd thought that with his speed, one or two dukes wouldn't be able to do anything to him. He hadn't expected to encounter a super elite squad of the four great families here and ultimately fall. In the future, when we encounter a large group, stand with me. I have a way to deal with a martial snake demon. With everything done, everyone split up. Some took turns, while others rested. Only a few young masters and young ladies remained. At this time, Yi Qinghan suddenly received a voice transmission. In fact, the sound transmission secret technique was not considered a precious secret technique in the major clans. Everyone present naturally knew how to use it, and Yi Qinghan had learned it from Yi Shursan some time ago. At this time, he was being transmitted by a delicate and pleasant voice. Yi Qinghan looked at the pair of black pearl-like eyes in astonishment. He hadn't expected that Yu Qingqing, a level 3 general realm cultivator, could deal with a martial snake demon. He nodded at her with a smile and transmitted back, "All right." Although Yi Qinghan could instantly kill a demon commander-level snake-type demon race after combining with his beast, he didn't explain too much. Although he'd used his battle technique in front of a small number of people, no one knew that he had such a heaven-defying skill. They all thought that he possessed such terrifying strength because he had an 8th-grade battle beast. Of course, he wouldn't foolishly tell others what everyone was thinking. The reason why a trump card was called a trump card was that he always revealed it at the most crucial moment. Yi Qinghan's warm smile seemed to make Yu Qingcheng very happy. A trace of joy flickered in her eyes, revealing a faint charm. Her lips curled up beautifully as she floated away. Yi Qinghan's lips curled up into a faint smile as he watched the perfect back outlined by the black clothes drifting away. Initially, he thought that Yu Qingcheng would pester him to the prefecture battle island. He even prepared several reasons to reject her. Who would have thought that the women of the Yu clan were the best wives? Just like the rumors said. After Yu Qingqing had followed him to the battle island, she had never deliberately arranged for them to meet each other by chance, nor had she climbed into his bed in the middle of the night to put on a show of hand-to-hand combat. On the contrary, other than when she had to appear, she would only appear. The rest of the time, it was impossible to see her. On the other hand, Chu had never asked for anything from him. Instead, she had always been thinking of him, silently contributing without asking for anything in return. What is a perfect wife? Most men were defined by one thing: understanding. They understood what a man wanted, what he didn't want, what he should do, and what he shouldn't do. It was obvious that Yu Qingqing's performance fulfilled this requirement. The days that followed returned to being dull and fulfilling. Yi Qinghan continued to cultivate, while Hua Chao and Feng Zi continued to seduce the women of the Yu clan. Yu Qingqing and Yi Qinggu continued to live in seclusion. The few marquises practiced and guided the elites of the various clans when they had nothing to do. The foreign tribes that were teleporting over became more and more popular. Once they were discovered, they would immediately surround them. First, the young masters would take turns to go up. Under the protection of the marquises, they began to turn the foreign tribes into training partners. Then, after the young masters were done training, the elites of the various clans would go up to train. In the end, the foreign tribes would be weakened until they died. It was obvious that in this way, the elites had obtained a large amount of experience in fighting against the foreign tribes. They had also collected a large amount of information on the offensive and defensive skills of the foreign tribes in preparation for future large-scale battles. Yi Qinghan's cultivation method was the most peculiar. He never attacked and only trained his footwork and defense. It was as if he had nothing better to do. Hua Chao was very bored. He had been waiting here for 2 months. Recently, the number of foreign tribes being teleported over had decreased. He also knew that as time passed, the 3 clans had more or less figured out the rules of these teleportation formations. Apart from a few idiots, they would undoubtedly step into the teleportation formation when they were being chased. As for the powerful lone rangers there, they rarely used the teleportation formation to kill enemies. After all, they would be teleported to a place where others were waiting. For example, The demon slaying pool. Originally, he had planned with Madman to pick up the women of the Yu clan. He didn't expect that lass Yu Qingqing to say that she wouldn't interfere with the freedom of love of her subordinates. However, he had clearly described their achievements in toying with women over the years in detail. These Yu clan women weren't the Yu clan's Tranquil Lake women. Those women were specially sent by the Yu clan to make friends with the nobles. And these elite disciples were all the core disciples of the Yu clan. Not only were they beautiful, but they were also very powerful. After Hua Chao and Feng Zi couldn't promise to be the main wife, they obviously wouldn't foolishly let them play with them. After the battle, they all went back to their own homes. When they were free, they would contact each other and have a one-night stand or something. The Yu clan didn't have any requirements for the core disciples to fall in love. The only requirement was that they had to be the main wife. Therefore, Hua Chao and Feng Zi's plan to woo them was ruined. So boring. Hua Chao rubbed his beautiful face and said weakly with his head down. For the past 5 days, other than cultivating, he didn't move at all. Not a single foreign tribe was teleported over. He wasn't someone who liked to cultivate. After staying here for 2 months, life was tough. Of course, he didn't want to cultivate. Boring. I have an idea. Just as Hua Chao was bored to death and was thinking if he should have a meeting to discuss how to end this activity early, a black figure walked over from afar and took over his words. When Hua Chao heard this, he suddenly became alert. He blinked his beautiful peach blossom eyes and looked at the green figure. When he saw who it was, he was a little surprised and said jokingly, "Yi Qinghan, did the sun rise from the west today? You're such a busy person. You actually have time to accompany your brother? That's rare." Hee hee. It's really hard for a rich young master like you to stay in this H*TTY place for 2 months. Yi Qinghan was dressed in a green robe. His figure had grown a little taller after a few months of continuous cultivation. Coupled with his eyes that were as calm as water and his slightly tanned face, he seemed to have slowly become mature and steady from his original immature youth. Hua Chao scratched his head and let out a breath. "You're really boring me. You say you have an idea? What is it? You agreed to go peeping with me?" F***CKU. Yi Qinghan rolled his eyes. This guy was already so old. Why did he always feel like he didn't grow up? He was always thinking about this. He thought about the other disciples of the Hua family and looked at Hua Chao in front of him. He said doubtfully, "Hua Chao, aren't your assassins very patient? I heard that your assassins would sometimes stay in the latrine for 5 to 6 days without moving at all just to assassinate a target. In the end they would succeed. I think if you stay there, you'll jump up after 2 hours." Sigh. Hua Chao was probably touched on his sore spot by Yi Qinghan. He scratched his head again and said embarrassedly, "I've never been patient since I was young. I'm determined to be an assassin under the sun. I'll tell my target clearly that I want to assassinate him. Then, I'll take his head in the midst of thousands of soldiers and horses. Then I'll float away. Don't you think that's cool?" "Cool is cool." Yi Qinghan was speechless. He paused for a moment before saying, "However, I'm afraid you won't even see your target. Then, you'll become a pile of rotten meat. I don't want to talk nonsense with you. Aren't you bored? Let's make a bet. If you lose, I'll arrange for you to go to Tsong City's 13th Street to play for a month. How about that?" Chapter 87. What are we betting on? 13th Street? Not in Tsong City. How about a month at the Moon Hotel? Flowers and Grass was very interested. His beautiful eyes rolled a few times and he made his request. For a young master like him, he wasn't interested in the goods on the 13th Street. The Moon Hotel was the most expensive place in the entire House of Aries. It would hurt him to stay there for a month. "Moon Hotel it is, no problem." Yi Qinghan found it funny. He agreed after thinking for a while. Though a month at the Moon Hotel was a little expensive, compared to the fact that the House of Aries could hire an elder, such a small matter could be arranged. He thought for a while and said the rules of the bet. "Don't we still have a month to wait here? I want to fight with you every day for an hour. I won't attack. As long as you can stab me 3 times you win. Of course, you can only use a wooden sword. If you can win 16 out of 30, you win? There's such a good thing? Are you sure?" Flowers and Grass blinked in disbelief. He was wondering if Yi Qinghan had too much to drink. Was he talking while drunk? How strong was he? Level 3 General Realm, and he was about to break through. What were his special skills? Stealth, Shadow Clone Technique. Yi Qinghan, a Level 1 General Realm warrior, wanted to fight with him for an hour every day and said he would win if he could stab him 3 times? Even if Yi Qinghan had an 8th tier beast and could reach the same level of strength as him, one must know that the Hua clan's speed was the fastest among the 5 great clans. Moreover, with Yi Qinghan's stealth and after-image clone technique, even if he didn't attack, he was confident in stabbing Yi Qinghan 30 times, let alone 3 times. Seeing Yi Qinghan nod seriously, Flowers and Grass wasn't happy. Instead, he was even more confused. Yi Qinghan was talking while drunk and didn't look like a masochist. This bet that he would definitely lose must be a way to please him. If he was unaccountably solicitous, he must be hiding something. Could it be that he had a motive? Stop looking at me. I don't have any purpose. Do you want to bet or not? If not, I'm going to find a lunatic. Yi Qinghan was creeped out by his stare. He said in a funny and angry manner. Bet. Seeing that Yi Qinghan was about to leave, Wuxia quickly said. He would be a fool not to take advantage of the situation. Moreover, he was quite bored, so he took Yi Qinghan for fun. He could cultivate and also win a month of enjoyment in the moon brothel. Why not? All right, I'll arrange for some people to be on guard. We'll begin soon. Yi Qinghan smiled and turned to walk towards Yi 17, who was not far away. After 2 months of practice, he had made some progress in the first stage of the shadow step. He realized that the fastest way to practice was when he was fighting against the mutated tribes. People always improved easily when they were under pressure, and the number of mutated tribes teleporting over had decreased recently. Without any mutated tribes to practice, he decided to let his own people accompany him in the shadow step. In this small elite team, in terms of speed and strangeness of attack, the Hua family was definitely the best. Therefore, he decided to let Wuxia accompany him in practicing the shadow step for the remaining month. Of course, the reason he proposed the bet was to arouse Wuxia's interest, so that he would go all out to fight against him every day. After a while, Yi 17 arranged everything nearby and nodded to Yi Qinghan, indicating that he could begin. He knew about the saint-level movement technique, the shadow step. Moreover, the Yi clan's grand elder, Yi Qingniu, had relied on this movement technique to gain the title of unrivaled beneath the heavens in the Divine War Residence. In the past 2 months, when he saw Yi Qinghan fighting against the mutated tribes, he had been practicing this footwork. He admired Yi Qinghan's approach. No matter what kind of combat skill it was, it could only be mastered quickly in battle. Let's begin. When Yi Qinghan saw that Yi 17 was already on guard and keeping track of the time, he spoke to Wuxia and immediately merged with his battle beast. His battle aura did not form a battle shield like usual. Instead, it was completely released to the soles of his feet, causing his boots to shine brightly, as if they were filled with jewels. Be careful. Wuxia held a green wooden sword in his hand. The wooden sword was obviously freshly made. It was casually shaved from a piece of wood, so of course, it did not have any lethality. He smiled sinisterly, and his body suddenly disappeared into thin air. He had immediately entered stealth from the start. Since Yi Qinghan did not retaliate, he could boldly increase his speed and circle around Yi Qinghan, catching him off guard. Seeing that Wuxia had entered stealth from the start, Yi Qinghan did not panic. Instead, he closed his eyes and pricked up his ears, sensing the flow of air around him. Suddenly, his eyes suddenly opened, and a bright light flashed in them. He activated his battle aura and did not retreat. Instead, he suddenly took a step forward, turned around, and slid sideways. In front of him, a green wooden sword slowly appeared in the air, and Wuxia's figure also slowly appeared. Seeing that Yi Qinghan had dodged his meticulous stab, Wuxia was a little surprised. However, he did not think too much about it. With a tap of his foot, he rushed straight towards Yi Qinghan. His feet swayed left and right, and his body turned into 3 shadows. He turned into 3 flowers, holding 3 wooden swords, and stabbed at Yi Qinghan from 3 directions. Shadow Clone Technique. Yi Qinghan shook his head helplessly. This Wuxia really did not give him any face at all. He had used his trump card right from the start. If it was not stealth, then it was Shadow Clone Technique. From the looks of it, Wuxia had mastered the first level of Shadow Clone Technique. The 3 clones looked exactly the same, and it was impossible to tell which one was the real one. Yi Qinghan had no choice but to activate his battle aura with all his might. With his fastest speed, he spun around in the air with 18 strange steps. What are they doing? The fight only lasted for a short while before it attracted the attention of others. Yu Qingqing and Yi Qinggu did not take turns. They jumped down from the tree they were resting on and came to Yi 17's side. They looked at the three flowers chasing after Yi Qinghan in confusion. Yi Qinghan, on the other hand, did not fight back. Instead, he kept dodging with his awkward steps. Both of them had reached the limit of their speed. In the open space beside the pond, they flashed up and down, left and right, like two ghosts. Ladies, they are practicing. Yi 17 replied with a straight face. From time to time, he glanced around in case something unexpected happened. Bull*T. I know they are practicing. Hey, why does Yi Qinghan's steps look so similar to Grandpa's running bull steps? Yi Qinggu pouted and rolled her eyes at Yi 17. After watching for a while, she suddenly asked in confusion. Yi 17 chuckled and said, "It is originally the same as the Grand Supreme Elder's running bull steps. Your grandpa thought the original name was not good, so he changed it." I didn't expect the Yi family to value Yi Qinghan so much. They even taught him such a secret technique. Yu Qingqing's pearl-like eyes narrowed slightly as she sighed to herself. When Yi Qinghan was practicing with the mutated race, she heard from the Yu family's woman that Yi Qinghan was practicing some kind of strange but magical footwork. She had already guessed it in her heart. Now, she was finally sure that Yi Qinghan was practicing one of the rare saint's secret techniques of the Yi family, the shadow step. According to her usual deduction, the saint's secret techniques of the 5 great families would never be taught to anyone without the strength of an emperor realm. When she thought of this, a burst of pride surged in her heart. She was happy that the man she liked was so valued by the Yi family. However, she still had some doubts in her heart. What else was so special about Yi Qinghan? Otherwise, based on Yi Qinghan's strength, why would the Yi family impart the family's most precious technique to him? Whoosh whoosh. The flowers and plants and Yi Qinghan were on the field, chasing each other like two playful children. One moment they were jumping up a tree, the next moment they were hiding in a pile of weeds, and the next moment they were walking on the water. It was very lively. It was obvious that the flowers and plants were a little faster than Yi Qinghan. The Hua family was known for their speed, and this was widely recognized on the continent. The flowers and plants were always chasing after Yi Qinghan. However, Yi Qinghan's footwork seemed very strange. Every time it seemed like he was about to be stabbed, he would randomly twist his feet and move strangely, narrowly avoiding the flowers and plants' assassination. Young master has lost, Yi Shisan said with a smile. He was very satisfied that Yi Qinghan was able to persist for so long. The flowers and plants of the general realm used their full strength. Considering that Yi Qinghan had only learned the shadow step for a short 2 months, it was already very good. Yu Qingqing and Yi Qinggu also stood there with smiles on their faces, waiting for the two to come over. The flowers and plants were very excited. Although it had wasted a lot of his strength, it was still very comfortable to bully people. However, Yi Qinghan's strange footwork made him feel a little uncomfortable. There were many times when he was about to stab Yi Qinghan, but Yi Qinghan had narrowly avoided it. This feeling was not good. However, he was very confident that today was only the first day. Tomorrow, he would definitely be able to hit Yi Qinghan 3 times and win another round. Chapter 88. Brother Hua is mighty. I've lost today. I'll come back tomorrow at this time. Yi Qinghan smiled faintly. He was very satisfied with today's training. He looked at Yi Qinggu and Yu Qingqing, who were standing next to Yi Shisan and smiling at him. He nodded and greeted them. Qingqing sister, you're all here. Yi Qinghan, you're really diligent in your training. Qingqing is a little embarrassed. Yu Qingqing's intelligent eyes flickered. She looked at Yi Qinghan's slightly tanned and skinny face, which had lost its childishness. She felt a little sorry for him. She knew that the reason behind this young man's hard work was to get enough points to save his sister. She was very touched by this, but she was also a little jealous. Yi Qinggu twitched her straight nose and said with some dissatisfaction, Yi Qinghan, be honest. How did you know my grandfather's galloping bull steps? Did he teach you in secret? Galloping bull steps? Hua Hua rolled his beautiful eyes and suddenly realized something. He shouted, Wow, Yi Qinghan, were you using the galloping bull steps just now? No wonder it's so strange. I'll explain later. Yi Qinghan glared at Yi Qinggu helplessly. He was blaming her for speaking inappropriately. How could he say such things here? After Yi Qinggu understood and shut her mouth, he turned to look at Hua Hua and raised his eyebrows. It was not easy to coax Hua Hua to help him with his training. It would be bad if he failed. Therefore, he decided to use provocation to calm Hua Hua down. Are you afraid? If you're afraid, then admit defeat. Otherwise, it won't look good if you lose in the future. Humph. I'm afraid? I don't know who was easily stabbed by me 3 times today. You're definitely going to lose this bet. You're going to treat me. Although Hua Hua was a little afraid of the magical steps of the Yi family, he was certainly not timid in the situation where the 2 beauties were watching. He straightened his chest and said casually. However, he seemed to realize that the next topic was not very harmonious. He quickly shut his mouth in embarrassment. Bet. Why would I treat you if I lost? Shemale, why did you stop talking? Go on, go on. Yi Qinggu accurately sensed the meaning behind Hua Hua's words. Her limpid eyes expressed a strong interest. Seeing that Hua had stopped talking, she continued to ask. Haha, it's nothing. Sister Xiao Wu, I'm going to take a shower. I'll talk to you later. The weather is so hot that I'm sweating. Flower laughed and ran away. Humph. If you speak so vaguely, then you're definitely betting on something bad. Yi Qinggu humphed coldly. She was very dissatisfied with the attitude of the flowers and plants. Turning around, she pointed a finger at Yi Qinghan and demanded, Little Han, you tell me. Tell me the truth. I'm going to take a shower too. I'll talk to you later. It's really hot. Yi Qinghan saw that Yi Qinggu was looking at him and that Yu Qingqing was also looking at him with a smile. He could not help but frown. Just as he was about to escape, he saw that Yi Qinggu was so angry that she seemed to be about to chase after him. He hurriedly shouted, What? You two want to take a shower with me? Yi Qinggu wanted to chase after them, but she quickly stopped. If she really chased after them, she was afraid that people would misunderstand. She was so angry that she stomped her feet on the ground. Pointing at Yi Qinghan's back, she scolded, Yi Qinghan, just you wait. I'll teach you a lesson sooner or later. Yu Qingqing did not think that Yi Qinghan would include her. Thinking of the shameful meaning in Yi Qinghan's words, her beautiful face blushed, making her look even more lovely. In the following days, in addition to the routine squatting, the elite team had another activity. They watched as Flora chased after Yi Qinghan all over the mountains. On the first day of the duel, Yi Qinghan only lasted 15 minutes before he was stabbed 3 times and lost 1 round. In the following days, as Yi Qinghan became more and more proficient in the shadow step, the time of the 3 stabs also slowly passed. Today was the 13th day of the duel. The elite teams that were not on shifts gathered around Yi 17, quietly waiting for the duel to begin. It's about to begin. Alright, is there anyone else who wants to bet? If Yi Qinghan wins, the odds are 10 to 1, and if Flora wins, the odds are 1 to 1. Hurry up and place your bets. It's the last minute. Fengzi's muffled voice sounded, making Flora, Yi Qinghan, and Yi 17 feel helpless. Ever since the 3rd day of the duel, Fengzi found out about it. He opened a peripheral gambling house under the big tree and acted as the banker. All the elite teams that were not on shift started betting again. Young Master Feng? Why did the betting odds drop again today? Wasn't young Master Han's odds 1 to 20 yesterday? A Hua clan elite said with a bitter expression. A few days ago, Fengzi, this swindler, always talked about Yi Qinghan's strange footwork as if it was the only one in the world. At first, when everyone heard that Yi Qinghan's footwork was the famous running bull steps of Yi Qinghan, no one actually dared to bet on him losing. In the end, Yi Qinghan lost 13 rounds in a row, so much so that they almost sold their pants. If they still bet on Flora to win now, the odds were so low that they basically couldn't make a comeback. They could only hope for Yi Qinghan to win. Now that they saw that Yi Qinghan's odds had dropped, of course they became anxious. F******. What do you know? These odds are based on their increasing battle experience, as well as the weather, their mood, and the amount of rest they have. It took me an entire night to calculate all of these odds. If you want to bet on speed, if you don't, you can only place your bets tomorrow. Feng Zi's face darkened as he reprimanded. Yi Qinghan almost won yesterday. If he didn't lower Yi Qinghan's odds today, he would lose everything. He was extremely shocked at Yi Qinghan's improvement. Initially, when he found out about their bet, he thought that Yi Qinghan would definitely lose. In the end, after Yi Qinghan gradually became more familiar with the shadow step, he almost succeeded yesterday. He obviously knew the power of the Yi family's Saint-tier secret technique, the shadow step, after it was mastered. However, wasn't it said that this footwork required at least 20 years of cultivation to be mastered? How did Yi Qinghan seem to almost master the first level after cultivating for a few months? We'll bet on Yi Qinghan winning. 100 purple crystal coins. Just as Feng Zi was thinking, a gentle voice came from the side. Then, he smelled a faint peach blossom fragrance mixed with rose perfume. He raised his head in surprise and couldn't help but smile bitterly when he saw who it was. Miss Qingqing. Sister Xiao Wu, I'm just playing around. There's no need for you to get involved. Seeing Yu Qingqing and Yi Qinggu coming together and betting 100 purple crystal coins, he felt a little uneasy. 100 purple crystal coins was equivalent to 10,000 crystal coins. If Yi Qinghan won, he would have to pay 100,000 crystal coins. What? Didn't you open this place to let people place bets? Could it be a black dealer? Yi Qinggu snorted and frowned slightly. She glared at Feng Zi as if she was about to flip out. As soon as Yi Qinggu said this, the elites at the side immediately looked at Feng Zi with disdain. It was as if they would despise him if he didn't accept the bet. All right, since you're giving me money, I'll reluctantly accept it. Don't cry when you lose. Feng Zi could only laugh dryly and accept the bet. He began to pray in his heart. You must work hard, otherwise if I lose this round, I'll have to pay 1,000 purple crystal coins, which was equivalent to 100,000 crystal coins. I'm afraid even all my assets won't be enough to pay for it. While the bets were lively, the fight was lively on the other side. Yi Qinghan seemed to be getting more and more familiar with the 18 steps. He didn't run around being chased by the flowers like he usually did. He just kept running in circles on the grass. Every time the flower sword was about to stab his body, his footsteps would twist strangely as if he had foresight, narrowly dodging the attack. 40 minutes had passed, but the flowers had only managed to stab him once. He had planned for this stab for a long time. He had forced Yi Qinghan to a rocky terrain and used his afterimages to stab him. Now, Yi Qinghan was like a loach. Every time he felt like he was about to stab him, he would narrowly avoid it. It made him want to vomit blood. It's been 50 minutes. Young Master Feng, prepare the money. How many clothes can we buy with 100,000 crystal coins? Yi Qinggu and Yu Qingqing were fascinated by the scene. From time to time, they would cheer for Yi Qinghan's miraculous dodging. Under Yi 17's reminder, 50 minutes had passed. Yi Qinggu laughed and looked at Feng Zi, who had a bitter expression on his face. The members of the elite team beside her were also full of excitement. Although the stakes had been lowered, if they won this time, they still had a chance to win back what they had lost in the past. They couldn't help but cheer for Yi Qinghan even louder. Isn't there still 10 minutes? What's the hurry? In a fight between experts, they can stab several times in a second. It's not clear who will lose. Feng Zi's face darkened as he swallowed his saliva. He gritted his teeth and endured. In his heart, he had already cursed the flowers dozens of times. As time passed, his heart grew colder and dimmer. Chapter 89. Time's up. Yi Qinghan wins. Yi 17 announced the result at the last moment. The result was out. Some people were happy, while others were sad. The first to fly into a rage was none other than Flora and Fauna. His beautiful face, which could make many women fall into the wall with envy, was obviously filled with resentment. He threw the wooden sword away and cursed, I don't want to fight anymore. It's my loss. If we continue to fight, I will vomit blood. I admit defeat. I don't want to play anymore. I don't want to go to the moon tower. Don't. You almost succeeded a few times. Keep working hard tomorrow. You will definitely win. Yi Qinghan walked over slowly and said with a smile. He wiped the sweat off his face and looked very excited. He had finally mastered the first stage of the shadow step. The results were obvious. Flora and Fauna, whose speed was comparable to an ordinary level 3 martial, could only stab him once in an hour. It was conceivable that as his strength increased, his speed would also increase. That way, he would have enough capital to survive in the chaotic prefecture battle. Then, under the premise of preserving his life, he would instantly kill a marshal, obtain a large number of points, and successfully rescue his sister. Fangs, pay up, pay up. Waha, 100,000 crystal coins. Yi Qinggu jumped in joy. The two of them had been observing for a few days. They estimated that Yi Qinghan had a very high chance of winning today, so they bet all their money on it. As expected, he won in one go. She was overjoyed. Ugh, ladyboy, why are you so disappointing? I even lost my underwear this time. Fangs had a bitter look on his face. He probably wanted to go to the brothel after the prefecture battle. He probably didn't even have money for fast food, let alone a night out. In the end, Fangs lost all his money and even borrowed some from his family's elites to pay off his gambling debt. However, Flora and Fauna refused to spar with Yi Qinghan no matter what. If they continued fighting, he would probably go crazy. Helpless, Yi Qinghan could only find Yi-17 to spar with him. Initially, the Hua family's assassins were the best sparring partners. Now that the Hua family had stopped working, it was not appropriate for the Hua family's elites to trouble themselves anymore. They could only let their own people be their sparring partners. Yi-17 was a second-level marquis, so it was a bit of a waste for him to be a sparring partner. However, the number of foreign races teleporting over was decreasing, and there was no longer a need for so many vassals to keep watch. Naturally, the other members of the team didn't have any objections. Time flowed like water. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. It was already time for the 3 months that everyone had agreed on to abide by the rules. Today, they were preparing to leave the demon-slaying pool and head towards the depths of the illusory forest, where the 3 races were engaged in a chaotic battle. Early in the morning, the team started to get busy. Those who were on guard continued to be on guard, those who were packing quickly, and those who were preparing dry rations and fresh water were busy. For a time, the demon-slaying pool was bustling with activity. Yi Qinghan, Flora, and the others were eating a wild boar leg. This place was still far from the central region of the illusory forest, so he wasn't afraid of being discovered if he started a fire to roast meat here. After the team set off, it wasn't realistic to want to eat roast meat anymore. Not to mention the fact that starting a fire would easily alert the enemies. In a situation where they were in a chaotic battle at any moment, it was hard to know if there would be time to roast meat. This was the last barbecued meat in the near future, so the young masters naturally cherished it. One by one, they wolfed down the food until their stomachs were full before they were satisfied. Yi Qinghan was very satisfied with these 3 months of guarding. Not only did the 3 months allow everyone to have some understanding of the abilities and skills of the devil race and the barbarian race, but their combat experience had also increased. In the past 3 months, without a single casualty, he had easily obtained nearly 800 points. Most importantly, he had already mastered the first level of the Shadow Step. In the upcoming battles, he would have a greater chance of surviving. His battle aura cultivation had also greatly increased, reaching the peak of the first level of the general realm. I'm done packing. We can set off now. A group of women walked over from the east. It was Yi Qinggu, Yu Qingqing, and the others. Everyone had already packed their equipment and were waiting for them. Seeing that they had arrived, Yi Qinghan waved his hand and said, "Set off." According to the usual records of the Nether Island by the clans, they had only traveled 1/3 of the way into the illusory forest. The most chaotic battlefield of the 3 clans was indeed in the central region, 50 miles outside the Scarlet Prairie where the final battle would take place. The entire Nether Island was shaped like a triangle. The 3 clans' temporary headquarters were located at the 3 corners, while the vast Scarlet Prairie was in the center. The illusory forest on the periphery of the prairie had the most complicated terrain. It was also the chaotic battlefield of the past 10,000 elites. The goal of Yi Qinghan and the other females was to reach the chaotic battlefield. After 3 months of guarding, the team had killed many different clans and accumulated a lot of experience in fighting and cooperating with each other. They had also accumulated an extremely high morale. At this time, they had rested and their morale was high. It was the perfect time for them to go to the chaotic battlefield. The team began to march silently. According to the calculation of the distance, it would take about 10 days to reach the chaotic battlefield. The Hua family's assassins split up and went out stealthily, beginning to scout the surroundings. The squad avoided the few places marked by the family that might have dangerous magical beasts. They marched quickly and silently. As time passed, the Dark Elemental Legion as time passed, they gradually approached the chaotic battlefield. On the 7th day, they encountered the first elite team from the House of Ares. The team seemed to have gone through a huge battle. Out of the entire team of 200 people, a few dozen had died, and the remaining half were injured. After Hua signaled for the Hua family's assassins to disperse and be on guard, the young masters walked towards the team under the protection of a few dukes. Greetings, young Master Han. Greetings, Lord Yi-Shur-san. The leader of the team was a young master with bloodstains on his clothes and a huge dukes with an injured left hand. The two seemed to know the young masters. When they saw Yi Qing-han and the others walk over, they hurriedly greeted them with a bitter smile. Young Master Han, the person on the other side is the young master of Phoenix City's Lu family. The injured giant is his family's Duke Realm bodyguard. Yi-Shur-san saw that Yi Qing-han was slightly confused, so he explained in a low voice. Yi Qing-han had been busy cultivating along the way, so he obviously wouldn't have any impression of the team attached to his family. Phoenix City. Yi Qing-han nodded without a trace. Phoenix City was one of the 20 major cities under Tsong City. The Lu family was the owner of Phoenix City. After clarifying the situation, Yi Qing-han nodded and said, "Young Master Lu, what's the situation? How did you suffer such a huge loss?" Young Master Lu had a bitter expression. He looked at the injured person behind him and said, "Sigh, this is a huge loss. I don't even know how to explain it to the family. You don't know, it's so chaotic up front, a complete mess." With young Master Lu's detailed explanation, everyone finally understood what had happened. It seemed that the demon god and barbarian god manners had sent some important figures to the elite manners. This time, the two manners lineups were unprecedentedly strong, especially with a team from each mansion. There were 7 or 8 demon emperors and barbarian emperors. Any team from the House of Ares that encountered these two teams suffered heavy casualties and was utterly defeated. Unfortunately, the Lu family's team encountered the super elite team from the demon god manners a few days ago. In the end, they only managed to escape after another dukes in their team self-destructed. Super elite team? Could it be the children of one of the two holy venerables from the demon god manners? As for the barbarian manners, it was very likely that the son of the barbarian Mangan, who was said to be able to smash an elephant to death with one hand, had led the team. The demon god manners and barbarian god manners didn't expect the House of Ares to be so complicated. The entire barbarian god manners was under the rule of the barbarian god, while the demon god manners were managed by the two holy venerables. For the demon god and barbarian god manners to be so cautious and send such a strong lineup, it must be the children of those important figures. Damn it! Do you think there's no one in the House of Ares? If we encounter them later, we'll slaughter any son of the demon god or barbarian god. Feng Zi's nostrils flared when he heard this. They had planned to do this from the beginning. They'd formed a super elite team and were prepared to carry out a massacre. He didn't expect the other two manners to have already started. Have you heard of any particularly strong and famous teams in the House of Ares? Yi Qing-han suddenly remembered Yi and the others and hurriedly asked around. Yes. Miss Long's team also swept through the chaotic battlefield. No one dared to stand in their way. There's also a team that's never been famous before. I don't know what faction they belong to, but they're called the Sickle Team. They have 4 dukes and the rest are all marshals. They're unbelievably ferocious. I once saw a barbarian god team completely slaughtered in less than 30 minutes. Then they quickly retreated. Their movements were clean and swift. I reckon that the super elite teams of the demon god manners are so crazy because the Sickle Team killed too many of their people. Young Master Lu frowned and pondered for a moment before raising his head. Are you preparing to return to your temporary headquarters? Do you need any help? Yi Qing-han and Yi-Shur-san exchanged a look and saw the excitement and worry in each other's eyes. They were excited because Yi and the others were fine and had probably obtained a large number of points. They were worried because the demon god super elite team was probably chasing after them. Therefore, Yi Qing-han cut to the chase. Yes, our team is seriously injured and needs to go back to recuperate. I guess we'll have to wait for the final battle to try our luck. Young Master Han, I wish you all the best. After giving them some medicine and food, Yi Qing-han continued on his way. After learning that Yi and the others might be pursued by the Demon God's super elite team, they sped up. They moved a little faster. When Fangs and the others found out that Yi and the others were the elite team of the Yi clan, they didn't say anything. They just increased the speed of the entire army. Chapter 90. 3 days later, they arrived at the periphery of the chaotic battlefield. As this place was close to the chaotic region, they encountered more teams from the House of Ares. As the House of Ares teams were densely packed here, they didn't see any teams from other residences. The team found a simple cave to rest and prepare for the official battle the next day. In the evening, the team welcomed a special guest. Long Sainan. Long Sainan, who wore a tight-fitting fiery red warrior's robes and had a heroic look on her face, arrived at the entrance of the cave accompanied by 2 dukes. A few people came out to welcome the 3 of them. Yi Qinggu held Long Sainan's hand first. Her innocent face was filled with doubt as she asked what was on everyone's mind. "Sister, why do you seem to know our schedule? We just arrived and you're already here?" A cordial smile appeared on Long Sainan's handsome face as she said, "Hee, this area is the temporary resting place for the elite squad of God of War Manor that I've arranged. I've arranged for a team to spread out and monitor the area, in case any teams from other residences suddenly come in. Of course I know about your arrival. Sister, I heard that the prefecture battle this time is very chaotic?" Yu Qingqing's eyes were bright and her beautiful face was breathtakingly beautiful. She looked at Yi Qinghan with a smile and asked the question that was on his mind. "Chaotic? Which prefecture battle wasn't chaotic?" Long Sainan was taken aback. Then, she seemed to have thought of something. She looked at everyone with a smile and said, "You guys want to ask about the information of those 2 super elite teams, right? Actually, I came here today to tell you guys about that." "That's right." Yao Kaka, the son of Yao Xie from the Demon God residence, led 8 demon emperors and 200 demon marshals to participate in the prefecture battle. Man Gon, the son of the barbarian body, also came with 7 barbarian emperors and 200 demon marshals. According to the usual rules, teams of our level usually don't kill wantonly. We're only here to train, search for treasures, and kill demonic beasts. However, when Yao Kaka's team was searching for treasures, their treasures were stolen by the Sickle team. Hence, Yao Kaka was furious. This Sickle squad had also killed quite a number of barbarians, so Mangon also took action. If I hadn't led my men to intercept them multiple times, the House of Ares would have suffered heavy casualties this time. Of course, now that you're here, do you think you can help intercept those 2 teams? Hee. No problem. There was no need to be polite in a mansion battle. Since they've broken the rules, let's go all out. Long Jia, don't worry, if we run into them, we will definitely beat them back. Feng Zi had always been a warmonger. Back in the demon slaying pool, he was the one who enjoyed torturing and killing the alien races the most. Of course, he would applaud when he heard this. No problem. Yi Qinghan was the second to express his opinion. Of course, how were they supposed to earn points if they didn't fight? Without points, how could he exchange for a spirit pill to save his sister? Of course, the fiercer he fought, the better. The super elite team formed by the 4 great families was the strongest combination in terms of attack, defense, and mobility. There was no reason for them to be afraid of those 2 teams. All right. Yu Qingqing said softly and followed behind Yi Qinghan. It was obvious that she was saying it for Yi Qinghan to hear. Of course, Hua Ji and Yi Qinggu didn't have any objections. The Hua family was most proficient in escaping. If they couldn't win, they could always run. Yi Qinggu knew Yi Qinghan's determination, so she wouldn't foolishly oppose it. The 7 marquis in the cave looked at each other and nodded silently. If the 4 great families were to be overcautious and indecisive even with such a powerful lineup, they would be looked down upon. Most importantly, they had 7 marquis, and 3 of them were at the 3rd rank. If they couldn't win, it wouldn't be a problem for them to retreat with these young masters. All right. Long Sainan smiled and took out a rough map from her pocket. She passed it to Yi Qinggu and explained, "This is the map of the nearby area. This red is the area we are currently in. There are many people in the House of Ares in this area. So if you don't know the situation, don't stray too far from here. This is the front line. I've collected a small portion of the Demon Emperor's and Barbarian Emperor's skills and abilities. You can take a look. I usually stay nearby. If there are any problems, You can contact my scattered guard team. They will bring you to where I am. After Long Sainan explained, she said a few words to Yi Qinggu and Yu Qingqing before leaving. The few of them sat cross-legged and rested in preparation for tomorrow's big battle. The closer they got to the center of the illusory forest, the more complicated the terrain of the Scarlet Plains became. When they first entered the forest, there were only some ancient trees and some small rivers. It was a very normal forest. However, when they arrived at the chaotic battlefield, Yi Qinghan and the rest finally understood what a complicated terrain meant. Yi Qinghan's small troop left the cave where they rested last night. Early in the morning, the entire army set off towards the chaotic battlefield. The more they walked, the more complicated the terrain became. Although the entire terrain could still be considered as a forest, there were trees everywhere. After a while, they found a row of naturally formed stone formations. All kinds of stones stood upright. The boundaries could not be seen at a glance. After a while, they found vast caves. They were like eerie huge mouths that seemed to want to swallow everyone in one gulp. After a while, he saw many small rivers, like a net, separating the ground into small islands. Of course, they did not dare to approach this kind of terrain. They could only take a detour from afar. After all, they were still unfamiliar with this place. If they went in headfirst and encountered a large army's ambush, it would be really disharmonious. After walking for 2 hours, they finally met the first foreign tribe's elite troop. The Hua family's assassins immediately sent back information. It was a barbarian troop. According to the information, the barbarians' realm was closely related to their height. It was obvious that there was only one barbarian in the barbarian emperor's realm in that troop. Therefore, after a brief analysis, the group decided to start the first battle with this troop. Everyone followed their usual formation and casually walked towards the small barbarian team. Both troops had noble-level powerhouses. It was impossible to sneak up on them and launch a sneak attack. At this level, the realm of the soul was already extremely high. Only a Duke-level Hua family assassin would be able to sneak up to within 100 meters of the other party. The Hua family's assassins had already split up and moved stealthily. Apart from a few who were on guard nearby, the rest of them were mixed up. They would suddenly attack when necessary to protect and kill the enemy. Apart from Yi Shursan, who was in the center, who released his coercion without restraint, the rest of the Duke-level powerhouses in the troop had stopped circulating their battle force. They only relied on their body's instincts to move quickly. This was originally planned. If a human martial art practitioner did not circulate their battle force, it was very difficult to distinguish their rank. The advantage of this was that they could prevent the enemy from escaping before the battle had even begun. In addition, they could secretly protect their young master. In addition, they could suddenly attack and catch the enemy off guard. After advancing a few hundred meters, the barbarian troop finally appeared in their field of vision. If a few barbarians could be said to be a surprise, then more than 200 barbarians could be said to be a complete shock. The crowd sucked in a breath of cold air as they looked at the 200 densely packed barbarians who looked like door pillars, as well as the super door pillar in the middle that was at least 3 meters tall. They were all huge men in bronze-colored leather armor. As they walked on the mountain, it was as if there was an earthquake and a series of rumbling sounds could be heard. Act according to the plan. Destroy all 200 door pillars in front of us. Yi Shursan shouted in a deep voice. The barbarians in front of them seemed to be at least at the level of a great barbarian warrior. If they could kill all of them, they would gain a lot of points. Yes! Everyone shouted in unison. After a brief moment of shock, everyone's fighting spirit soared. They circulated their battle force with all their might and charged towards the small troop of barbarians in front of them. Roar! The barbarians in front of them had obviously discovered them a long time ago. When they saw that this group of humans had foolishly rushed towards them, all of them cried out in excitement. They strode forward with their sturdy legs, waved their fists which were as big as casseroles, and rushed towards them with large strides. Stop! Yi family disciples fuse with their battle beasts. Yi Shursan had always been the leader of the Yi family's kamikaze warriors. He had led the kamikaze warriors through fire and water many times. His experience, wisdom, and art were unparalleled. Everyone was completely at ease in handing over command to him. Chapter 91. Under Yi Shursan's command, everyone suddenly stopped 200 meters in front of the barbarians. Then, more than 50 people, including the Yi Qinghan, took a few steps forward and merged with their battle beasts. Roar! 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 Gigi. Phantoms of strange beasts appeared out of thin air in front of the Yi clan disciples. The roars of various beasts resounded throughout the heavens and earth, and then they all entered the bodies of the Yi clan disciples. All kinds of strange tattoos appeared on their foreheads. Yi at hashtag and kill asterisk. The barbarians on the other side obviously recognized the symbol of the Yi family. However, they did not seem to stop moving forward. Instead, they roared and rushed forward even faster. As one of the 5 great clans of the divine battle abode, the Yi clan had probably killed countless barbarian disciples over the thousands of years of divine battle abode battles. When the barbarians saw them, it was as if they had seen their father's murderer. They charged forward with all their might. Yi family members, all squat down. You family members, collective illusion attack. Feng family members, all on your swords, attack the barbarians' eyes. The barbarians rushed forward again and closed the distance between them to 100 meters. This distance was the effective distance for the Yu family members to attack with illusion. Yi Shisan's expression was calm as he made a prompt decision. Swoosh swoosh. Under Yi Shisan's command, all 50 members of the Yi family squatted down. At the same time, a strange light flashed in the eyes of the Yu family members. She shot straight at the barbarians' eyes at the speed of light. In the blink of an eye, the 50 barbarians in front of them were all hit and were stunned on the spot. Whoosh whoosh. What the Yu family members attacked next was more than 50 different kinds of swords. With a piercing sound, more than 50 swords stabbed into the eyes of the chairs in front of the 50 barbarians. Then, they quickly pulled out and stabbed the other eye before the barbarians could react. Roar! Roar! The first attack was completed. The 50 barbarians in front were all hit and most of them were blinded. The most ingenious thing was that the Yu family's attack and the Hua family's attack were linked together. This round of attack did not last more than 5 seconds. The 50 people in front were suddenly caught in an illusion. They were stunned on the spot, but they blocked the barbarians from behind. The barbarians at the back charged forward at a high speed and collectively crashed into more than 50 barbarians in front of them. Most of the barbarians in front were blind, so they couldn't tell where they were attacking. So, they attacked in all directions. As a result, the 200 barbarians, who were originally in a neat formation, fell into chaos. There were also many barbarians who fell to the ground with serious injuries from the attacks of their own people. Everyone spread out in a fan shape. The Feng clan will continue to attack with their flying swords. Target the eyes of the barbarians. The Yu clan will continue to attack the barbarians who are preparing to counterattack. Members of the Yi family, release your battle chi and attack indiscriminately. Any commander would seize such a good opportunity. This scene was within Yi Shisan's expectation. Therefore, he immediately ordered a second round of attacks. The second round of attacks clearly caused the barbarians, who were already in a state of chaos, to become even more chaotic. The illusory attack of the Yu family caused the clear-headed barbarians who wanted to counterattack to fall into an illusion and freeze on the spot. The 50 or so long swords that had been hovering above the berserkers were like ghosts. They moved about among the berserkers, and they did not stab anywhere else but their eyes. Moreover, the Yi family's collective battle aura was even more powerful. So much energy gathered at once and then exploded. Even the uninjured barbarians were injured. After several rounds of bombardment, only half of the barbarian team could stand. Roar! The leader of the barbarians, the barbarian emperor, roared in anger when he saw that more than half of his disciples had been killed or injured in a short 2 minutes. He slapped the terrifying muscles on his chest and no longer cared about the barbarians who were still killing each other. He leaped up angrily and rushed toward Yi Qinghan's team like a mad bull. Yi Shisan, you go and block him. Antu, cooperate with Feng Meng and get rid of this big guy. Yi Shisan glanced at the barbarian emperor who was rushing over and said indifferently. He sent 3 Duke Realm experts from the team to intercept him. This barbarian emperor's defense was extremely strong, and he hadn't been injured in the previous rounds of attacks. However, he probably wouldn't be able to escape the attacks of 3 Duke Realm experts. After Yi Shisan made the arrangements, he looked at the barbarian team again and found that a small number of uninjured barbarians had begun to scatter in all directions and were madly running away. He quickly ordered, "Not good. They are running. Yi family disciples, charge. Hua family assassins and Feng family swordsmen, quickly assassinate the escaping barbarians." The barbarian emperor has started to run. Yi Shisan, stop him. Yi Qinghan had been waiting for Yi Shisan's order with his blue dragon dagger in hand. As soon as he heard the order to charge, he charged forward like a bull in heat. The 2 third-level Martial Yi family disciples who were responsible for protecting him hurriedly followed. If this little ancestor was injured, they would be scolded to death by Yi Shisan. Swoosh! Yi Qinghan did not hesitate and ignored the shouts of the 2 temporary bodyguards behind him. He covered a distance of 100 meters in an instant. Then, the azure dragon dagger gently slashed across the barbarian's neck, which was as hard as iron. A blood-red wound appeared on the barbarian's neck, which was as hard as iron, as if it was a piece of white paper that had been torn apart. Then, a stream of blood gushed out of the wound as if it was free. Ah! Instant kill? The 2 martial realm cultivators behind him were stunned. They widened their eyes and looked at each other. Based on the size of this barbarian, he was probably at least a barbarian commander-level cultivator? Young Master Han could actually kill him in an instant? However, after being stunned for a moment, they realized that Yi Qinghan was like a loach and had actually burrowed into the barbarian group. The 2 of them were shocked and didn't dare to think too much. They circulated their speed battle aura to the maximum, and the long sabers in their hands shone brightly. Brandishing their long sabers, they followed Yi Qinghan into the barbarian group. The group of Yi family disciples behind them were like ferocious tigers descending from the mountain, pouncing into the barbarian flock of lambs. Although based on the size of their bodies, they looked like lambs no matter how one looked at them. The assassins of the Hua family also appeared at the first instant. They joined forces with the swordsmen of the Feng family to intercept the barbarians who were fleeing in all directions. However, it was obvious that these barbarians who were not heavily injured and reacted at the first instant were all experts. Basically, they were at least barbarian generals and barbarian marshals. These barbarians didn't seem to care about the Feng family swordsmen behind them, nor did they look at the Feng family's flying swords whizzing past their heads. They also didn't care about the Hua family assassins who suddenly appeared. They only waved their thick arms randomly to protect their heads. Then, they moved in one direction like a giant moving Iron Man. They ran in a frenzy. The flying swords of the Feng family scratched their naked bodies, causing them to bleed profusely. The strange assassination of the Hua family assassins didn't stop them. Their terrifying defense gave them enough capital. They only knew that if they kept running, they would have a chance to survive. It was obvious that the barbarians' seemingly reckless and even somewhat cowardly behavior had successfully made the pursuers of the Feng and Hua families at a loss. After chasing for a few kilometers, they helplessly chose to give up. According to the previous plan, the pursuit couldn't exceed a predetermined distance. Otherwise, it would easily lead to an ambush. After killing a few unlucky barbarians, the disciples of the Feng and Hua families quickly returned to defend. Yi 17, Aunt Yu, and Feng Meng also encountered the same problem. At the beginning, the barbarian emperor of the small group of barbarians madly rushed toward their camp. Under the command of Yi 13th, the 3 of them quickly arranged themselves in a formation, ready to make this big guy stay here. However, this seemingly silly big guy suddenly changed direction halfway. His speed suddenly increased, and he began to frantically escape. Yi 17 and the others were stunned, but they immediately reacted. The 3 of them quickly followed, wanting to make the barbarian emperor stay. However, this barbarian emperor's defense was extremely strong. He kept his eyes closed and covered his head as he madly ran. When he closed his eyes and covered his head, the vassal realm experts of the Yu and Feng families couldn't do anything. The Yu family's illusion techniques could only be attacked through the eyes. Although the Feng family's flying swords could pierce the barbarian emperor's skin, such a small injury was nothing to the 3-meter-tall barbarian emperor. Yi 17's aura enveloped the barbarian emperor, and the long saber in his hand flashed with saber light. Unfortunately, this barbarian emperor's defense was too strong. The important parts of his body were wrapped in gray leather armor, so they couldn't cause any serious damage. In the end, after chasing for more than 5 kilometers, the 3 of them looked at the barbarian emperor who had jumped straight down a cliff and shook their heads helplessly. They didn't continue the chase and returned home. With their speed, it only took them a few breaths to cover a distance of more than 10 kilometers. However, when they returned to their original location, they saw a strange scene that made them collectively stunned. They saw the disciples of the Yi family surrounding a group of barbarians, but they didn't attack. And among the barbarians, there was a black-clothed youth covered in blood. He was actually fighting a group of barbarians alone. No. This wasn't a group battle, but a naked massacre. Chapter 92. The black-robed youngster held a green dagger in his hand. His footsteps were strange, and he seemed like a slippery loach as he shuttled through the crowd of dozens of barbarians. His footsteps were elegant, and he looked like a dancer who was dancing gracefully. The green dagger in his hand fluttered with his footsteps. Occasionally, a bewitching glint would flash in his eyes, causing a berserker who was approaching him to freeze for a moment. Then, he would slowly and gently draw a line across the berserker's neck with the dagger. The barbarian's neck immediately split open with a red wound like the mouth of a baby. In an instant, a stream of blood shot out. Then the barbarian's eyes bulged and he fell to the ground with a loud bang. Damn! 17. When did your young master become so fierce? The light in his eyes is the Yu family's illusion technique? The green dagger in his hand is at least a treasured weapon, right? How did great elder Yi Qingyou's galloping bull steps become so elegant and confident under this kid's feet? Feng Meng rubbed his head and looked greedily at the green dagger in Yi Qinghan's hand. It must be known that if he had a transcendent artifact like the one in Yi Qinghan's hand, that barbarian emperor wouldn't have been able to escape. He would have been able to kill him instantly. But thinking about it was just thinking about it. He knew that this transcendent artifact was something that could only be discovered by luck and not sought after. It must be known that a transcendent artifact and above was something that none of the craftsmen in the continent could create. The rare treasured weapons on the continent, as well as the divine weapons, could only be obtained by luck from one place. That was the most dangerous place on the continent, the God-slaying mountain. And with his strength, if he entered the God-slaying mountain, he would most likely die. Aunt Yu, of course, was not a fairy, nor did she have the temperament of a fairy. This marquis of the Yu family did not have the temperament of an expert at all. Her mature and beautiful face constantly rippled with a soul-stealing charm, making her look somewhat like a madam of a brothel. At this moment, she looked at the strange light flashing in Yi Qinghan's eyes and faintly frowned. Puzzled, she said, "That's not right. This kid doesn't seem to be using the Yu family's illusion technique. His speed is faster than theirs, and the confusion lasts longer. And although he is Yu Shui's son, I've never heard of a man being able to awaken the Yu family's bloodline. Learning the Yu family's illusion technique? This kid, he really has a lot of secrets. Hee. Of course. Let me tell you, Yi Qinghan is the future patriarch of the Yi family." Of course, Knight 17 knew that the light in Yi Qinghan's eyes was his body fusion combat skill. However, he wasn't stupid enough to tell everyone that Yi Qinghan had a holy beast and a heaven-defying body fusion combat skill. However, as they looked at the young man in front of them who was gradually growing up, they thought of his amiable smile and his extremely close relationship with them. In the future, once Yi Qinghan became the patriarch of the Yi family, their lives with Yi Shusan would not be too bad. Yu Qingqing and Yi Qinggu had complicated expressions on their faces. Yu Qingcheng looked at Yi Qinghan, who was dancing gracefully in the midst of the barbarian tribe and killing one person with each step. Her quick-witted eyes became blurry. This was her future man, the man whom she would spend the rest of her life with. She thought about how Yi Qinghan had confidently and calmly explained the tune he had sung on the boat to Tranquil Lake Island, and how he had recognized her at a glance. She thought about how Yi Qinghan had heroically sung the song, Breaking the Formation, on Tranquil Lake Island, and how Yi Qinghan had looked down on the world. She sighed in her heart that her choice back then wasn't wrong. Since it wasn't wrong, then she would continue down this path. Of course, Yi Qinggu had seen Yi Qinghan kill people. Back in the Yi family castle's Garden of Enchantment, Yi Qinghan had killed people in a fit of rage. It was also this demonic light that had flashed and instantly killed the Emperor Realm Yi Rong. She thought about the young figure standing proudly in the Garden of Enchantment. At this moment, he had gradually matured from an inexperienced youth. She looked at Yu Qingqing's infatuated gaze and thought about how Yi Qingyu had sacrificed her soul without hesitation that day in the Garden of Enchantment. An inexplicable feeling welled up in Yi Qingwu's heart. It was a little sour, a little jealous, and a little lost. This massacre didn't last for long. Seeing the last barbarian fall to the ground, Yi Qinghan raised his hand to wipe the bloodstains on his face. However, the more he wiped, the dirtier it became. He didn't have time to think about why everyone was looking at him. He just quickly wiped his hands on his clothes and started to get busy. Everyone also started to get busy. They started to gather the corpses and waited for Yi Qinghan to collect the points. After a while, Yi Qinghan saw that the points on the ring in his hand had increased from more than 700 to nearly 1,000. He grinned. Unexpectedly, when he smiled, his blood-stained face became somewhat ferocious and terrifying, scaring the people around him. Without caring about their reactions, Yi Qinghan confirmed that all the points had been collected. Then, Yi Qinghan gestured to Yi Shursan that they had succeeded. Everyone retreat. Return to the cave last night. Yi Shursan ordered decisively. They retreated to the cave where they had rested and reorganized yesterday. This battle had lasted for half an hour. If they didn't retreat now, they might attract the attention of nearby alien race squads. After cleaning up, the Hua family assassins quickly dispersed and everyone turned around and ran back. As for the barbarian corpses on the ground, they obviously didn't have the time and energy to care about them. At night, demonic beasts would appear in large numbers and devour the corpses that died in the battle during the day. Today's first battle was a victory. Everyone needed to rest and think for a while so that they could be more familiar with each other in the next battle and expand the battle results. Today's battle results were good. They defeated a barbarian squad and killed more than half of the barbarians without any deaths or minor injuries. It was a pity that most of the barbarian marshals in the squad ran away. In the end, only 2 or 3 barbarians were killed. It was also a pity that the barbarian emperor had escaped. It seemed that they had to make a battle plan. If they encountered such a situation in the future, they wouldn't let these shining points escape from under their noses. The squad rested for a night and set off again the next day. They didn't go deep into the danger zone. They just wandered around the temporary gathering place. On the afternoon of the 3rd day, they finally encountered another squad of the Demon Clan. After confirming that it was just an ordinary squad, the whole squad began to attack. After yesterday's battle, the elites of the 4 families cooperated more tacitly. After 2 short rounds of attacks, the squad of the Demon Clan was completely defeated. In the end, Yi Shursan decisively sent out 5 vassal realm powerhouses. Following the collective charge of the large squad, the 5 vassal realm powerhouses instantly killed 2 demon emperors of the Demon Clan. In the end, out of the entire squad of the Demon Clan, only a dozen people luckily escaped. The rest became the points on Yi Qinghan's ring. Just like that, the super elite squads of the 4 families wandered around every morning. After the Hua clan assassins confirmed the strength of the enemy, they immediately started the battle and quickly retreated after killing. Within half a month, they actually slaughtered 8 squads and obtained more than 1,000 points. Adding the original points, the number on Yi Qinghan's ring was almost 3,000. The crazy slaughter of the super elite squads of the 4 families finally attracted the attention of the Demon Clan and the barbarians. They began to gather a few squads and started to intercept the squads of the 4 families. However, under the advanced detection of the Hua clan assassins, they calmly retreated. At the same time, their squad also became famous in the House of Ares. On the chaotic battlefield, a rumor about Yi Qinghan's super elite squad began to appear. According to the rumor, the 4 great clans of the House of Ares had jointly assembled a super elite squad. They were dressed entirely in black and masked. The squad's combat strength was incomparably valiant. They won every battle, and all of them were complete victories. Until now, they had slaughtered more than a dozen elite squads of the Demon Clan and the barbarians. Most importantly, the squad's casualty rate was pitifully low. After more than a dozen battles, only a few people died, and more than a dozen were severely injured. Of course, this rumor about Yi Qinghan's squad had also spread, but their casualty rate was indeed very low. The squad's tacit understanding increased day by day, and the squad members also gradually grew through each battle. The Hua clan assassins were like ghosts. Every time a squad member was in danger, they would instantly kill. The Yu clan's illusions and the Feng clan's flying swords were impossible to guard against. The few vassal realm powerhouses hidden in the crowd could provide support at any time. 120 martial realm powerhouses and 7 vassal realm powerhouses. Moreover, most of the people inside were descendants of the ancient gods. They possessed the bloodline of the gods and possessed nature-defying skills. With such a powerful and luxurious lineup, if they still couldn't win a complete victory against a squad of foreign clans that was so much weaker than them, Yi Shursan, the commander, should just bang his head against a tree and commit suicide. Chapter 93. In the chaotic battlefield, the super elite squads of the 4 clans massacred a few squads of the 2 clans within half a month after a round of wanton killing. After a short period of panic, the barbarians and demon clans reacted immediately. The super elite squads led by the son of the demon god, Yao Kaka, and the super elite squads led by the young patriarch of the barbarians, Man Gone, began to intercept them. In the next 10 days or so, the four clans' teams had almost run into each other many times under the careful planning of the two squads. However, after being targeted by Yao Kaka's squad for the first time a few days ago, Yi Shisan had already spread out all the Hua clan assassins. With every operation, all the Hua family assassins had already been completely dispersed out. The perimeter of vigilance had been expanded by twofold. Therefore, he could easily discover the squads that came to intercept them in advance and quickly retreated. This made Yao Kaka and Man Gone so angry that they stomped their feet and cursed. It was not that they were afraid of these two squads. In fact, Fangs had suggested many times that she wanted to fight these two squads alone and completely cripple them. However, Yi Shisan and a few marquee realm experts discussed and decided not to fight these two squads if they encountered them first. Firstly, they came to the prefecture battle mainly to gain experience and gain points. There was no need to risk their lives. First, they should obtain enough points. Secondly, the two squads had not wantonly slaughtered the elite squads of the House of Ares. Therefore, Long Sinan did not stand out and there was no need for them to risk their lives. Whether they could win or not was one thing. The few young masters and ladies in the squads were the treasures of their clans. If anything happened to them, they would not be able to atone for their sins. Therefore, in the following days, they carefully wandered around the chaotic battlefield. With self-preservation as the priority, they would immediately start the battle when they found an opportunity to attack. Then, they would quickly leave after obtaining points. Although the probability of obtaining points was much slower this way, it was safer. The temporary base camp of the House of Ares. As a large number of squads had gone to the illusory forest to participate in the battle, the temporary base camp had quietened down. Only the 4 squads of the 4 clans that had not been selected, and the wounded who had been sent back from the illusory forest remained in the base camp. Of course, there was also the Shui Wuhan squad that had not gone out yet. Shui Wuhan had been lurking here all this while, allowing his family's team to either cultivate or play. As long as they didn't leave the base and didn't do anything that crossed the line, he couldn't be bothered to care. After more than 3 months of cultivation, he finally broke through the bottleneck that he had been stuck at for more than a year. He stepped into the level 1 martial realm. Although his realm was not too high at this age, he had always been relying on his family's insect breeding skill instead of his battle chi cultivation base. His 12 golden-shelled insects were more powerful than most of the elders in his family. That was why he was appointed as the young patriarch. The 4 clans formed a super elite team and headed to the illusory forest to participate in the battle. He hadn't participated in the battle with them in the first place, and he naturally wouldn't go out again now. He knew that he had a bad reputation among the descendants of the 4 clans. Feng Zi and Hua Hua were very unhappy with him, and Yi Qinghan wanted to eat his flesh and blood. Since Yu Qingqing followed Yi Qinghan, she probably wouldn't treat him well either. However, he didn't care. What he cared about was his cultivation base and the promise that Tu Qianjun had given him. Tu Qianjun had told him that he could still survive after the prefecture battle and that he could follow him. He could follow him into the Divine City and climb out of the Fire Dragon continent. That was why he wouldn't foolishly participate in the prefecture battle and put himself in danger. However, on this day, a special guest suddenly came to the temporary base camp. This made him a little helpless, but also a little excited. Today, the sky above the temporary base camp was suddenly covered by a dark cloud. Looking at the huge body of the magical beast above their heads, the temporary base camp fell into a panic. The temporary base camp fell into panic at first, but after a moment, when they saw a person suddenly jump down from the magical beast, their emotions changed from panic to respect and envy. The dark cloud wasn't a magical beast that escaped from the illusory forest, but a winged dragon, a mount specially used by the Divine City. This person wore a white robe and jumped down from the winged dragon, emitting a golden radiance. He was someone from the Divine City. Although they knew that no one was allowed to participate in the prefecture battle after the transfer point was closed, since he was someone from the Divine City, it was only natural. Moreover, this person obviously wasn't here to participate in the prefecture battle. He just walked straight into Shui Wuhan's bamboo house. After discussing for a while, he once again rode the winged dragon and disappeared into the horizon. After a while, Shui Wuhan appeared and immediately gave an order to his team. Prepare immediately. We will enter the illusory forest tomorrow and participate in the prefecture battle. He looked at the team that quickly got busy because of a single sentence he had said earlier. Looking at the illusory forest in the distance that was like a black hole that was constantly devouring lives, Shui Wuhan's gray and black eyes flashed with a trace of ruthlessness. Young master, didn't you say that we won't participate in the prefecture battle? Are we going to the Divine City after training in the temporary base camp for a year? Why did you change your mind now? The two youths beside him had an ominous premonition when they saw the ruthlessness that flashed in Shui Wuhan's eyes. Shui Wuhan didn't answer immediately. Instead, he looked at the illusory forest in a daze and said faintly, I originally didn't want to, but now I have to complete a mission to prove my loyalty to the Divine City. Of course, it can also untie a knot in my heart. Go and prepare. The following things will be quite fun. After the huge winged dragon soared into the sky, it didn't immediately fly away from the Netherworld Island. Instead, it flew towards the illusory forest. However, it flew a little too high, so the people on the ground didn't sense it at all. The winged dragon finally landed in the temporary base camp of the demon race. The white-robed man flew down and had a discussion with the leader of the temporary base camp of the demon race. Then, he got up again and went to the base camp of the barbarian race. After another discussion, he flew away from the Netherworld Island and flew directly towards the Fire Dragon continent, disappearing completely. After that, the temporary base camp of the demon race and the barbarian race immediately sent out a small team to inform Yao Kaka and Man Gon, who were in the chaotic battlefield in the illusory forest about what the white-robed man had discussed. After Yao Kaka and Man Gon received the news, their tightly knitted brows finally relaxed. They hurriedly gave a series of orders that made their subordinates feel puzzled. Of course, Yi Qinghan and the others didn't know about these things that happened in the dark. The small team still went out carefully every day to look for prey. At this moment, they were in an extremely large canyon. The assassins of the Hua clan had already spread out in all directions. The assassins of the Hua clan were on guard on both sides of the canyon, so they weren't so worried that they would encounter the attacks of Yao Kaka and Man Gon. After not meeting the small team of the barbarian race and the demon race for 2 days, the small team was a little listless. They walked silently in the canyon. The canyon was very long, more than 10 miles long. There were many chaotic battlefields in such a canyon, and it was also very common. The assassins of the Hua clan came to report the nearby information from time to time. According to the report, the other small team was very surprised. There were actually many transportation formations in front of this canyon. There were more than 10 of them. There weren't many places with such dense transportation formations. The surroundings of the canyon were barren. It was obvious that it wasn't a good place to squat. So the small team gave up on squatting here. After all, their small team's combat power was extraordinary. They could defeat an ordinary foreign tribe team in an instant. There was no need to waste time here. Report. The assassin of the Hua clan reported again. Looking at the solemn expression of the dark and skinny man, it was obvious that something big had happened. Everyone didn't dare to continue chatting. They all focused their attention on this assassin. Ahead, not far from the transportation formation, we found a huge cave. There's a cruel and brutal aura coming from the cave. It's suspected that there are demonic beasts of at least the 7th rank and above. I suggest that the small team stop first and investigate the situation before moving forward. When Yi Shi-san heard this, he waved his hand decisively. The entire team stopped moving forward. Then he discussed with a few Duke Realm experts and gave the order, everyone, retreat 5 miles. The Hua clan's Duke Realm expert, Hua Xian, will go ahead and investigate. We'll make a decision after the situation is clear. Chapter 94. Yi Qinghan and the rest didn't say much as they decisively retreated 5 kilometers with the rest. After all, safety first. A 7th rank beast was a powerful existence comparable to a duke. If it was an 8th rank magical beast, then it would be too much. If their team encountered it, at least half of them would die. The team retreated 5 kilometers and waited in silence for Hua Xian's report. If it was an inferior 7th rank magical beast, then the team could probably go back and deal with it. After all, a 7th rank magical crystal was a treasure that was difficult to obtain. It was a treasure not only for cultivation, but also for alchemy. Roar! However, in less than 10 minutes, an earth-shattering roar suddenly sounded in front of them. Everyone's expressions changed. Yi Shi-san decisively ordered the team to be on high alert. They retreated again and only stopped when they reached the entrance of the canyon. As for the loud roar, it only sounded once before it didn't sound again. Everyone stood at the entrance. Seeing that Hua Xen still hadn't returned, they were just about to send 2 more dukes to investigate when they unexpectedly saw a battered and exhausted Hua Xen quickly running over with blood dripping from the corner of her mouth. Superior 8th rank magical beast. Silver Moon Two-Headed Wolf. Everyone retreat quickly. Hua Xian's expression was bitter and pale. It was obvious that she had just been injured by the magical beast. When everyone heard this, they hurriedly issued a secret signal, indicating for the Hua family's scouts to quickly retreat. Then, the entire team turned and began to run at full speed. What a joke! Superior 8th rank magical beast. Silver Moon Two-Headed Wolf. This was a superior 8th rank magical beast. Their own team wouldn't be enough to devour it. Although they knew that high-level magical beasts usually wouldn't leave their territory and follow them, it was best to stay far away from this malefic star. However, it was better to stay far away from such a malefic star. If it was angered by flowery hearts probing and followed after them, it would not be harmonious. The urgent march lasted for 3 hours. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief when they returned to the divine battle residence and gathered at the team's gathering point. As if they had escaped from death, they all jumped for joy. They secretly committed this location to memory. In the future, they would never go near that canyon again even if they were beaten to death. After all, that was one of the most dangerous places on Nether Island. If they completely angered the Silver Moon Two-Headed Wolf, it could even tear apart 10 teams. The team entered the familiar battlefield, and the entire army immediately began to relax. This was a place guarded by Long Sainan. There were also many teams from the House of Ares nearby, so there was no need to worry about any unexpected situations. Hua Hua and the others started to chat and laugh. They started to ask Hua Xian about what had happened. Hua Xian was obviously frightened just now. She only recovered after walking halfway. Now that Flora was asking questions, the people around her were listening attentively. He smiled bitterly and started to explain. There was a huge cave about 500 meters in front of the tightly packed teleportation arrays. Hua Xian walked to the side and a fierce and brutal aura greeted her. Hua Xian did not dare to be careless and immediately went into stealth. However, just as he stepped more than 10 meters into the cave, he heard a loud roar coming from inside. Then, he saw 2 giant wolf heads bigger than a human's head and 2 pairs of cold bloodthirsty eyes. He was almost scared out of his wits by the loud roar. Now that he saw the giant wolf heads, he immediately split into 5 clones and fled in all directions. However, the Silver Moon Two-Headed Wolf was obviously unhappy with the human who had barged into its cave. The wolf head on the left spat out a mouthful of green gas, instantly shattering the 4 doppelgangers. Hua Xian's original body was also hit and sent flying. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and started to escape as soon as he saw the giant wolf head, so he was not seriously injured. After being sent flying, he immediately went into stealth and fled frantically. Finally, he was lucky enough to survive. Scary! The few of them looked at each other in horror. The Silver Moon Two-Headed Wolf was indeed a powerful 8th rank magical beast. In a single exchange, he had sent a Duke Realm expert flying, nearly heavily injuring him. It was probably impossible to kill it without the strength of a 3rd-level emperor. Alright, let's go back and rest for a day. Hua Xian, take care of your wounds and cultivate hard. In the next prefecture battle, when you reach the Sage Realm, you can destroy it. Yi Shisan smiled and patted Hua Xian's shoulder to comfort him. As the only Duke assassin in the team, Hua Xian was a powerful combat force that the team couldn't do without. He had to calm down so that he could fight better in the future. Hee, that's right, brother Hua Xian. We'll come back in 30 years and destroy this little bastard. We'll avenge you. Fangs chuckled. After hearing Yi Shisan's words, he began to imagine what level he would reach in 30 years. Most of the people here would probably become the pillars of their respective families in 30 years' time. They chatted as they walked. Unexpectedly, a Hua family disciple brought them a piece of surprising news. They found the Xue family's team up ahead, and Xue Wuhan was among them. Ha! This coward is here too? Fangs raised his eyebrows and didn't hide his disgust. He waved his hand and smiled. Let's go and meet this lackey who defected to the divine city. Yi Qinghan's eyes flashed with a hint of excitement. He had thought that Xue Wuhan wouldn't come out for a long time. He couldn't do anything if he stayed in his temporary headquarters. Now that he had come out, it meant that his chance had come. The humiliation on Song City's Nyolon Street, the ambush by Xue Yi and the others in the Savage Mountains, and the Yi family's instigation of Yi Qingquang and Yi Rong to murder his sister. With so many debts added together, he had long since listed Xue Wuhan as a must-kill target. However, Yi Qingniu had told him that he could and had to do it. However, he had to do it discreetly without leaving any evidence. Otherwise, the Yi family wouldn't be able to answer to the other major families. There had been some friction between the 5 major families in every generation, resulting in many disciples who didn't see eye to eye with each other and fought. But no matter what, the 5 major families were actually of the same branch. They relied on and supported each other for thousands of years. It was allowed for there to be conflicts and friction between the disciples of the families. But until now, there had never been an incident where a core disciple of a family was killed in public. After thousands of years, the 5 major families had formed a tacit understanding. It was an invisible rule. If there was something, it could be done in secret. As long as it didn't destroy a family, as long as it didn't shake the foundation of another family, and as long as there was no evidence, everything was fine. If you had the ability, you could do it. In Song City, Xue Wuhan discovered that Yi Qingyu actually had the Jade Spirit Body, one of the 2 saint bodies on the continent. He didn't hesitate and immediately started to do it. But in the end, he didn't succeed. Fortunately, he was the fastest to escape and wasn't caught red-handed by the Yi family. There was no direct evidence. Therefore, the Yi family had no choice but to kill Xue Wuhan directly. They could only send Yi Qingniu to extort money from him. And at this moment, in the prefecture battle, Yi Qinghan had the ability to kill Xue Wuhan in a second. Therefore, he could secretly kill Xue Wuhan. Of course, he could only do it secretly and secretly. He couldn't leave any evidence. Xue Wuhan had been holed up in the temporary headquarters, so he naturally didn't have a chance. But now that Xue Wuhan had come out, it meant that he had a chance. Therefore, he started to smile. It was a lewd and happy smile. He followed the team and strode toward Xue Wuhan's team. Xue Wuhan was in a good mood. His gray and black eyes flashed with a smile. He waved the fan in his hand casually. It was as if he wasn't on the dangerous Nether Island, but strolling on the 13th street of Song City. The 2 Maquis beside him were guarding him at all times. The 200 martial-level experts that the Xue family had prepared for him were scattered around. He had no reason to be afraid. At least here, in the territory guarded by Long Sainan, he wouldn't be afraid. The emissary from the Divine City had brought him a mission and a promise. A promise from Tu Qianjun. Ever since he accidentally met Tu Qianjun more than 10 years ago, he had been waiting for this day, waiting for this opportunity. Tu Qianjun had given him hope in the Calm Lake City, and he had received a positive answer a few days ago. As long as he completed this mission, he could walk into the Tall Divine Mountain and the Tall Divine City. Then, he could soar into the sky and have the opportunity to fly out of the dead well that was the Fire Dragon continent. For himself and for his family, he could win generations of glory and limitless development. As for the dislike and dissatisfaction of the younger generation of the 4 families, he didn't care at all. Now that his horizons had been broadened, his mentality had also changed. Would a person get angry with a group of ants? Of course not. Therefore, when he saw the gloomy Yi Qinghan and Feng Zi walking over, he smiled happily at them. His smile was very bright as the purple roses on the Calm Lake Island. Chapter 95. Young Master Xue. You actually have the time to visit our suffering compatriots? Are you here to see how we will be bullied by the monster and barbarian residences? Feng Zi's tone was filled with anger. Even an idiot could hear the mockery and disdain in his words. Hua Chao also pouted. His feminine and beautiful face clearly expressed his dislike for Xue Wuhan. He said sharply, I thought young Master Xue went straight to the Divine City. Why? Are you tired of staying in the main camp? Are you here to relax? Yu Qingqing didn't say anything. She already knew everything that Xue Wuhan had done in Song City from Yi Qinggu. She didn't even have the mood to mock such a person. She just looked at Yi Qinghan worriedly. She frowned slightly, making one's heart ache. Yi Qinghan didn't say anything either. He just looked at Xue Wuhan in a daze. His lips curled into a slanted smile. His eyes were burning, as if he wanted to melt Xue Wuhan. Haha, everyone is talking as if Wuhan is going to betray the 5 big clans and become your enemy. No matter what, the 5 big clans are one family, aren't they? Shui Wuhan could hear the mockery and disdain in their words. However, his skin was thicker than the city walls, so he didn't care at all. The corners of his mouth curled up into an intoxicating smile. He didn't seem to care about everyone's ridicule and hostility as he spoke calmly. His eyes drifted past Yu Qingcheng's beautiful face. Greed flashed in his eyes and he immediately shifted his gaze. When he finally saw Yi Qinghan, his eyes were burning, as if he wanted to melt Yi Qinghan. All right, we still have things to do. We won't disturb your trip. Feng Zi saw that Shui Wuhan's smile was still the same as before, but it didn't feel like a spring breeze anymore. Instead, he felt disgusted and snorted coldly. Looking at this smiling face, he didn't even want to say any more polite words. He prepared to leave, no longer looking at Shui Wuhan's hypocritical smile. Flowers and grass nodded as well. In the past, when they saw Shui Wuhan's friendly smile, they felt that it was an eyesore. They didn't want to say anything more and wanted to leave. Don't. It's not easy for us to meet. Why don't we sit together? Shui Wuhan was still smiling amiably as he suggested enthusiastically. Feng Zi snorted coldly again. His tone had become very unfriendly. Forget it. We're here to do something, not to travel. The flowers and plants lowered their heads. Yu Qingqing turned around and whispered to Yi Qinggu. He looked as if he had heard Shui Wuhan's words and was about to leave. Yi Qinghan still didn't move, nor did he say anything. He was still staring at Shui Wuhan blankly. Then let's do it this way. Shui Wuhan's eyes flashed, and he put away the folding fan in his hand. He looked at Yi Qinghan and said solemnly, I'll take up a few minutes of your time. I have a few private words with young Master Han. Can young Master Han do me the honor? Everyone looked at Yi Qinghan in surprise. Shui Wuhan seemed to have a deep hatred for Yi Qinghan. The two of them actually had a private conversation? Yu Qingqing and Yi Qinggu looked at Yi Qinghan nervously, as if reminding him that they were worried about him. Young master. Yi Shisan, who was at the side, looked at Yi Qinghan worriedly and reminded him. It's fine. Yi Qinghan waved his hand and gave Yu Qingqing and Yi Qinggu a reassuring look. Then, he looked at Shui Wuhan with interest and smiled happily. He said, Young Master Shui, since you've given the order, how would Yi Qinghan dare to disobey? Everyone, please wait for a moment. I'll have a good chat with young Master Shui. Although he was a little surprised that Shui Wuhan wanted to talk to him alone, he naturally wouldn't be afraid of Shui Wuhan's schemes when there were so many experts here. Even if Shui Wuhan really wanted to do something, he wasn't afraid of anything. He was 100% sure that he could kill Shui Wuhan in a second. Young master. This time, it was the Marquis next to Shui Wuhan who began to worry and remind him. They had received a death order from their families that they couldn't let Shui Wuhan leave their sight. Even if he went to the toilet, they had to follow him. So, of course they were worried. Shui Wuhan didn't say anything. He waved his hand and gave them a determined look. Then, he smiled and gestured to Yi Qinghan to follow him. Yi Qinghan shrugged his shoulders and took the lead to walk towards the small bushes. Shui Wuhan cupped his hands at everyone to express his apology, then followed Yi Qinghan. Shui Wuhan, what can I do for you? Yi Qinghan narrowed his eyes and looked at Shui Wuhan. The hatred in his eyes was very obvious, as if he hadn't tried to hide it. Shui Wuhan scanned the surroundings. After making sure that no one was watching or listening in, his expression changed, and he said with an ashamed expression, Young Master Han, I was wrong in the past. I sincerely apologize to you here. Moreover, the Shui clan has also compensated your family with a large amount of treasures and resources. Do you think the hatred between us can be resolved? As long as it can be resolved, Wuhan is willing to agree to any condition. Resolve. When Yi Qinghan heard this, his eyes became more and more dazed. It was as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. The faint sneer at the corner of his mouth became more and more obvious. He raised his head in amusement and said, I can resolve it. You just have to slit your throat immediately, and there will be no more hatred between us. Moreover, I will promise you that I won't go against your family again. Sigh. Do you have to be so extreme? Shui Wuhan sighed helplessly. It was as if this was the answer he didn't want to hear the most. His eyes dimmed. Extreme? When Yi Qinghan heard this, he raised his eyebrows and was a little angry. He laughed coldly and pointed at Xue Wuhan and asked, "What do you mean by extreme? Let's not talk about the slap you gave me at Nyolan Street. You sent people to the barbaric mountains to kill me, and you won't forgive me? You sent people to murder my sister, and you won't forgive me? Do you know that my sister is lying in the back mountain of the Yi clan, and her life is hanging by a thread? Do you think the hatred between us can be easily resolved with just a few words from you? Sigh, I didn't know that she was your sister. Xue Yi and the others were also secretly sent by old Shi, so I didn't know either. Now that things have come to this, I don't want to. Whether you believe me or not, my apology is sincere." Xue Wuhan smiled bitterly and said helplessly, "All right, I don't want to say anything more. If that's all you want to say, I think there's no need for us to say anything more." When Yi Qinghan saw Xue Wuhan's hypocritical expression and words, he resisted the urge to slap him to death. After he finished speaking coldly, he turned around and left. Sigh. Xue Wuhan looked at Yi Qinghan as he left coldly and sighed helplessly. However, when he saw a few insects the size of ants on Yi Qinghan's back quickly drilling into Yi Qinghan's hair and disappearing, the corners of his mouth suddenly rose into a silent smile. His gray and black eyes were shining brightly, and they were as deep as the sea. He stood at the same spot for a long time until Yi Qinghan and his team had completely left his sight. Only then did the corners of his mouth gradually widen. From a light smile, it started to become a big laugh, and finally, it became a crazy laugh. "Young clan leader? Why did you plant a hidden insect in Yi Qinghan's body?" When the two Duke Realm bodyguards saw Xue Wuhan's actions, their expressions darkened. They waved their hands and dispersed the team in all directions. Then, one of the Duke Realm powerhouses asked in confusion. With their strength and understanding of the art of breeding insects and insects, they could naturally see that Xue Wuhan had secretly planted a tracking hidden insect in Yi Qinghan's body. "Because I want to kill him." Xue Wuhan calmed down after laughing loudly. He waved the fan in his hand again and said faintly, "Ah." The two Duke Realm powerhouses looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. Their expressions changed at the same time as they scanned their surroundings vigilantly. Then they said with a serious expression, "Young clan leader? This cannot be done. Not to mention that there are so many powerhouses around Yi Qinghan. Even if we can kill him, Yi Qinghan has such an important position in the Yi family. If Yi Qinghan dies, the Yi family will completely riot. When that happens, it will be a disaster that will befall the family. I'm not that stupid. The ones who did this are the barbarians and demons. I'm only responsible for revealing his whereabouts. Once this matter is done, I can soar to the sky in one go and establish a foundation for the family for 10,000 years." Xue Wuhan waved his hand faintly as a fervent and excited light flashed in his eyes. This is even more unacceptable. Colluding with a foreign race to harm one of our own. Once the matter of daylight is exposed, the family will also be unable to establish a foothold in the House of Aries. We will definitely not agree to this." The two Duke Realm powerhouses became even more anxious when they heard this. They hurriedly pulled on Xue Wuhan's hands and said anxiously. They were just short of kneeling before Xue Wuhan. Xue Wuhan ignored the two's frightened and anxious expressions. He took out a red token from his bosom and said with a resolute expression, "Father has already given me the floating blood token when he came. I have already decided that unless you want to betray the Xue family, you will all listen to my commands. Don't worry, I will definitely do this secretly. No one will find out. Once this matter is done, the Xue family's glorious future will be born in the hands of the three of us." At this moment, Yi Qinghan obviously didn't know that Xue Wuhan had taken the opportunity to have a private chat with him and had secretly planted a tracking bug on him. He also didn't know that Tu Qianjun had set up a large net and Xue Wuhan, Yao Kaka, and Mangon had already quietly enveloped the sky above him and were waiting for him to walk directly into the net. He just leaned against the cave he was resting in and closed his eyes as he recalled the past. He thought about the weak, white-haired, white-clothed girl who was quietly lying in the mountain behind the Yi family. The more he thought about it, the more the murderous intent in his eyes became. It was like a warm summer wind, the more it blew, the hotter it became. "Xue Wuhan, just you wait. If I have the chance, I will definitely kill you." Chapter 96. Yao Kaka was in a good mood. As the only son of Yao Xia, one of the two saints of the demon race, His status in the demon race was similar to that of Man Gone. Furthermore, he had the pure bloodline of the Berserk lion race and was extremely talented. At the age of 28, he had the strength of an inferior-grade demon emperor, which gave him a unique status in the demon race. According to his father's wishes, he shouldn't participate in this prefecture battle. After all, Wuxia was an old man and was afraid that something might happen to him in such a chaotic region. However, he had been staying in the demon race's demon city for a long time and was very bored. Therefore, when he heard that there was such an exciting and fun event, he naturally wanted to come out and relax. Under the persuasion of another Saint Venerable, his father finally agreed to let him participate in the prefecture battle. From the looks of it, it was the right decision to participate in the prefecture battle. Previously, a small team of the human race had snatched a precious herb from him, which infuriated him and made him lead his team to kill many small teams of the human race. During this period of time, the elite teams of the 4 clans had also killed many small teams of the demon race. However, his current mood was exceptionally good. Yesterday, the headquarters had brought a piece of very good news and a very precious item, which made his mood better. The God City, which had never participated in the internal affairs of the 3 prefectures, actually took action because of a young master from the Yi family? He was slightly afraid of the God City. This fear came from the last words of his ancestors. His ancestors were afraid of being beaten and killed by the God City. Their last words were not to be enemies with the God City. Therefore, the order from the God City was for him to kill the young master of the Yi family. Of course, he wouldn't object and would try his best to complete the order. The human race had always been the mortal enemy of the demon race. Killing a human race member was a matter of course. Furthermore, the God City had sent over a high-grade treasure this time. Caressing the smooth and straight long sword in his hand, Yao Kaka shook his head of golden hair that resembled a lion's mane. The corners of his mouth curled into a bloodthirsty smile. What kind of deep hatred did the descendants of the Yi family have with that young master from the God City? Killing his father? Impossible. The God massacring guards were still living in the God City. Stealing his wife? This was probably not possible. If Tu Qianjun wanted a woman, which girl wouldn't wash herself clean and deliver herself to him? After thinking for a while, he still couldn't figure it out, so he decided not to think about it anymore. In any case, he would be a dead man sooner or later. He and Man Gone led a team to jointly pursue and kill. He did not believe that anyone could escape. What's more, wasn't there someone from the Shui clan in charge of tracking and transmitting the target's coordinates? Although he had always hated the insects of the Shui family. However, there was no doubt about their tracking ability. Thinking about how that young master from the Divine City actually made the 3 clans, who hated each other as much as the sea, join forces just to kill one person, he couldn't help but feel that it was funny and a little awkward. However, the emissary of the Divine City sent a message saying that whoever killed the young master of the Yi family first would receive a favor from Tu Qianjun and a sacred tool. A sacred artifact. This temptation was irresistible and he could not refuse it. Therefore, although he felt uncomfortable, he still decided to do it with all his might. How could he not be in a good mood when he thought that he could kill the abominable team of the 4 clans that had slaughtered countless disciples of the demon race, and obtain the sacred tool that he yearned for day and night? Tu Qianjun was also in a good mood. At this moment, he was standing on the tall divine mountain, looking up at the eastern sky. It was as if he could see the big net that he had laid on the netherworld island in the eastern sea quietly spreading out, tearing that abominable youth into pieces and turning him into a pile of minced meat. He was the only male descendant of the 4 guards of the Divine City. Since young, he had enjoyed the life of a crown prince. He was used to being high and mighty, and he was used to slapping people into ashes with a snap of his fingers. However, in the tranquil lake island of the enchanting city, he, the crown prince who had never been disobeyed or humiliated since young, was slapped hard in the face. He thought about the youth in black who always had a faint smile on his face. When he thought about Yu Qingqing's beautiful face and how she had resolutely said that she wanted to choose Yi Qinghan, he felt as if he had been slapped hard in the face. Due to certain rules, he couldn't act violently in front of the tranquil lake island. Of course, he couldn't swallow his anger. Hence, when he returned to the Divine City, he made his move. He wanted to find an opportunity to vent his anger and regain his reputation. He mobilized all his men to investigate Yi Qinghan's whereabouts. When he found out that Yi Qinghan had entered the Netherworld Island to participate in the palace tournament, he laughed. It was easy to kill someone in such a chaotic palace tournament. Swish! An air-piercing sound came from behind, dragging his thoughts back to reality. He tilted his head and glanced at the direction. He didn't care and continued to look at the mountain range in the distance, enjoying the pleasure of looking down at the other mountains. Young master. It was a man in a white robe. His face couldn't be seen under the white robe, but from his voice, he seemed to be a little old. N. Tu Chenju nodded and didn't turn his head. He continued to admire the mystical mountain scenery that was surrounded by the white mist. After a long time, he turned his head and asked, "Is the matter settled? I have given the order." Shui Wuhan, Yao Kaka, and Man Gon said that they will definitely do their best. If the three forces kill one person, Yi Qing Han will definitely not be able to walk out of the Netherworld Island. The man in the white robe said respectfully. Tu Chenjun sneered. Humph. To vent my anger, I have spent 2 treasured artifacts and 1 sacred artifact. If I still mess up this matter, they will all be useless. The treasured artifacts and sacred artifacts are a small matter. However, young master, if we do this, we will violate the rules set by the Divine Master. If this matter is exposed, I am afraid the Divine Master will be enraged. Do you want to inform your father, the Massacre God Guards? The man in the white robe was stunned. He lifted his head and said. His tone revealed the worry and fear in his heart. Divine Master. Tu Chenjun was slightly stunned. A trace of fanaticism and fear flashed across his eyes. Then, he shook his head and said indifferently, Divine Master has already been up there for 5 years and has yet to return. I reckon that he will not return for a few years. After a few years, everything will be fine. What is there to be afraid of? I will naturally inform my father. Don't worry. Pay close attention to everything on the Netherworld Island. If there is any information, report back quickly. Yes, young master. The man in the white robe nodded respectfully. He turned around and leaped down the mountain peak. After a few leaps, he disappeared into the white fog. The Netherworld Island seemed to have become quieter these few days. The elite teams of the human race had been wandering outside. However, they rarely found the elite teams of the brute race and the demon race. However, when a team was wandering, they found another dangerous place. The lair of an upper-tier 8th grade black dragon. This lair was located in a valley near the Scarlet Plains. An elite team of the House of Ares accidentally entered the lair. However, apart from hearing a series of screams, no one was able to escape from the valley. Coincidentally, there was a team in the vicinity. They heard a dragon's roar coming from the valley. They also saw a giant black dragon's tail. Then, Long Sinan immediately sent people to investigate and confirmed that it was an upper-tier 8th grade black dragon. In addition, Yi Qing Han and the others found the double-headed silver moon wolf. Long Sinan immediately made a map of the 2 dangerous places on the chaotic battlefield. She distributed the 2 dangerous places to the team leaders. These 2 places were listed as areas that must not be approached. Entering would mean certain death. Yi Qing Han and the others also received a map. Thinking about the terror of the double-headed silver moon wolf, they believed that this black dragon was definitely not an existence that could be provoked. At the very least, an upper-tier 8th grade demonic beast was not something that all the elites in the elite prefecture battle could afford to provoke. Although everyone knew that the most valuable treasures in this prefecture battle were in these 2 demonic beasts' lair, they still needed to be alive to obtain the treasures, right? Black Dragon Valley? According to past experience, the danger is proportional to the treasures. I'm afraid there are sage weapons, sage techniques, or divine herbs and fruits inside. Fengzi looked at the map and touched the corner of her mouth, revealing a greedy expression. Then she glanced at the flowers and plants beside her and said with a smile, Xiao Chao, why don't you sneak in and take the treasures inside? I'll keep watch for you. How about that? Get lost. Hua Chao rolled her eyes and pouted. She snorted and said, If you want to go, go by yourself. There are so many lonely girls in Luohua City waiting for me to comfort their lonely hearts. I don't want to die. Sigh. Sage weapons, sage techniques. When can I have them? Fengzi was a little dejected. She looked at Yi Qing Han who was walking in front of her and said with jealousy, Young Master Han is so good. You're so young, but the Yi family already gave you sage techniques. I'm afraid that the old guys in my family will only give us sage techniques when we advance into the Emperor realm. Yi Qinghan didn't say anything. He looked back at Feng Zi, who was a little sullen, and continued walking in silence. Of course, his feet were surrounded by battle aura, and he was constantly using the shadow step. Recently, the demon race and the barbarian race seemed to have become a little strange. The team hadn't met a small team of the mutated race for a few days. It gave him an indescribable sense of unease, so he was constantly cultivating to deal with more dangers. Report. A small team from the House of Aries has appeared in front of us. They want to see young Master Yi Qinghan. This was a scout from the Hua family. A person quickly walked over and reported this with cupped hands. See me? Yi Qinghan was slightly stunned. He didn't seem to know anyone recently. Was it Yi and the others who had been missing for a long time? Ignoring the surprised looks on the side, Yi Qinghan and Yi Shisan looked at each other, nodded and said, "Bring him here." Chapter 97. Bring him here. Yi and the others had been missing for a long time. Ever since Yi Qinghan heard that they were being chased by Yao Kaka, they had not received any news from their team. After that, Yi Shisan went to inquire about them on his own, but he did not receive any news from them. Why did they suddenly appear now? Of course, Yi Qinghan and the others were surprised and pleasantly surprised. "No, I'll go and see him. You guys keep moving forward. I'll catch up with the team later." Just as he was about to call the Hua family scouts to bring Yi over, he suddenly remembered that Yi and the others had been hiding their identities. Therefore, Yi Qinghan immediately stopped the Hua family assassin who was going to call for Yi. At the same time, he turned his head and gave Yu Qingqing and Feng Zihua a look to tell them that it was okay. I'll go with young master." Yi Shisan quickly followed up and dispelled everyone's worries. With Yi Shisan's protection, it would not be a problem for them to escape if they could not win. The team continued to move forward. Yi Qinghan and Yi Shisan left the team and walked towards Yi and the others. Under the guidance of the Hua family, Yi Qinghan and Yi Shisan walked to a small lawn. They looked at the rough and burly man in front of them, and a friendly smile appeared on their faces at the same time. "Go ahead and do your thing. He's my friend." Sure enough, their guess was right. It was indeed Yi whom they had not seen for a few months. Yi Qinghan nodded at Yi and then turned to speak to the Hua family. The Hua family did not say much. They cupped their hands and left quickly. "Big brother." Yi Shisan looked very excited. He strode forward and gave Yi a bear hug. His eyes were faintly misty and his voice was choked with sobs. Yi Qinghan stood at the side and looked at the two with a smile. He knew the relationship between Yi and Yi Shisan. They were not biological brothers, but they were better than biological brothers. When they came to the chaotic area, Yi Shisan and Yi Shisan were worried about the missing Yi and the others. He was very happy to see that Yi was safe and sound. "Young master, this way please." Yi and Yi Shisan exchanged a few pleasantries before cupping their hands respectfully toward Yi Qinghan. The three of them walked to the side and entered a dense forest. Finally, they came to a hidden cave and saw Yi 3rd, Yi Jiu, and Yi 11th, as well as the rest of the Yi family's death squad. "Third brother, 9th brother, 11th brother." "Ha! Brother Jiu, what happened to your hand?" Yi Shisan greeted everyone with a cordial smile, but his face suddenly darkened. He found that one of Yi Jiu's hands was empty. His left arm was missing from the shoulder. "Ha! Yi Jiu, you." Yi Qinghan also noticed Yi Jiu's empty left hand and couldn't help but cry out. "Hee, young Master Han, 13. I was accidentally ambushed by a high-grade demon emperor beside Yao Kaka. Don't make a fuss. Isn't it just a hand? Now I can still chop people with my sword." Yi Jiu's expression was the same as usual. He was still smiling warmly, as if it wasn't a hand that had been crippled, but a small fingernail. 13. Don't be coy like a woman. Don't embarrass yourself in front of young master. In our line of work, as long as you don't die, it's a great fortune. It's just that old Nine's crippled hand is a bit sullen. Damn it! Yao Kaka, that golden-haired lion, if I have the chance, I'll definitely cripple him. Yi said angrily, a trace of hatred flashing in his eyes. Yi Qinghan was silent for a moment. He stared at Yi and said, "What happened? Tell me in detail." Yi Shisan was also anxious. He said with hatred, "Big brother, was it that demon Kaka who did it?" It started more than a month ago. Yi Yi frowned slightly, as if he didn't want to recall that experience. He said a bit sadly, "In the beginning, we divided the squad into 2 teams. The first team was made up of the weakest ones as bait, and Yi Jiao hid his presence and led the team. The rest of us followed behind and let them attract the attention of the strange races to hunt them. Then we would be the aureole behind them, and the 2 teams would counterattack. The effect was very obvious. We successfully hunted down a large number of strange races and obtained a lot of points. But later on, we killed too many and were targeted by the barbarians and demons. We started to be surrounded by Yao Kaka and Man Gone. We also knew that we were being targeted, so we were very careful every time. However, in the previous month, Yao Kaka had actually imitated our strategy and used a small team to lure us out to hunt. In the end, while we were hunting, we were surrounded by 4 of his small teams. Luckily, one of the scouts that we had placed outside wasn't instantly killed and successfully sent out a signal. That was how we managed to break out of the encirclement. As for Yi Jiao, he was ambushed by 2 of Yao Kaka's demon emperors and lost an arm. In the end, we only managed to save his life after we tried our best to rescue him. As for the small team that was sent as bait, they were completely annihilated. Even though Yi Yi's explanation was very rough, it was a very short one. However, Yi Qinghan and Yi Shisan could imagine from his words that the situation was critical and tragic at that time. Both of them didn't look good. After a moment of silence, Yi Qinghan asked again, "How did you escape later? Why haven't you heard from me for a month?" "That's right, big brother. It's been a month. You don't know that we haven't received any news from you. 17 and I are so worried." Yi Shisan, who was usually as steady as the commander of the 4 families' teams, could not remain calm at this moment. The hatred and worry on his face were very obvious. "Hee, we were chased all the way here. 4 demon race squads and more than 10 demon sovereigns. We were no match for them. The way back to the temporary camp of the House of Ares was blocked. Left with no choice, we could only run away. In the end, we entered a valley that was naturally suitable for escape," Yi said as he patted Yi Shisan's shoulder. "What valley?" Yi Qinghan asked in surprise. There was actually a valley that was naturally suitable for escape? Black Dragon Valley. Yi Sun chuckled and said. He seemed to be very proud of their successful escape this time. Yi Qinghan and Yi Shisan looked at each other and exclaimed, "Black Dragon Valley? Isn't that the lair of an 8th grade black dragon? What's going on? Isn't that a dangerous place? You actually managed to hide in there for another month?" "Hee, young Master Han, let me tell you. There is a small cave on the left side of the valley. The entrance is very small, but it is very deep. Although the black dragon is powerful, it can't enter the cave at all. However, when we were being chased, we accidentally entered the valley. Of course, it didn't take long to lure the black dragon out. At that time, we just happened to be next to the cave, so we all entered and didn't encounter the black dragon. Of course, Yao Kaka and the others weren't so lucky. Through the cave, we discovered that at least half of them were dead or injured. As for why we stayed at the cave entrance for a month, of course, it was because once all of us left the cave, we would definitely alarm the black dragon. One dragon breath would kill at least half of the remaining people, so we could only hide in the cave. It wasn't until a few days ago that a small team accidentally entered the valley that we managed to escape in the chaos." Yi Yi explained the process of their escape in detail. Listening to him, Yi Qinghan and Yi Shisan couldn't help but sigh. They were lucky. Otherwise, they would have been completely annihilated. Chapter 98. How many points did you get? Yi Qinghan pondered for a while and asked with a glimmer of hope in his eyes. "Almost 5,000. Yi Yi said with some shame. Not bad. What's your next plan? Do you want to come with us?" Yi Qinghan nodded. It was already very good that they could get so many points. After all, the super elite teams of the 4 families only got less than 4,000 points. Thinking about it, Yi Yi's bait at the beginning was very good. Of course, they didn't attract the attention of the Demon Clan and the Barbarian Clan at the beginning, so it was relatively easier to get points. Moreover, they were all orphans adopted by the Yi family and didn't have the blood of the Yi family, so the Demon Clan and the Barbarian Clan didn't think that they were from the 5 families, so they didn't attract too much attention at the beginning. Later, they killed more Demon Clan and Barbarian Clan and attracted the pursuit of Yao Kaka and the others. Yi Yi shook his head and looked at Yi Shisan. His face became serious and he said solemnly, "Go with you? Young Master Han, your team is now more famous than we were. We heard about it on the way back. You're in the light while we're in the dark. The purpose of meeting you this time is mainly to tell you to be careful not to be surrounded and killed like us. It was better to be careful." This was what the old instructor had repeatedly told him. Safety first. Spirit pills can't only be obtained through the prefecture battle. Don't be too desperate. Yes, we know. From tomorrow onwards, I will double the range of the Hua family's assassins. Be careful, big brother. Don't worry, Brother Jiu. We'll definitely avenge you if we have the chance. Yi Shisan nodded, looked at Yi Qinghan, and got up to leave. Their team had already gone some distance away, so they had to catch up quickly. Yi and the other three watched Yi Qinghan and Yi Shisan leave, then turned and walked back to the cave. Yi San asked doubtfully, "Big brother, what should we do next?" Yi was silent for a moment and said, "What should we do? Now that we've been noticed by the two sides, we can't do it in the dark, so we'll do it in the light." Young Master Shui and the others wandered around the chaotic battlefield every day. When they encountered a target, they would attack it if they could. If they couldn't, they would retreat. Young Master Han's team is too famous now. We have to help them divert some of the attention from the outsiders. Life and death are decreed by fate, and riches and honor are determined by the heavens. We still have 5,000 points left, and we're going to give it our all. After this, we'll be able to enjoy the rest of our lives. After less than an hour, Yi Qinghan and Yi Shisan caught up with the main force. After reuniting, Yi Shisan took command of the team and immediately doubled the range of the team, from the original 5 kilometers to 5 kilometers. Although the increase in scope made the people on guard even busier and more laborious, after learning about Yi Jiu's situation, Yi 13 decisively issued this order. After all, safety came first. It had been 4 months since they arrived at Nether Island, and the super elite teams of the 4 families had only obtained almost 4,000 points. Yi Qinghan was a little worried and anxious. Although Yi Qinghan had never said a word, everyone could feel his urgency and helplessness. Therefore, their team had been wandering around the chaotic battlefield for the past few days, hoping to meet a team from the outsiders and quickly collect points. However, the Demon Clan and Barbarian Clan were a little strange these days, and they didn't encounter a single team. No one dared to be careless, and could only walk around the island in frustration. "Are Yi and the others okay?" As they walked, Yi Qinggu secretly leaned over to Yi Qinghan and asked. There was a touch of worry on her pure face. Yi Jiu lost one of his hands. It was Yao Kaka who did it. Yi Qinghan gritted his teeth and blue veins faintly appeared on his forehead. He was a little sad. "Ah!" Yi Qinggu narrowed her eyes and shook her head. She bit her lip lightly and sighed. It's good enough that he survived. Let the family compensate him in the future. On Yi Shisan's side, Yi Shisan finally got the news he had been waiting for a month. Although it wasn't bad news, Old Knight's hand still made him feel a bit upset. Therefore, his face was a bit gloomy, and his eyes were very angry. He looked around randomly, as if he wanted to find a bunch of demons and barbarians in the forest to let him vent his anger. There were no demons or barbarians in the forest, only cool breezes and greenery. It was just that. One of the Hua family scouts brought back a piece of news that caused his eyes to brighten and radiate with radiance. It had been 4 or 5 days, and this was the first time they had found a team from the Demon Clan. Stand by and prepare for battle. Hua Team 1, continue to scout. Find out everything about that team and report back quickly. Yi Shisan's orders were a little cautious. Although he recalled Yi Jiu's empty arm and the unconcealable heartache on his face, he had the urge to rush up and kill. However, he resisted the urge and gave the order to scout and stand by. After a few days, they were finally going to fight again. Hua and Feng Zi's eyes were obviously full of fighting spirit as they silently stroked the swords in their hands. They didn't object to Yi Shisan's careful arrangements, but their obviously heavy breathing betrayed the hidden urgency in their hearts. Yi Qinghan stood silently and didn't make any extra movements. He just lowered his head and gently stroked the ring in his hand. Of course, the ring was yellow, not bronze. Yi's dark line obviously didn't play a decisive role. The battle between the two clans had become orderly because of the 2 young princes in the clan. Obviously, it wasn't as chaotic as before. Therefore, The dark line that was supposed to be very stable was now unstable. He was a little anxious, worried, and disappointed. More than 10 minutes later, the Hua family assassin reported back with very good news. There were no foreign clan teams within a radius of 10 miles, and the demon team was all leopards. There was only the aura of a demon emperor among them. Let's do it! Yi Shi-san and the other marquis from the other clans looked at each other and nodded. They gave the order to start the battle. Hee hee. Fangs grinned and narrowed her eyes. She shook the huge sword on her back. Hua Hua and Hua Xian nodded. They waved their hands and countless Hua family assassins started to move stealthily. Their figures gradually disappeared and spread out. Yi Qinghan slowly took out the blue dragon dagger from his boots and walked with Yi Qinggu to the Yi family's elite team. The team moved forward quickly and quietly. Everything was in order. 4 months of training and battles had already allowed them to have a very good rapport. This had already allowed them to have a very good tacit understanding. They were already very used to these bloody battles. Even the eyes of many of the Yu clan's women were suffused with a sparrow's desire to try it out. Chapter 99. The Demon Clan squad was made up of members of the Leopard Clan. They were short and had pointy thin ears that stood up straight. Their eyes were as small as mung beans, but they were constantly moving. Their skin was covered with grayish-white spots. Yi Qinghan and the others were not unfamiliar with the Leopard Clan. They had encountered them in the previous battle. However, this was the first time they had encountered a squad of more than 200 leopards. There was no excessive greeting or nonsense. Of course, they could not understand nonsense. It was said that only the royalty and high-level demon sovereigns of the Demon Clan and the Barbarian Clan could understand the human language. The foreign clans that the squad had encountered in the past few months did not understand the human language. Therefore, when Yi Shi-san was about a kilometer away from the Demon Clan squad, he ordered the entire squad to speed up and begin the battle. Then, they prepared to retreat quickly. However, the situation did not seem right. To be more serious, it was very wrong. The Demon Clan squad seemed to have discovered Yi Qinghan and the others when they were about a kilometer away from them. Just as they were about to speed up and start the battle, the Demon Clan squad turned around and fled. What's going on? Yi Qinghan and Yi Shi-san looked at each other, somewhat puzzled. There had never been such a situation in the past. They had fought against the Demon Clan and the Barbarian Clan more than a dozen times, but there had never been a Demon Clan member who ran away upon seeing a human squad. Moreover, looking at their formation, they seemed to be running very happily, like a flock of sheep that had seen a lion. They were running rather wildly and without a care for anything else. Apart from him, the other dukes in the squad had not revealed their strength. Why did the Demon Clan run away? Yi Shi-san's mind spun rapidly. However, he could not figure out why no matter how hard he thought about it. Therefore, as he ran, he looked carefully at the Demon Clan squad. Everyone, speed up and catch up. Send a message to the Hua family. Half of you will harass and delay them, and the other half will be on full alert. The leopard demon sovereign is injured. Don't let them escape. After a while, Yi Shi-san finally shouted, a trace of joy flashing in his eyes. When the members of the team heard this, they were all shocked. An injured demon emperor was worth 100 points, and a team without a demon emperor would be able to slaughter them easily, wouldn't it? Therefore, everyone in the squad rushed madly toward the Demon Clan as if they were injected with stimulants. Xiao! On the Demon Clan side, the Hua family's assassins began to make their move after receiving the message. The assassins who had been lying in ambush near them constantly flashed, leaving afterimages as they stabbed their swords at the Demon Clan squad. Regardless of the outcome of the attack, his figure flashed and disappeared into thin air. Following the flashing figures and dazzling sword rays, the Demon Clan squads were constantly being assassinated and stabbed to death. However, this small team of demons did not seem to care. They continued to run madly. As long as the injured demons could still move their legs, they would hold on to their bleeding wounds and run madly. The Demon Clan's formation began to show signs of chaos after the Hua family's assassins' wild stabs. From the initial square formation, it gradually turned into an inverted arrowhead. At the forefront of the arrowhead was the Demon Emperor whose back was bleeding. As more and more demons were injured, the team's formation began to lengthen. Those with higher cultivation realms, those who were stronger, and those who were not injured ran to the front. As for the weaker ones and the injured ones, they followed behind in a sparse manner. Send an order to Hua Xian. Leave that demon emperor behind. Also, ask the Hua family's assassins to specifically stab the Panther clan's calf. We must leave all of them behind today. Yi Shisan spoke to the messenger beside him as he ran at high speed. He blamed himself for being too careful. If he had ordered his team to attack after receiving the information, they might have already started fighting. He was stunned when he saw the demon clan begin to escape. Now, the distance between the two teams had increased. Although it would only take a few minutes for them to catch up with the demon clan squad, he had made a mistake in his judgment. Bang! A violent explosion suddenly came from the front and attracted everyone's attention. The explosion happened at the forefront of the demon clan squad. It was Hua Xian who had made her move. The Hua family's most powerful warrior was indeed extraordinary. She actually created 9 identical afterimages in the air and stabbed at the demon emperor who was running for his life from 9 different directions. The demon emperor seemed to have anticipated this. His short and stout body emitted a purple airflow and collided with Hua Xian's sword. The airflow exploded. Although it did not cause any harm to Hua Xian, it successfully stopped her fatal sword attack. The moment Flower Heart exploded, the deity turned invisible and sneaked away. After the demon emperor destroyed the other 8 afterimages, he obviously paused and staggered a little. He took a deep breath and then started running again. The explosion in front of them did not stop the team behind them. Instead, Yi Shisan was excited and increased his speed. He shouted as he ran, "Burn your demonic power. This demon clan member is indeed seriously injured. Continue to chase. We will definitely get these 100 points." Swish! Hua Xian appeared again, causing the demon emperor to burn his demonic power again to protect himself. On the other hand, the Hua family's assassins also appeared in a flash continuously. They stabbed towards the thighs of the demon clansmen that were running at the forefront. Although the Hua family's assassins did not cause much damage, they successfully prevented the demon clan members from escaping. Finally, after 2 minutes of chasing, Yi Qinghan and the others finally caught up. Not caring about the injured demon clan members, the team directly charged at the back of the demon clan. The first to attack was the Feng family's swordsman. Rows of flying swords rose into the air and turned into deadly talismans. They hovered in front of the demon clan, cutting off their path forward. The members of the Yi family immediately merged with their battle beasts and released their battle aura towards the densest area of the demon clan members. Roar! 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 The demon clan members saw that their path forward was cut off and that waves of battle aura were continuously flying towards them. When they realized that there was no way they could escape, they finally ignited the blood in their bones. They no longer ran away. Instead, they turned around and screamed. Their soybean-like eyes were bloodshot as they began to attack the team in a frenzy. It was obvious that they knew that there was no way out and wanted to fight to the death. They wanted to fight, but the team of the 4 clans would not give them the chance. The Yu family's woman immediately released a beautiful ray of light and began the first round of spiritual attacks. Immediately after, the members of the Yi family quickly rushed forward and hacked, cutting down a large number of demon clan members. Yi 17 and the other vassal realm warriors no longer concealed their strength. Their colorful auras enveloped the entire battlefield, and the battle immediately heated up. The heated battle lasted for more than 10 minutes and ended with the victory of Yi Qinghan's team. 6 vassal realm experts directly joined the battle, ensuring that there was no suspense in this massacre. There were also no fatal injuries. The team began to deal with the aftermath. Yi Qinghan began to get busy. He was already used to collecting corpses after a battle and collecting points. Chapter 100. This demon emperor is quite strong. He actually managed to block several of Mai and Hua Xian's assassination attempts. If it wasn't for Fairy Yu, it wouldn't have been so easy to deal with him. Fairy Yu's charm is boundless. She can even knock out a demon emperor. Yi 17 felt a little happy. The matter with Yi Jiu had made him feel a little less sullen. Looking at the demon emperor's corpse with bulging eyes and a sinister expression, he somewhat gratefully said to Yu Clan's madam, "Yu Clan's madam. Haha, 17, don't flatter me." This demon emperor was clearly seriously injured. He was mentally and physically exhausted by Hua Xian and his soul was in a mess. Otherwise, how could I have knocked him out so easily? Although Fairy Yu's words were harsh, she clearly enjoyed Yi 17's flattery. Her charming face bloomed into a smile and her curvaceous body trembled even more violently. Fairy you. I'm afraid 17 has other thoughts. He told me that he has been secretly in love with you for a long time. Hua Xen laughed and teased Yi-17. Yi-17 was obviously not afraid. He secretly smiled and raised his eyebrows. He stared at Aunt Yu's towering chest and said, Hee hee, fickle heart has spoken my mind. I'm just afraid that Fairy you doesn't like a boorish person like me. How can the two of you just stay there? Many girls in the Moon Tower have told me that the two of you are the most licentious of the 5 clans. I am not an innocent girl who can be deceived with just a few words. If you want to deceive my feelings, you are still far from being able to do so. Fairy Yu rolled her eyes. She was clearly not interested in their teasing. She laughed and scolded them. She twisted her plump buttocks and walked toward the Yu family women. All right, 17, Hua Xian, stop fooling around. Tidy up and prepare to retreat. Yi-13 glared at Yi-17 and motioned for the two of them to get to work. Yi-17 shook his head and walked away while rubbing his nose. Hua Xian laughed mischievously. Her figure flashed and she sneaked away. However, in less than a quarter of an hour, Hua Xian appeared again. This time, his expression was no longer playful and casual. Instead, it was very gloomy. Level 1 alert. 3 Demon Clan squads have appeared ahead. 5 kilometers away. Retreat to the south. Level 1 alert. There are 3 Demon Clan squads ahead. Retreat to the south as fast as you can. Level 1 alert. There are 3 Demon Clan squads ahead. Retreat to the south as fast as you can. Hua Xian's voice wasn't loud, but it was sharp and urgent. After shouting 3 times and making sure that everyone heard him, he snuck out. Hua Xian's urgent and sharp words finally woke everyone up after he shouted them for the 3rd time. They were all in an uproar, not knowing what to do as they looked around in confusion. What are you looking at? Everyone, retreat. Yi Shisan's face quickly darkened. He didn't care about everyone's expression and shouted. The prestige that Yi Shisan had built up in the team over the past few days began to take effect. Everyone came to their senses and threw away the items in their hands. Yi Qinghan did not care about the small number of points he had yet to collect and quickly gathered with the team. They began to run towards the south in an orderly manner, gradually turning from running into a frantic escape. Report. There are 3 barbarian clan squads in the south. They are surging in our direction, 5 kilometers away. At the next moment, a member of the Hua family's investigation team brought back another piece of information that shocked the entire small troop. Their swift footsteps halted abruptly. Yi Qinghan and Yi Shisan looked at each other and saw a trace of shock and confusion in each other's eyes. Hua and Fangs also looked at each other, a little lost and a little confused. Report. There is a demon clan squad in the west. They are suspected to be led by Yao Kaka. They are rushing here, 15 kilometers away. Report. There is a barbarian clan squad in the east. They are rushing here, 10 kilometers away. They seem to be led by Rong Chao. Confirming now. Ha. What happened? What was going on? The team was like an exploding pot of ants. They began to panic, and fear and confusion appeared in everyone's eyes. Were they surrounded? How could they be surrounded? And surrounded by the Demon Clan and Barbarian Clan? Looking at the situation, it seemed like the Demon Clan and Barbarian Clan had joined forces to trap them here. But how could the Demon Clan and Barbarian Clan join forces? Not to mention the blood feud between the 2 clans, it was impossible for them to join forces. Even if they had joined forces, how could they have appeared so coincidentally and arranged so well? Also, how did they know the exact location of their squad? What right did they have to charge straight at his team? There were many puzzles, many questions, and many questions in the process. But Yi Shisan knew that he could not understand, nor did he have the time to think. He only knew that they were in danger now. Extremely dangerous. So dangerous that if they were not careful, the elite squad of the 4 clans, the future heirs of the 4 clans, and the 7 dukes would all die here today. Next year, this day would be their death anniversary. So he did not ask for the others' opinions and directly gave orders. All troops, listen up. Head southeast as fast as you can. Hua Xian Yi Shisan, bring 10 people from the Hua family to the front. See if you can lure the 3 southern squads away. The rest of the Hua family, disperse. Remember to stay alive." At the same time, Yi Shisan quickly transmitted his voice to the dukes. If it did not work, they could only execute the second retreat plan. According to the original plan, if there was no other choice, only the dukes could escape with their young masters and mistresses. In such a tense situation, the dukes did not have any good ideas. They could only see if they could escape. If they could not, they could only abandon their clan members and protect their young masters. Yi Qinghan, Hua Xian Fengzi, and the others did not speak. They quickly followed the group southeast. The squad could clearly feel the oppressive and suffocating atmosphere. Some of the Yu family women even began to tremble. They knew how serious the situation was. Perhaps in the next second, they would all become cold corpses on the ground. Run! Run at full speed! They could not care less about the weeds and mud on the ground, which had already messed up their clothes. They could not care less about the brambles on the ground that had cut through the skin on their feet. They could not care less about the silk scarves that hung by their ears. They did not even know where to throw them. They knew that if they did not run now, the foreign races around them would tear them to pieces. Damn it! Yi Qinghan spat out a blade of grass from the corner of his mouth and cursed. He looked worriedly at Yu Qingcheng, whose face was flushed due to her slight panting. His complexion was not good at all. Man Gong and Yao Kaka had joined forces? They knew where they were. They had surrounded them? Chapter 101. Yi Qinghan knew that his team was very strong. They were strong enough to fight against any team on the Nether Island. However, he also knew who was currently rushing towards his team in a frenzy. He also knew that once they were surrounded, only death awaited them. They would be completely dead without a trace of hope. Death. He was not afraid. He had faced death many times. He was afraid that his sister, who was lying in the mountain behind the Yi family, would never wake up. He was afraid that the people around him would die because of him. If these people died so easily because of him, he was afraid that he would not be able to rest in peace. Therefore, his mood was very complicated. He was very unhappy, very anxious, very confused, and did not know what to feel. Bang! Bang! There was a sound of an explosion in front of them. Everyone's eyes flashed a glimmer of hope. If Yi 17 and Hua Xian could lead the 3 teams away, then they might have a way out. At least there was a chance to escape, right? However, a moment later, Hua Xian and Yi 17, who looked gloomy and embarrassed, made their mood fall to the bottom. There are 4 barbarian kings in front of us. We can't lead them away. They seem to know where we are going. We will meet in 3 minutes. Hua Xian's words caused everyone who was running to stop in their tracks. Their faces were completely gloomy. 600 people. 4 barbarian kings? They would meet in 3 minutes? Yi 13th did not think much. His eyes were bloodshot, the corners of his mouth twitched, and he roared with a ferocious expression. Forget it! Forward, if you encounter the barbarians, rush over and execute the first retreat plan. Kill, kill, kill! A trace of blood flashed in the eyes of all the members, and they took out their weapons. Without the slightest hesitation, they rushed forward madly. The first retreat plan was already known to everyone. That was, in a situation of absolute danger. The whole team disregarded everything, disregarded any casualties, did not hesitate to fight, and did not conserve their strength. They charged forward with all their might, and their main goal was to break out of the encirclement and survive. Of course, it was up to God whether they could survive or not. They all knew that they had no other way out. The 3 barbarian squads in front of them were actually not that scary. If they had the time, they could definitely fight against the 3 barbarian squads head-on and win. But they didn't have time. Once the 2 super elite teams and the 3 demon teams caught up to them, there would only be one outcome. They would be completely annihilated. Not even half of their lives would be spared. Since the super elites of the 4 clans could be called super elites by the various clans, and since they could obtain such cultivation at such a young age, none of them were idiots. Therefore, when he first realized that he was surrounded, there was a brief moment of confusion and fear. However, after a few minutes, he heard Yi Shisan's hysterical roar. They quickly regained their composure and thought through everything. In a short period of time, everyone's fighting spirit soared. Since there was no way out, he could only rely on the saber and sword in his hands to open a path. Charge! Charge! The team surged forward in a frenzied manner. Even the women of the Yu clan pulled out their daggers, their eyes burning with passion as they dashed forward. Not a single one of them showed any emotion of fear, and not a single one of them showed any confusion in their eyes. There was only an indomitable super battle intent. Yao Kaka was in a good mood. Although the running made him sweat a little and he didn't feel very comfortable. However, he couldn't help but feel better when he thought about how the plan that the three clans had worked together to carry out was finally going to be a success. The target was right in front. To be more precise, the sacred weapon and two Chenjuan's favor were right in front of them. Furthermore, they had already been surrounded. They were just waiting for him to go over and reap the spoils at will. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Speed up. Don't let the barbarians snatch it away. That's a head worth a sacred weapon. Look at the target's image clearly. Once you discover him, don't worry about anything else. Just kill him first. Yao Kaka flung his golden curls as he roared at the team behind him. My lord, the target is heading south. He is escaping in the direction of the three small teams under Man Gone. At that moment, a lady from the Fox clan beside him held a transparent crystal ball in her hands and shouted. There was a red dot in the transparent crystal ball that was constantly moving in the opposite direction. It was very strange. When Yao Kaka heard this, he quickly turned his head and looked at the crystal ball in the lady's hands. He realized that the red dot was constantly moving. He cursed anxiously. Huh? Why isn't he running towards us? Damn it! Don't let Man Gone's subordinates kill him. Faster, faster. Bang, bang, roar. The sound of battle chi tearing through the air rang out in the distance. There were already countless angry roars, indicating that the teams of the four clans had already clashed with the three barbarian teams. The deafening sound and the terrifying explosion caused Yao Kaka to feel a little anxious. He had planned for many days and waited for an entire night. Today, he finally had an excellent opportunity. If he let them escape this time, it would be hard to find another opportunity like this again. Thus, his expression darkened. He increased his speed again and began to run with all his might. He believed that as long as the barbarian teams could delay the elite teams of the four clans for a moment, he would be able to completely kill them all and turn them into minced meat on the ground. Yi 13th was in a bad mood. He felt as turbulent as the battle chi explosion in front of him. The combined attacks of his 7 Marquis and 200 marshals were actually unable to break through the human wall in front of them. He looked at the barbarians in front of him, who were like rows of stone pillars, and felt the countless demons and barbarians surging towards him from behind. He became even more anxious. He roared loudly, "Damn it, aren't they afraid of death? If they aren't afraid of death, then kill them all." 2 minutes ago, they had all raised their swords in high spirits and were ready to go all out. Unexpectedly, they encountered the human wall in front of them. The 300 barbarians seemed to have already predicted their arrival. They had actually formed a fan-shaped defensive formation in advance, and used the human wall to completely block off the 3 escape routes in front of them. The 4 barbarian emperors stood in front of them like 4 mountains. Behind them, rows of barbarian elites stood behind them, eyeing them like tigers watching their prey. Their defenses were fully activated and blocked off all the escape routes. The moment Yi Shisan saw this formation, he knew that if he tried to forcefully charge in one direction with this formation and the barbarians' extremely strong defense, he would be completely surrounded by the 600 barbarians like dumplings wrapped in a dumpling. Let's not talk about whether or not they would be able to escape before the demon race and barbarian race arrived. Even if they could, at least 2/3 of the team would remain here forever. Thus, he immediately gave the order for all the elites to release their battle chi and attack in one direction. His idea was not wrong. The power of the battle chi attack of over 200 people was indeed very strong. One attack could sweep a path forward. As long as the barbarians dodged or were attacked until their formation was messed up, they would have the opportunity to use their speed to charge out of the encirclement. Chapter 102. However, the barbarians fought with their lives on the line. They didn't care about their casualties and stubbornly withstood the first round of attacks. Although they suffered heavy casualties, their formation wasn't chaotic at all. Instead, it was very orderly. A path was quickly blocked by the barbarians on both sides. The injured barbarians continued to stand firm and stubbornly, trembling. The dead or crippled barbarians were quickly carried away by the barbarians next to them. The barbarians didn't fall into disarray. They continued to stand in front of them like rows of stone pillars. the barbarians were using human lives to buy time. They were using living flesh and blood to block the escape route of the four clans. Attack the original attacking areas without holding back. Feng clan, use your swords to pierce the eyes. Yu clan, use your illusions. Everyone else, release your battle chi. Yi Shisan's expression was ferocious as he roared. His hands and feet didn't miss a beat. His battle chi turned into a huge spear and he shot it straight at the barbarians. Damn it, you'll have to pay with your lives if you want to keep us here. Countless small swords appeared on the backs of the two Feng clan experts at the same time. They whistled forward with a boundless aura and stabbed at the barbarians in front of them. Feng Zi was very excited without a trace of fear or timidity. His huge black sword was like a reaper's chain, taking away one barbarian after another. His eyes were bloodshot as he roared with laughter. Damn it, I'll die like a bird in the sky. Brothers, let's F***CK them up. Let's kill them all. For a moment, the front was filled with battle chi. Countless flying swords shuttled back and forth, occasionally causing a series of explosions. Countless barbarians fell, but countless more barbarians rushed over. No one was cleaning up the corpses in front of them. They were piled up in a mess, but the line of defense didn't seem to have been broken. Yi Shisan once again shot out a cyan spear. Looking back at the surging red dust not far behind him, he sighed helplessly and waved his hand. Exchanging glances with several marquee realm experts from various clans, he issued an extremely unwilling order. Everyone, charge! Execute the second retreat plan. The second retreat plan. Yi Qinghan's expression turned ashen when he heard these words. Feng Zi, Yu Qingqing, and Yi Qingwu's expression also became extremely ugly. The second retreat plan was for the entire team to charge forward and fight to the death. They covered the escape of a few dukes with the young masters of the various families. In the current situation, if they carried out the second retreat plan, then apart from them and the marquee realm experts who might be lucky enough to escape with their lives, everyone else would basically die in battle. No! Wait. Yi Qinghan kept shaking his head as he released his battle chi in the form of huge palms and waved them forward crazily. He knew very well that these people, these elite disciples of the four great clans, were here because of him. It was because of him that they had come to such a chaotic battlefield and fallen into such a tragic and desperate situation. If these 200 people all died because of him, he would never be able to rest easy for the rest of his life. Therefore, Zhang Tai uttered unconsciously as he released his sparse battle chi in a disorderly manner. Execute! Yi Shisan coldly swept his gaze over the elite disciples of the Yi family, and nodded to Yi 17. He leapt forward and moved to Yi Qinghan's side. He lifted Yi Qinghan with one hand and released his battle chi to the fullest. A green aura bloomed from his body as he waved his hand forward and roared, Everyone charge! As soon as Yi Shisan moved, the dukes also moved, quickly bringing the young masters and young ladies with them. They released their auras and roared at the same time, Charge! 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 The 200 elite disciples roared at the same time. They had been trained by their families for many years, and as the saying goes, soldiers are trained for 1,000 days to be used in a single moment. Now was the time for them to repay the kindness of their families. Knowing that there was no way out, and with the determination to die, they collectively released an unprecedented battle intent. The entire team was like a torrent of steel, crashing toward the barbarians. Roar! Roar! The barbarians immediately reacted. The remaining few hundred people quickly gathered together and waved their fists and giant clubs at the four family teams that were swarming toward them. The battle immediately became white-hot. It was either you die or I live. As long as you live, I'm invincible. Bang bang! Just as the group of barbarians was about to collide, something unexpected happened, causing the four family teams to tremble. Behind the small team of barbarians, waves of battle chi flew out of thin air. They were densely packed and colorful. It was a spectacular sight. As expected, the battle chi directly smashed into the barbarian squad that was about to collide with the squads of the four clans. Immediately after, a black torrent abruptly pierced into the barbarian squad from behind. It was like a sharp iron spear, fiercely stabbing into them, causing chaos. It's our people. Reinforcements are here. Retreat plan number 2. Retreat plan number 1. We're invincible. Everyone, charge. A hint of joy flashed in Yi Shisan's eyes, and his aura became even more dazzling. With a long roar, he sped forward like a ferocious tiger. Yi, it's Yi and the others. Haha, we're saved. Everyone, kill. Yi Qinghan looked at the group of black-clothed men in front of him like a group of lions pouncing on a flock of sheep. Yi and the others in front of him were no match for them. His face instantly lit up with ecstasy. Holding the blue dragon dagger, he followed closely behind Yi San and used the shadow step to charge into the barbarian team. Yi and the others' powerful reinforcements finally caused chaos among the barbarians, who were already low in morale. Under the lead of Yi San and the other 6 Marquis realm experts, the barbarians were attacked from both sides and finally fell into complete chaos. However, with the loud roars of the 4 barbarian kings, they barely managed to deal with the battle. San, what the hell are you fighting for? Do you want to die here together? Break out quickly. We'll bring up the rear. Yi waved the Zanmadeo in his hand, and the purple saber radiance sent a barbarian flying. He raised his head and roared at Yi San, who was fighting the barbarians. Ah! Yi San was slightly taken aback by Yi's roar. He looked at Yi's furious eyes and immediately understood what Yi meant. He could not help but call out hesitantly, "Big brother? 3rd brother? 9th brother? 11th brother?" Seeing Yi San's hesitation and somewhat bashful call, Yi became even angrier. He ruthlessly split a barbarian in half from head to toe and roared with bulging eyes, "Hurry up and leave! If the elites of the 4 clans die here, how are you going to explain yourself to the patriarch? If anything happens to the young masters and ladies, none of us will be able to atone for it. Hurry up and scram! San, hurry up and leave. 9th brother, I'm here to settle scores with Yao Kaka. I'll find you for a drink later." Yi Jiu's left sleeve was empty, but his right hand was wielding a black gold saber. He laughed wildly and shouted heroically. Chapter 103. Everyone, listen to my command. Don't fight. Break out of the encirclement together. Kill. Yi San roared. He knew that this was not the time to be pretentious. The main force behind them was about to catch up. If they didn't leave now, they would all die here. Yi was right. It didn't matter if they died, but if the elites or young masters of the other families stayed here, all of them would not be able to atone for their sins. He could only suppress the grief and helplessness in his heart. He reluctantly gave the order for the whole team to break out of the encirclement. Kill! Yi San didn't say much. He looked at Yi and the others deeply. The saber in his hand turned into a blue saber chi that broke through the air and slashed several barbarians in front of him. Let's go! Yi Qinghan didn't say much. He looked at Yi Jiu with bloodshot eyes. Then he pulled Yi Qinggu and followed behind Yi San and Yi San. Let's go! Hua Xian and Feng Meng looked at each other and saw the helplessness and bitterness in each other's eyes. They led Hua and Feng Zi in a killing frenzy. 1 minute later, Yi and the others attacked with all their might. The 4 families' teams paid a small price to break out of the encirclement. They ignored the chaotic battle behind them and ignored the barbarians who were roaring angrily. They all ran for their lives. Bang, bang, bang. The battle behind them became more and more intense. The barbarians tried to send people to chase after them several times, but they were stopped by Yi and the others. They couldn't help but vent all their anger on Yi and the others. Yi and the others also knew that they would die. They all killed madly with the mentality of killing 1 to break even and 2 to make a profit. Full speed ahead. Yi San resisted the strong desire to turn back. He closed his eyes and ran madly. His voice was full of bitterness and anger. He knew that the danger had not been resolved. Yao Kaka and the others were still behind him. He didn't want to waste the chance to escape that Yi and the others had exchanged their lives for. He suppressed the pain and sorrow and commanded the team to run. Boom! After a few minutes, they had already run for more than 10 miles. Suddenly, there was a violent explosion and a shocking roar behind them. Big brother! Yi 17 finally couldn't help but look back and let out a heart-wrenching roar. The entire team turned their heads to take a look. They saw the chaos in the world caused by the terrifying energy explosion. They looked at the billowing smoke behind them and listened to the violent explosions and angry roars. Everyone fell silent, and their sprinting footsteps paused for a moment. They all knew that Yao Kaka and Brute Gon's team were already facing off against Yi Yi's team. But Yi Yi had actually chosen to self-detonate. Such a powerful explosion and such chaotic heaven-earth yuan qi could only be triggered by the self-detonation of countless martial artists. What are you standing there for? Do you want them to die with everlasting regret? Everyone, run. Hua family, investigate with all your might. Yi Shisan's voice was cold and his face was covered in frost. Xiao xiao xiao. Everyone began to silently march, turning their grief, anger, and pain into energy to run. Even the women of the Yu family did not care about their image and began to run. Some were injured and had to be carried. Some were unconscious and had to be carried by two people. Some were crying silently, pursing their lips and lowering their heads as they ran. Yi Qinghan's face was as white as snow, no longer ashen like before. There was no pain, no grief, and only a deathly gray look in his eyes as he lowered his head. Run, run, run. There was no emotion, no sound, no extra movement. Everyone was like a group of busy ants on the ground, running in the forest, in the canyon and on the river. Report. The Demon Clan and Brute Clan teams are now 30 miles away from us. They are chasing us in a straight line. Report. The 50 miles ahead is safe. We will reach the temporary stronghold of the House of Aries in about an hour. The Hua family assassins were the busiest. They went back and forth to investigate, patrol, and run. Fortunately, the Hua family's speed was definitely the best among their peers. Otherwise, just running alone would have exhausted them to death. As expected, Yi Yi's group was completely annihilated. However, they had bought a whole 10 minutes for the four clans' small teams, allowing them to widen the dangerous distance between them to 30 miles. After Yao Kaka and Man Gon had flattened Yi Yi's small team, they were obviously unwilling to let their prey escape. After killing Yi Yi and a few other dukes, they quickly organized their men and madly chased after Yi Qinghan's small team. Yi Yi's sudden arrival had torn apart the large net that they had meticulously laid out and resolved the death trap that they had set up. This had allowed Yi Qinghan's cooked duck to escape. Furthermore, they had self-destructed before dying, causing the Demon Clan and Brute Clan to suffer even greater losses. This also caused Yao Kaka and Man Gon to stomp their feet in anger and curse. They swore that they would not turn back until they had flattened the four clans' small teams. Thus, an unprecedented chase began. Both sides' speed had reached its peak. Both sides were panicking and did not know where they were going. They climbed mountains, waded through rivers, and burrowed into holes. This won't do. 13. We have injured people and we have just gone through 2 battles. We are no match for the Demon Clan and Brute Clan in terms of physical strength, battle force, and morale. If this continues, they will catch up to us in 10 minutes. Hua Xian's steps were still light, but the worry on her face was very obvious. I know, but other than running, what else can we do? How can the Demon Clan and Brute Clan know our whereabouts like the back of their hands? This doesn't make sense. The grief on Yi 13's face was still very obvious. However, after 10 minutes of adjustment, he had recovered a little. The dead were already dead. He had to think of the living. He had to think of a way to bring the remaining 100 people back safely. Hua Xian was also baffled. She said in confusion, who knows what kind of witchcraft the Demon Clan and Brute Clan have mastered? How can they know our whereabouts? Something like this had never happened before. Damn it, we are in big trouble this time. Let's try our best to speed up. Hopefully, we will encounter the House of Aries' team when we reach the temporary stronghold. Or maybe Yao Kaka and Man Gon should retreat in advance. Yi 13 was silent for a while. He could not come up with any ideas. He could only shake his head helplessly. The crazy chase continued. The two sides were indeed getting closer and closer. After chasing for half an hour, the distance between the two squads was only slightly more than 10 kilometers. However, after half an hour of crazy running, the temporary stronghold of the House of Aries was not far away. If they continued at this speed, Yao Kaka and Man Gon would probably be close to the temporary stronghold of the House of Aries, even if they caught up with the teams of the 4 families. In that area, they could encounter the elite teams of the House of Aries at any time. Moreover, the temporary stronghold had a large number of teams of the House of Aries. If they were to engage in battle, they would attract the army of the House of Aries. Yao Kaka and Man Gon would probably die. However, in the next second, the elite scouts of the Hua family brought back a piece of news that brought everyone's mood to rock bottom. Chapter 104. For small teams of demons and barbarians had appeared in front of them. They were fanning out towards them. History repeated itself. Everyone looked at each other in shock. They looked blankly at the sky and scanned their surroundings. It was as if there was a pair of invisible eyes coldly watching them from the sky. That pair of invisible hands seemed to be arranging everything behind their backs, as if to kill them here and now. K them. I don't believe it. Everyone, turn around and flee to the west. The demons and barbarians have caused such a huge commotion. They must have attracted the attention of the House of Ares. Let's hold on a little longer. Reinforcements will probably arrive soon. Yi 13's expression was no longer sorrowful. Instead, it was sullen, terrified, bitter, and helpless. Today's situation was beyond his ability. He felt powerless to reverse the situation. Their small team was unparalleled and could face any small team on Nether Island head-on. The four families' heaven-defying special skills, their practiced and tacit cooperation, and the 7 marquis of the team were extremely powerful. But today, he felt as if he was an ant that could be easily smacked and crushed. Moreover, the demon race and the barbarian race had joined forces for the first time. They had suddenly surrounded him in a strange and chilling manner. His whereabouts, which he could not figure out no matter how hard he tried, had been exposed. Everything made him shudder. He was at his wits' end. The strange movements of the barbarians and demons were very obvious. He also hoped that the House of Ares would notice the abnormal situation here. He also knew that as long as Long Sinan was not an idiot, she would definitely come to help immediately. However, today's abnormality came so suddenly and strangely that he didn't have the slightest confidence in his heart. He could only hope that Long Sinan's performance was as wise and decisive as ever. No! A crisp voice suddenly rang out. It was very decisive and resolute, causing the somewhat confused group to suddenly awaken. They looked towards the source of the voice in surprise. Let's go east. We can't put all our hopes on Long Sinan. The one who spoke was Yi Qinghan, who had been very quiet along the way. At this time, Yi Qinghan's face was still pale, but his eyes were shining like the blazing sun in broad daylight, making people not dare to look him in the eye. Yi Qinghan's eyes were cold like lightning. He said coldly, "Let's head east. Do you still remember the valley where we encountered the silver moon twin-headed wolf? If I remember correctly, it's just a few miles to the east. There are a lot of teleportation arrays there, and there's a silver moon two-headed wolf there. Head east. Go to the valley where the silver moon two-headed wolf lives." Was Yi Qinghan crazy? When everyone heard Yi Qinghan's words, their first reaction was to think that Yi Qinghan had gone mad. Behind them, there were tigers and wolves chasing after them, but he said that in front of them, there was a silver moon two-headed wolf, an upper 8th grade magical beast that was even more terrifying than the demon race and barbarian race pursuing them. Wasn't this the same as hanging himself? Was he tired of living? But Yi Qinghan wasn't crazy, and the team wasn't stupid. The first to react were the few marquis. Yi Shisan's eyes suddenly lit up. He looked at Hua Xian and Feng Meng and smiled coldly. He shouted, "Yes! Head east! Head east! Everyone, change direction. Our target is the valley where the silver moon two-headed wolf is." The entire team began to change direction, and began to secretly discuss as they ran. After a while, all the elites began to understand what was going to happen next, and a fiery light appeared in their eyes. When Yao Kaka and Mangon found out that the team of the 4 clans had suddenly turned east through the transparent crystal ball, they didn't feel the slightest bit strange or astonished. Instead, they collectively roared in joy. The 4 teams of demon race and barbarian race in front of the 4 clans were the last chess pieces they had arranged beforehand. Their goal was to change the escape route of the 4 clans. After all, if the 4 clans had continued to escape in the direction of the House of Ares, they would have caught up to them and killed them. This would definitely take a while, and this time would be enough for the hateful woman from the House of Ares to arrange everything and make them stay there. So when they found out that the 4 clans were escaping east, they were very pleased and delighted. Yao Kaka and Mangon each led 400 people in hot pursuit. The 2 teams were separated by a few hundred meters, but they turned at the same time and rushed east. They knew that their prey was about to fall into their hands. Based on the people in their hands, none of the teams could completely annihilate the 4 clans. Of course, as for this fat sheep, it would depend on each team's strength and luck as to which family would get the holy weapon in the end. Later, we'll catch up to them. You 2 take down the target first. I'll reward you handsomely when we get back. Yao Kaka said to the two members of the snake race as he ran with all his might. His golden curly hair swayed, and his cold eyes were filled with cruelty. On the side of the barbarian race, a relatively short and bald barbarian wearing golden leather armor in the middle also began to instruct a few tall and big men beside him at the same time. When you meet the target, whether it's the human race or the demon race, as long as it dares to obstruct you, smash it to pieces. The voice of the bald barbarian with golden skin was calm, but there was a hint of dignity and arrogance in it. The barbarians beside him did not dare to refute or ask any questions, and at the same time, they expressed that they understood. The other barbarian next to him held a transparent crystal ball that looked like a toy in his huge claw hand. He leaned over and pointed at the red on the crystal ball in his hand, saying, "Young clan leader, the target is slowly decelerating. Is there any conspiracy? Who cares what conspiracy he has? Chase after them and flatten them." The bald barbarian in golden armor waved his hand, unconcerned, and continued to run with his thick and long legs. Everyone, withdraw your battle aura and move forward with your physical bodies. Form groups of 5, and each find a transportation matrix. Stay where you are. Hua family disciples, use all your strength to investigate the surrounding situation. Huarexin, you go and keep an eye on that silver moon wolf. If there's any abnormal movement, quickly teleport away. Yi Shursan withdrew his aura and said softly as he lightened his footsteps. Under Yi Shursan's arrangement, the small team was divided into their own groups. All of them withdrew their aura and began to cautiously walk into the canyon. The canyon was still the same, gloomy and gloomy. Both sides of the canyon were still densely covered with old vines and weeds. When Yi Qinghan suggested to go east toward this canyon, Yi Shursan immediately reacted. This was a path of survival, and if used well, it could also be a path of revenge. Yi Shursan knew that Yi Qinghan wanted to use the dense transportation matrix here to escape. Moreover, he wanted to use the 8th grade magical beast, the Silver Moon Wolf, not far from the transportation matrix to severely injure the demon clan and the barbarians who were chasing after them. This was to avenge the tragic deaths of Yi Yi and the others. Therefore, along the way, he quickly thought through all the details and quickly arranged everything. He wanted to strive for a perfect escape and teach the demon clan and the barbarians a painful lesson. Chapter 105. Although this canyon was the territory of the two-headed silver moon wolf, it was obvious that this wolf was very lazy, or perhaps it could be said that it was very lazy. Last time, the team of 200 people rumbled in the canyon for a long time. In the end, when Hua Xian tried to enter its cave, it released a stream of air and sent Hua Xian flying. Moreover, it didn't seem to chase after them. Therefore, Yi Shursan was very confident that they could successfully approach the teleportation array and escape. Of course, to be on the safe side, he told the team to retract their battle auras and move forward cautiously so as not to alarm the terrifying overlord in the depths of the cave. More than 10 minutes later, they successfully arrived at the teleportation array area. The information they received was good. The Monster Clan and Barbarian Clan were still 10 miles away, and the Silver Moon Wolf was still in its cave abode. There were 41 teleportation arrays, so there was still space for 5 people to teleport. The team began to squat next to each teleportation array according to their groups, waiting for Yi Shursan's order to teleport out together. Everyone, listen up. When the teleportation circle opens, everyone will be sent to different locations in the psychedelic forest. I've marked out 10 points on the map. Everyone will gather at these 10 points according to the map. The final gathering point will be the temporary base camp and the temporary stronghold in the disordered territory. The only mission I'm giving you is to successfully survive until we meet again. After the battle, the Yi family will definitely reward you generously. Yi Shursan's low voice began to resound. Every 5 people began to split up into a map with 10 coordinates marked with red dots. Finally, everyone began to bid farewell to each other. This teleportation might directly teleport you to the temporary stronghold of the House of Ares, near the Monster Clan, or even to the center of the Barbarian Clan's team. Everything was random. Whether one could survive or not depended on the will of the heavens. The Monster Clan and Barbarian Clan had used some kind of spell to predict their whereabouts in advance. The way back to the temporary stronghold of the House of Ares in the disordered battlefield was blocked. Their team had the relatively weak Yu family girl and more than 10 injured people. If they continued to escape using the old method, they would be caught and slaughtered. Moreover, under such a strange situation, Who knew if there were other Monster Clan and Barbarian Clan teams lying in ambush ahead, waiting for them to take the bait? Therefore, teleporting away through the teleportation array was the best option at this time. Moreover, there was an upper 8th level Silver Moon double-headed wolf nearby. It was just the right time for them to take revenge for being hunted down and Yi and the others being slaughtered. Of course, they chose this path without hesitation. The four families' team suddenly stopped moving, attracting the attention of Yao Kaka and Man Gon. This caused them to hesitate slightly as they ran with all their might. But after a while, they started running again. The four squads on the left quickly converged with them, and a few more squads were rushing over from behind. Such unprecedented battle prowess gave them great confidence. They believed that even if Long Sinan led a few teams from the House of Ares there to ambush them, they would not be afraid. This time, they had brought along half of the elites of the demon race and the barbarian race. They believed that even if there was a dragon in front of them, they would be able to beat it to the ground. Of course, there were no giant dragons. There was only a level 8 Silver Moon double-headed wolf. The canyon was located near the temporary base of the House of Ares, and it was quite secluded. Therefore, the barbarian race and the demon race did not have any information. When they found out from the transparent crystal ball that their target was in the canyon in front of them, they did not hesitate. They had no time to hesitate. Instead, they frantically rushed into the canyon. But when they finally saw the famous Silver Moon double-headed wolf face to face, they were collectively stunned. When they rushed into the canyon, they saw more than 100 sneering faces and countless brilliant lights. Then behind the lights, there was an earth-shaking roar, and they saw a ferocious silver-white beast with 2 huge heads. The light was the light of the teleportation array being activated. The beast was the Silver Moon double-headed wolf that Hua Xian had lured out with a palm strike towards the cave in the distance before she flashed into the teleportation array. Looking at the empty canyon, they could feel the piercingly cold and furious aura from the barbarian double-headed wolf. Man Gon and Yao Kaka licked their dry lips at the same time and cursed in unison. Then, they turned around and started running. Their speed was even faster than before. A few minutes ago, they were still swearing that they could even smash a giant dragon into the ground. But when they really saw a double-headed wolf that was 1 level lower than a giant dragon, they finally understood what fear was, what pressure was, what aura was, what coldness was. The two of them could retreat, but the people beside them could not. The barbarian race and the demon race teams could not retreat. The teams quickly split into a line. A barbarian king and a demon emperor brought Yao Kaka and Man Gon respectively and retreated quickly. The strong warriors beside Yao Kaka and Man Gon roared in anger and pounced towards the Silver Moon double-headed wolf. The barbarian race and the demon race teams followed the strong warriors and pressed forward. They knew that this was a terrifying demonic beast that could make them tremble in fear with just its aura. They definitely could not fight against it. If they charged forward, they would definitely die. However, they also knew that if their master died, then they would definitely die as well. Moreover, their families would also die. Either way, they would definitely choose to die by themselves, and they would die unwillingly. Bang! 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 As expected, the Silver Moon double-headed wolf revealed a mocking smile in its 4 cold eyes that were the size of copper hammers. Then, the 2 wolf heads opened up at the same time and 2 different air currents rushed out. One of them was gray, and it exuded a threatening cold aura. It was red hot, and the heat wave rushed to the sky. The 2 air currents slowly flew towards the sky. When the strong warriors of the barbarian race and the demon race came close, the 2 air currents suddenly blended together. Then, a violent explosion occurred and the 5 strong warriors who rushed forward were all blown away. The 3 barbarian kings of the barbarian race were fine. Their defense was very strong and they only suffered some minor internal injuries. Their organs were shaken to the point that their positions were shifted. The 2 demon emperors of the demon race fell to the ground and could not get up. Both of them were blown beyond recognition. They had been severely injured in just one move. Hiss! The monster race and the barbarian race sucked in a breath of cold air at the same time. Originally, the elites who had wanted to catch up to the experts and kill the magical beasts all froze in place and staggered back 2 steps. Then, they remembered that Man Gon and Yao Kaka had not escaped to a safe distance. They could not help but tremble and stop retreating as they stared at the terrifying monster in front of them in fear. Chapter 106. Whoosh! The 2-headed Silver Moon wolf clearly did not have much patience. It opened its mouth and spat out 2 streams of air that were even larger than before. The two streams of air shot towards the demons and barbarians, blocking the way. The red and gray streams of air did not mix again, so there was no explosion. However, the damage caused was even more obvious. The gray streams of air passed through the small group of demons and froze the hundreds of people on the left into ice sculptures. Meanwhile, the red streams of air ignited a monstrous fire on the barbarians' side. The entire group was like a grassland that had been ravaged by magma. A woo! The two-headed silver moon wolf was very satisfied with its battle record and killing power. It was also very satisfied with the fear and respect in the eyes of the demons and barbarians. It let out a proud howl and slowly walked towards the entrance of its cave while twisting its huge butt. In order to teach these little insects a lesson, it had wasted the energy it had accumulated for many days. Now that it had achieved its goal and the insects had lowered their heads, of course it would walk away in disdain. Standing at the entrance of the canyon, Mangon and Yao Kaka met up with the barbarians and demons who had hurried over. They looked at the barbarians and demons who had lost more than half of their members and were frantically escaping the canyon. Their eyes were filled with anger and hatred. Taking the crystal ball from the hands of the demon beside him, Yao Kaka saw that the red on the surface was still flashing. He gritted his golden teeth and laughed sinisterly. Chase after them. If I don't tear this damned human into pieces, I won't be able to vent my hatred. Chase after them. Mangon did not say much. He only looked coldly at the red on the crystal ball and uttered a single word. Where is this? Yi Qinghan looked at Yi 13th, Yi 17th, and Yi Qinggu beside him and scanned their surroundings vigilantly. They found that they had been teleported to a quiet valley. The valley was very large and lush with trees. There was even a small lake in the middle of the valley. Don't speak. Yi 13th stretched out his hand to stop Yi Qinghan from speaking. His expression was solemn and he looked slightly nervous. Yi 17th had also taken out a long saber from behind his back after teleporting over, and nervously looked around. Yi Qinggu slightly twisted her graceful body and responded softly. She blinked her big eyes and looked around curiously. However, after looking at it for a moment, she asked in a low voice with some doubt, 13, is it really safe? Why are you so nervous? Yi Shisan was still nervously looking to the left. He didn't respond to Yi Qingwu's words and only exchanged a glance with Yi Shisan. Seeing Yi 17 nod with a wry smile, Yi 17's face couldn't help but turn ashen. What's inside the valley? Yi Qinghan sensed that something was wrong with their expressions and asked in a low voice. We all sensed a powerful magical beast in the valley, and its strength was no weaker than the silver moon two-headed wolf. Yi Shisan shook his head as if he had run into a ghost. He had just escaped from the wolf's den, and now he was teleported to the tiger's den. His luck was really terrible. Ah! Yi Qinggu exclaimed in a low voice and hurriedly covered her mouth with her hands. Her eyes were filled with horror. The silver moon two-headed wolf was an upper 8th grade magical beast. How could they be so unlucky to be teleported to the lair of another high-grade magical beast? She took 2 deep breaths and calmed her emotions. Then she lowered her voice again and said, Then? Do we teleport away again? No. The teleportation array has a cooldown time. We can't hope to teleport away in half an hour. Don't move and don't make a sound. If we lure out the magical beast in the valley, we will all be finished. God bless us, it didn't notice us. Yi Shisan wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and forced himself to calm down. Then, he carefully looked around again. Yi Qinghan and Yi Qinggu didn't speak anymore and silently began to carefully look around again. Roar! However, a loud roar suddenly came from the left side of the valley. The 4 of them, who had been very careful and didn't dare to make a sound, were so shocked that their legs turned to jelly and they almost fell to the ground. A dragon's roar? We've been discovered? Yi Shisan's eyes widened and the hairs on his body stood on end. He released his battle aura and reached out to grab Yi Qinghan to escape. Don't move. Wait. Yi Shisan also grabbed Yi Qinggu and started to run. But just as he lifted his leg, he seemed to discover something and hurriedly reached out to stop Yi Shisan. Shisan? Yi Shisan looked at Yi Shisan in confusion. Roar! Roar! Unexpectedly, another dragon's roar came from the left side of the valley. Yi Shisan was so shocked that he fell to the ground again. He looked to the left nervously and the saber in his hand emitted a fiery saber light. He was ready to fight at any time. Shisan, quickly retract your battle aura. The magical beast didn't discover us. Although Yi Qinghan was also shocked by the earth-shattering dragon's roar, he quickly calmed down. At this moment, he finally saw some clues and quickly whispered to Yi Shisan. Ha! Yi Shisan was stunned. He quickly retracted his battle aura and crouched down. He stuck close to Yi Shisan and looked to the left side of the valley. After a short period of panic, he finally realized what was going on. Only a giant dragon could roar. Although the valley was very big, a giant dragon could reach it in the blink of an eye. And at this moment, the giant dragon was still roaring. It probably wasn't because of them, so they were relatively safe for the time being. However, if they ran with all their might, they would definitely attract the attention of the giant dragon on the left side of the valley. Then no matter how fast they ran, they would still die. But dragons were at least 8th rank magical beasts. In the same valley, Yi Shisan and Yi Shisan could feel the supreme dragon's might. Why didn't the giant dragon notice them? Why didn't it immediately crush them into minced meat? Instead, it kept roaring? What should they do? The temporary safety didn't make Yi Shisan and Yi Shisan, who had been crawling on the line between life and death for many years, feel any relief or happiness. In the Yi family, they had gone on many missions and faced many dangers. They had also danced at the fingertips of the Grim Reaper many times. More than 10 minutes ago, they had also encountered the most dangerous adventure since they came to Nether Island. But they had never felt so helpless as they did at this moment. Half an hour ago, they learned that they were surrounded by the barbarians and demons. They were surrounded by hundreds of barbarians and demons. They were very helpless and anxious. But they knew that if they wanted to, they could take the 2 young masters in front of them and escape at any time. At this moment, they were not facing thousands of troops, but only a powerful magical beast that they had never seen before. But they didn't dare to move, and they couldn't move. They had no confidence that they could successfully escape from the giant dragon in the valley.
Chapter 3675. Those who didn't even have the qualifications to follow the expedition didn't even need to think about restarting. Many people were looking forward to it because there was no mention of restarting after the life forms in the consciousness universe were destroyed. They were willing to wait. There was also a rumor that anyone who experienced the restarting of the universe would have a hope of crossing the bitter adversity and entering the eternal realm, regardless of their current realm. Although this rumor was purposely made up to comfort the majority of cultivators, there was no lack of people who believed it. Boundless was in the middle of the 7 ships, but it wasn't the largest. The spiritualized universe had a leading ship that was even larger than Boundless. It was called Reboot, a name that represented the spiritualized universe's wishes. Boundless was second only to Reboot in size. Lu Yin stood atop Boundless and looked into the distance. Yu Sangtian's order had caught him off guard. No one had expected an expedition to come so suddenly. Previously he had used the consciousness lifeforms hidden in parallel spacetime to delay the expedition, and he had succeeded. After all, there was still the threat of 13 celestial phenomenon, and Yu Sangtian wouldn't leave so easily. However, this sudden change made Lu Yin feel that Yu Sangtian had other plans. He was too impatient and he didn't even have time to pick up the bricks. Could it be related to the Nina Firmament's universe? Lu Yin looked up at the sky, wanting to see the Nina Firmament's universe, but he couldn't see anything. Boundless would eventually have to follow the expedition to the consciousness universe. The only thing Lu Yin could do was increase Boundless' chances of survival, and the Truth Sutra's appearance was one of his methods. The changes in the 9 heavens and the Truth Sutra were the strength of the Nina Firmament's universe's cultivators. Now that they had been brought to Boundless, Lu Yin hoped that he could bring them back to the Tianyuan universe one day. The ship wasn't fast and many cultivators looked into the distance along the way. Many gazes landed on Boundless. The spiritualized universe seemed familiar with Boundless, but at the same time unfamiliar. They didn't know how many people were in Boundless. Lu Yin alone seemed to magnify the entire Boundless before the spiritualized universe, but he also concealed much of it. With the ship's current speed, it would take more than a month to reach the border from the Ark region. A month wasn't a long time, especially for cultivators. It was just the time to close their eyes. Along the way, Lu Yin let Yishang out. Yishang had been suppressed in the general appointment platform for a long time, and after coming out he seemed to be in a daze and had experienced unspeakable suffering. Long time no see, Yishang. Lu Yin clasped his hands behind his back and looked at him. The reason why Yi Shang had been suppressed in the general appointment platform hell for so long was to take revenge on him for leading the spiritualized universe on an expedition to the Tianyuan universe. This expedition had caused many deaths in the Tianyuan universe. Lu Yin couldn't forget how Yi Shang had used the sealed realm to wipe out 12 mechas in Nong Yi. Nong Yi was the first ancestor realm expert to be conferred godhood by him. He had helped him and died at the border battlefield. Even with the passage of time, that battle could not be erased from his memories. Many people said that once one reached a certain height, they would be able to let go of their past grudges. This was because if one stood at too high a level, it would be too narrow-minded to care about the past. However, just as Lu Yin had said when he had attacked the Lotus Venerate's disciple Lingmu, forgetting the past was tantamount to betraying the future. It was also irresponsible to one's past and irresponsible to those past experiences. Revenge was not necessarily a derogatory term. It was also an explanation for what had happened in the past. Yi Shang was still in a daze when he heard Lu Yin's voice. Yin raised her head and looked at Lu Yin, her eyes filled with confusion. He could no longer distinguish between reality and the cycle. Was the person in front of him a real person or a situation that he had encountered in the past? Those people who had clearly died kept appearing, and it was as if he had returned to the past. This feeling could only be understood after experiencing it. Heartless people were not afraid, but how could a person be heartless? The appearance of an enemy was not scary, but the most frightening thing was the appearance of someone who brought about feelings. His loved ones and family were like layers of dusty scars that were constantly being uncovered. The pain was multiplied, and it was not something that could be resisted with his cultivation. Yi Shang, long time no see. Lu Yin repeated. To Lu Yin it had only been a few months, but to Yi Shang it felt like several lifetimes. Yi Shang stared blankly at Lu Yin. Are you real or fake? Lu Yin looked at Yi Shang's confused and gloomy gaze. Revenge was enough. He raised a hand and tapped out. Yi Shang did not even react, allowing Lu Yin to tap on his forehead. Instantly his entire body felt cool and the surrounding scenery flowed like water. It gradually became clear and real. A breeze blew past, lifting his hair and blocking his vision. He raised his hand and felt the warmth of the wind. He slowly closed his eyes and exhaled. He lay down and did not move for a long time. Lu Yin just stood there like that. In the distance, many gazes swept over from the people on boundless horizon. Many of them belonged to the spiritualized universe, and they had been brought here by dancing butterfly border. When they looked at Lu Yin again, their gazes changed. This was Yi Shang, the great Yi Sangtian. What exactly had he experienced to cause such despair? What kind of ruthless methods did this Lu Sangtian have? In the past, they had only known that this Lu Sangtian was an absolute expert who had refreshed their understanding of him time and time again. Only now did they realize that this person was also an expert at torturing others. Even Yi Sangtian could not withstand it and was now lying on the ground. Yuan Qi's gaze was complicated and his fingers were trembling. Yu Shan felt the same way as he had experienced it before. It had only been a short time, but judging from Yi Sangtian's posture, it had probably been a long time. Princess Yao had also experienced it, and she had been directly asked to be a maid without even refusing. She would rather die than fall into Lu Sangtian's hands, or else she would not be able to die even if she begged for it. The greatest fairness in the world was death, as everyone would die eventually. However, Lu Sangtian had taken away this fairness. After a long time, Yi Shang finally moved. He took a deep breath, raised his head and slowly stood up. He sat on the ground without a care for his image. Compared to what he had experienced, being able to see the truth was already a great fortune. Lu Yin spoke for the third time. Long time no see, Yi Shang. Yi Shang looked at Lu Yin with an indescribable fear in the depths of his eyes. If even the right to die was taken away from him, then that person would be very pitiful. Long time no see, Lu Sangtun. His words came from the bottom of his heart. It really had been a long time. Lu Yin's lips curled up as he stared at Yi Shang. I've prolonged your life. The fear in Yi Shang's eyes intensified when he heard Lu Yin's words, and even an ordinary person could see it. Life is worse than death. Lu Yin was amused and he slowly sat down across from Yi Shang. Image. When one reached a certain height, their actions would represent their image. How can that be? Many people enjoy such experiences, but you don't? Master Lu, just tell me what you want me to do. Yi Shang did not have any desire to speak. He only wanted to distance himself from such experiences, and he wanted Lu Yin to give him a guarantee. Lu Yin raised a hand and a wooden wing appeared in his palm. It was Yi Shang's turbid treasure. I don't understand. How do I use this thing? The vegetable skeleton's foreign wasteland reclamation. He had obtained the wooden wing but he could not use it. Yi Shang's face twitched. Just one step and he would be able to obtain the wooden wing and disappear completely. If he could disappear, he swore that he would never appear again, not in this lifetime. Even if he had to distance himself from humanity, he would not live under the same sky as this person. It was just one step and he was Lu Sangtian. He could obtain it. However, he did not dare. Even if he could obtain it, he would not dare to try. If he failed, he would be dragged into that experience again. His body trembled at the thought. The price of failure was too great, so great that he did not even dare to try. Even if the person holding the wooden wing was an ordinary person or even a child, he would not dare to snatch it. That price was too great, greater than the heavens. I won't let go. I'll hold it for a year and we'll be able to connect our minds, Yi Shang said, his voice hoarse and lifeless. Lu Yin smiled. Thank you. The wooden wing was withdrawn, and Yi Shang heaved a sigh of relief before feeling bitter. He did not even have the courage to try and escape, and he even hoped that the possibility of escaping would never appear. Was this still him? Was he still the Sangtian of the past, a powerhouse who had crossed the bitter disaster realm? Lu Yin stood up and walked to the edge of Limitless. He looked into the distance. Look, we're about to leave the spiritualized universe. Yi Shang was shocked and slowly stood up. He looked around and saw that there were giant arcs in front and behind him. He also saw cultivators constantly appearing on both sides of the arcs, sending them off with their eyes. This is an expedition to the consciousness universe, Lu Yin said. Yi Shang frowned as he recalled that Yu Sangtian had once announced that he had learned of the realm of earth from Yi Meng. He would lead the spiritualized universe to sweep through that realm and level the 13 celestial phenomena. He would be able to restart the consciousness universe at any time. They've already set off? Not good. Yi Shang's expression changed and he looked at Lu Yin's back. Master Lu, please save Wuxia. Lu Yin looked back and met Yi Shang's gaze. Do you think that Yu Sangtian will act against Wuxia in Torch City? He definitely will, Yi Shang said. Lu Yin smiled. You really do care about this grandson of yours. This is just a facade for Yu Sangtian to see. Isn't your son Rong Xiang the one who can truly succeed Yu Sangtian? Yi Shang's expression dimmed. I might not have a chance to return from the consciousness universe. When I fall into Master Lu's hands, our cooperation with the Gate of Arts will end. The Radiant God Sequence Foundation will no longer belong to us, and Rong Xiang will no longer have a chance. Do you think Wuxia still has a chance? Lu Yin asked. Without the Sky Devourer parasol, Wuxia would never become Sangtian. Yi Shang said bitterly, I just hope that he can survive. Lu Yin nodded. A very simple wish. Yi Shang looked at Lu Yin. If Master Lu can help me, the Grand Universe Chamber of Commerce and the Yi family's countless years of accumulated wealth will all belong to Master Lu. I will also work for Master Lu just like I did in the beginning. Lu Yin quietly looked into the distance and did not speak. The cultivators on both sides looked at Limitless with interesting gazes. They hoped to gain Limitless recognition and help, but they were also afraid that Limitless status would bring them disaster. Many people wanted to be repaid, but they did not want to pay the price. They stood in place and paced back and forth, ultimately achieving nothing. Actually, whether these people fought for or retreated, they had a lot of leeway, but they could not see it. Chapter 3676. There are two powerful sects that are very suitable for you, and they're both willing to accept you when you're down. Which one will you choose? Lu Yin suddenly asked. Yi Shang hesitated. I want to. What? Lu Yin laughed. Are you qualified to think about it? Yi Shang stared at Lu Yin in a daze and then smiled bitterly. Yes, am I qualified to think about it? When I think about it, it means that I've failed. To a sect, a person in dire straits was like an ant, and it was already a great fortune that they were willing to accept him. If this person still wanted to think about it, it would be an insult to the sect. The faster he made his choice, the more recognition the chosen sect would have. Even if it was just the recognition of an ant, it would be more beneficial for the person in dire straits. Even if he might offend another sect, that was not something that needed to be considered. Think. Many people had been ruined by this word. It was better for people to be decisive. Yishang took a deep breath. If he were to return to his youth, he would have decisively chosen one. After all, he had lived for so long and he understood this principle. However, he had been in a high position for too long, and he would unconsciously think for himself. Perhaps this was also his instinct as a businessman. This was very similar to his current situation. Was he qualified to make a deal with Lu Yin? If he saved Xia, would he give his life's worth of information to Lu Yin and help him do things? Wrong. He would first offer himself and then ask Lu Yin to save Xia. The order was wrong. Yishang wanted to say something but he did not. Not long after, the group saw the giant door at the border. Lu Yin looked into the distance. There was also a door at the border of the Tianyuan universe and it was very similar. Lu Yin's feelings when he had first seen that door had completely changed. Countless cultivators from the spiritualized universe were already waiting at the border. When they saw the battleships arrive, they all lined up to board. Next, they would go on an expedition to the consciousness universe. Yishang looked in one direction. There were many springboards there that could be used to contact Torch City. When Torch City had first contacted the spiritualized universe, many of the springboards had been destroyed, but the remaining ones could still be used to send messages. Go on, Lu Yin said calmly. Yishang bowed. Thank you, Lu Sengdong. He then headed in that direction. 7 huge battleships were lined up in a row. Many cultivators boarded the other 6 battleships. Only Wujiang was not. Every battleship had a bitter adversity expert overseeing it. Meng Sangtian, 9th Spirit, Su Shidao, Old Salamander, Yu Sangtian, Zitianshu of the Sky Beyond Heaven experts, and so on. This expedition to the universe of consciousness had taken away more than half of the spiritualized universe's experts. There were still a few hidden experts in the human-shaped spirit mold, as well as a few hidden experts in the beast-shaped spirit mold. All of them were discovered by Lu Yin. As for the more secretive corners, it was still unknown if Eternal had come. It was unknown how many great beings of the 9 Clouds universe there were. This trip was a grave that the consciousness universe had dug for Yu Sangtian, but no one knew who would be buried there. At the corner of the border, Yishang arrived. He had come to this place many times to talk to Torch City, especially after Xia had become the city lord of Torch City. He was considered the person who came here the most in the spiritualized universe. He was very familiar with this place. However, this time he was stopped. Senior, please return. Lord Yu Sangtian has ordered that no one is allowed to approach. Yishang did not say a word and forced his way in. From the side, an elder walked out. Yishang, you dare to disobey Lord Yu Sangtian's orders? Yishang looked over. I did not expect that even you would be brought out this time. Right, I remember now. Is this your condition for joining the Sky Beyond Heaven? Did Yu Sangtian give you a spot to restart the universe? The elder's face was gloomy. He was a bitter adversity expert from the Sky Beyond Heaven. He had once guarded Huamani and prevented Ruguo from returning to Royal God Mountain. Although he had failed twice, this did not prevent him from following Lu Yin to the universe of consciousness. This was the condition that had been agreed upon with Yu Sangtian. Compared to Yishang, who had reached the level of Yu Sangtian, he was somewhat inferior. However, crossing the bitter adversity was a form of capital. His strength was not considered powerful among the bitter adversity experts, but he could still prevent Yishang from using the springboard to contact Torch City. This person's appearance was troublesome for Yishang. The spiritualized universe can contact Torch City. What right does Yu Sangtian have to stop me? Yishang's face was gloomy. The elder said coldly, everything in the spiritualized universe belongs to Lord Yu Sangtian, even the border. Leave. Yishang was unwilling. If Torch City did not know about this expedition, the moment Yu Sangtian arrived at Torch City would be the moment of Xia's misfortune. Previously, with Rong Xiang as a backup, supporting Xia to become Yu Sangtian was just a facade. However, now that there was no hope of becoming a radiant god, Xia had become a real hope. He wanted to preserve the Yi family's bloodline. When he thought of this, he attacked. The elder attacked at the same time. Both of them suppressed the area of their battle to prevent others from noticing. However, gradually the aftershocks from their attacks grew larger and larger. After all, they were both bitter adversity experts. Scram! A shout distorted the starry sky and caused the border gate to tremble. Countless cultivators covered their ears and looked in Wu Zhang's direction in shock. This shout came from Lu Yin and the sound wave blasted towards the elder. The elder was shocked and quickly retreated, not daring to take it head-on. He looked at Wu Jiang with a pale face. What a terrifying pressure. Was this Yu Sangtian's level? On the restart, Yu Sangtian looked at Wu Jiang. Lu Sangtian, you've gone too far. Lu Yin looked at the restart. He's one of my people. What's wrong with using the springboards? One of your people? Yu Sangtian looked at the corner and his gaze landed on Yi Shang. Yi Shang's body froze and a chill enveloped him. He did not dare to move, as if he would die if he moved. Lu Yin said calmly, "That's right. He's one of my people." As he spoke, the starry sky changed, and an invisible force pushed Yi Shang towards the springboards. Yu Sangtian's voice rang out. "Your people have to follow the rules." As he spoke, the pressure from the front pushed Yi Shang away. The two pressures acted on Yi Shang, causing him to vomit blood. Yi Shang could choose to use Yu Sangtian's pressure to offset Lu Yin's because Lu Yin's pressure was not as strong as Yu Sangtian's. However, he did not do so and endured the pressure head-on. This scene caused Yu Sangtian to frown. Yi Shang's choice was unexpected. Although the two pressures were not enough to kill a bitter adversity expert, he had lost all his face. It was as if he had become a bargaining chip in the game between the two. However, Yi Shang did not back down. This Lu Yin really had some tricks up his sleeve. Clang. A bell rang out and the pressure immediately disappeared. The sound of a bell rang out from Boundless. This was the first time Yuanqi had used a bell since arriving in the spiritualized universe. It had been many years since this bell had rung in the spiritualized universe. The war is imminent. The bigger picture is more important. Yuanqi spoke, and these few words caused Yi Shang to recover. He hurriedly rushed towards the springboards. Yu Sangtian did not stop him. What a familiar voice. Yuanqi Sangtian. I hope to see this bell again in the battle in the consciousness universe. Yuanqi spoke up from Boundless. We will. Yuanqi's attack. This reminded everyone in the spiritualized universe that there was a Sangtian above Boundless. Yuanqi was not an ordinary Sangtian. He had lived for a long time and he was not inferior to Emperor Wu and the others. He was an antique and his name had shaken the spiritualized universe. His strength was unfathomable and even Yu Sangtian had to be wary of him. Lu Yin looked at Reboot and saw Yu Sangtian. Yu Sangtian's expression was calm as if nothing had happened. The elder had also returned to the battleship. Yi Shangshuan used the springboard to send a message to Torch City. In Torch City, Wuxia had not received any news from the spiritualized universe for a long time. Ever since Boundless had gone to the spiritualized universe, his connection with it had been severed and he knew nothing about it. Today news had arrived. When Wuxia saw the news, his expression changed. An expedition to the consciousness universe? This was troublesome. Yu Sangtian had personally come. If Lu Yin wanted to face Yu Sangtian directly, he would be in big trouble. The secrets of the tiny spiritual universe were enough for Yu Sangtian to destroy him. Yi Shang had sent the message to warn him to avoid Yu Sangtian, but Torch City was only a few inches away. Where could he hide? Unless he went to a springboard. The springboard to the consciousness universe could not be used, or else Yu Sangtian would definitely find him. The other option was to go to the springboard to the Tianyuan universe. Boundless had made a springboard along the way, but if Yu Sangtian wanted to get rid of Lu Yin, he could follow the springboard to find him. Leaving Torch City would be even more dangerous. Wuxia looked at the broken foundation. Not long after, Wuxia found the other two vice city lords of Torch City. Using the excuse that he had broken through and was in seclusion, he handed over all of Torch City's affairs to them. The two vice city lords had already been subdued by Wuxia, so they naturally obeyed his orders. A few days later, at the border of the spiritualized universe, all of the cultivators boarded the battleships. Under the guidance of rebooting, the gates opened and the battleships boarded the springboard. They instantly disappeared, heading towards Torch City. One battleship after another set off. Boundless was the third, and as the springboard was thrown out, Boundless entered the core and set off for Torch City. It would take them 10 years to reach Torch City. On Boundless, a group of people looked at the familiar dark space. They had not expected it to happen again. They had set off from the Tianyuan universe, entered the core and then arrived at the spiritualized universe. At first they had not thought that they would return to the core again, and they had all come prepared to die. Now that they saw the familiar dark space again, Their emotions were indescribable. They had reached Torch City, and if he wanted to, he was confident that he could bring Boundless back to the Tianyuan universe. The path home was so close, but he still could not take it. Even if they had come prepared to die, Boundless would still return to the Tianyuan universe if they had the chance. This chance was growing larger and larger. Just as the final battleship boarded the core, the border gates closed, leaving behind countless gazes to wait for the results. On Royal God Mountain, a figure landed on the Ru family's ruins. With a wave of his hand, the Ru family's ruins completely disappeared, and the figure headed towards the spiritualized universe. Within the core, 7 giant battleships headed towards Torch City, but none of them could see each other. When one battleship used the springboard to travel far away, the next battleship also used the springboard to travel far away. In the time it took for the previous battleship to travel, the power of the springboard came from the universe itself. In that instant, it was difficult for a person to reach. In the past, Lu Yin had thought about how powerful it would be if he could reach the springboard's power one day. With a single slap, even Sang Tian would be slapped to death. It would take 10 years to reach Torch City, and during this time, Lu Yin began to teach the Rushi Sutra. Chapter 3677. Like a true scripture, like a mountain descending, like my true will, like sorrow and joy and joy, like the unity of heaven and earth, like hearing that you are coming. First, there was the change of the 9 heavens, and then there was the sutra. The power that Lu Yin had given Wu Jiang left everyone stunned. The transformation of the 9 heavens was one of Yu Sang Tian's invincible battle techniques, but now, it seemed to be a true scripture. No matter how one looked at it, it didn't sound simple. However, no matter how strong the power was, it still depended on whether it was suitable or not. For example, the change of the 9 heavens was not suitable for Chu Yi. Chu Yi cultivated the Tao of the Heavenly One in order to find a way to survive. On the other hand, the change of the 9 heavens specialized in killing. It was equivalent to fighting head-on. It was very suitable for people like the Celestial Lord Combatant and the Aragami. As for the sutra, one would be moved the moment they heard it. The primogenitor, Patriarch Lu Tianyi, and the others were moved, but Heavenly Lord Victorious pretended not to have heard it. The biggest change was Crazy Dean Xiaochen. After listening to the sutra, he immediately gained enlightenment. This scene stunned everyone else, including Lu Yin. So fast. He had also cultivated the Rushi Sutra, and this was the first time he had heard of it. Just like the crazy principle, he had also gained an epiphany and was stunned by the Rushi Sutra. Now he was experiencing what the Rushi Sutra felt. Seeing the insane principle gain enlightenment, the others silently retreated. Everyone had a cultivation technique that was suitable for them. The crazy headmaster walked the path of the secular world, and no one could help him. Even Lu Yin, who had wanted to give Wu Jin's technique to the crazy headmaster, had been unable to help him. The path of the secular world had to be walked by the crazy headmaster himself. Now Lu Yin had actually found a technique that could help him. Thinking about it, it made sense. If the cultivation of the true scripture emphasized intent, emotions, and a way out, what was the most abundant in the mortal world? Love is the most abundant. What is the mortal world? There was nothing more suitable for the crazy principle than a true scripture. Compared to old ancestor Lu Tianyi and the others, the crazy dean had only cultivated for a short period of time. He still had a lot of room for improvement. The primogenitor was very curious as to how far he could go in the path of mortals. Doing business and cultivating, as long as the target was an intelligent life form, they would never be able to escape from the mortal world. Perhaps the crazy principle's achievements would surpass everyone else's. Lu Yin was also looking forward to it. He hoped that the experts of the unbounded continent would have a future. The Tianyuan universe had given birth to many geniuses since ancient times, but only a few of them had survived. If one day those experts could relive their lives, how glorious would that be? In the spiritualized universe, the figure who destroyed the Ru family ruins came to the border and looked at the tightly shut gate. He was filled with unwillingness. One step late, one step too late. It was definitely Mo Shang's doing. It was impossible for him to run. The figure stared at the border for a long time before turning to leave. There were still things that needed to be taken care of in this universe. Aside from Lu Yin, there was also the Eternal. Since Lu Yin had dared to mess with him, Lu Yin still needed to be dealt with. Time passed day by day. The darkness in the square-inch area never changed. The unchanging scenery made people feel numb. Fortunately, they were all cultivators. Let alone 10 years, even if it was 100 years or 1,000 years, they could still endure this numbing darkness. 2 years had passed and the crazy headmaster had cultivated to the first level of the Buddha's Sutra. Heart moved, body immovable. This was not surprising. Primogenitors, Chi and the others had reached that level long ago. However, they were experts above the primordial realm. Their cultivation and time of cultivation far exceeded the crazy principles, so there was no comparison. Then another 5 years passed. In the 7th year since Wu Jiang entered Mind's sphere, the crazy headmaster had reached the 2nd level. Immovable body and immovable mind. This was surprising as in all of Wu Jiang, only the primogenitors had reached this level. Neither Qi, Lu Yin or the others had reached this level. Of course, given enough time they could have reached it, but it would not have happened so quickly. It should be known that even Rugua had only reached the 2nd level. Just because they were in the same realm did not mean that the crazy headmaster was comparable to Rugua. It was only in terms of cultivating the Buddha's Sutra that the crazy headmaster's talent was shocking. The primogenitors had relied on their mental fortitude that had been cultivated for countless years, and Rugua was the same. The crazy headmaster had not even reached the level of a sequence law, but he was on par with them in terms of cultivating the Buddha's Sutra. If Rugua knew about this, he would definitely think of a way to take the crazy headmaster away. In the entire 9 firmaments universe and the spiritualized universe, there was only one person who had reached the 3rd level of the Buddha's Sutra, and that was the former inferior god, Wuxia. The difference of one realm was like the difference between heaven and earth. The crazy headmaster opened his eyes. His gaze was as calm as an ancient well. How do you feel? Lu Yin was curious. The primogenitors and the others also looked at the crazy headmaster. This person's path of growth was difficult to replicate. He had been insane for so many years and now that he had sobered up he had shocked the world. The crazy headmaster looked at Lu Yin. I'm all right. Lu Yin blinked. How about your power level? How much? The crazy headmaster thought about it. Not much. The Buddha's Sutra emphasizes the will. If not for that, Wuxia would not have lost to Yusang Tian. Rugua relied on his foundation from Ku adversity to forcefully cultivate the Buddha's Sutra, which allowed him to reach Yusang Tian's level of power. It's unrealistic to think that this technique can increase your power level in a short period of time, the primogenitor said. Lu Yin was disappointed. The crazy headmaster looked at his hands. Although my power level hasn't increased by much, I have a feeling that I will reach the 3rd level in the near future. At that time it will transform. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. Are you sure you can reach the 3rd level? The crazy headmaster nodded. I'm sure. Lu Yin sighed. Do you know who the last person to reach the 3rd level was? The crazy headmaster sighed. It must have been someone shocking. Lu Yin exchanged glances with the primogenitor. He felt like the old man was boasting. No one disturbed the crazy headmaster and he was allowed to cultivate in peace. Lu Yin was looking forward to seeing what would happen when the crazy headmaster reached the 3rd level. Of course, Lu Yin was not looking forward to his power level. The crazy headmaster could not possibly reach Ru Tian's level all of a sudden. That would be too laughable. What Lu Yin was looking forward to was the transformation of his realm, which would guide him in the right direction. The sutra could stabilize his realm. Once he reached the 3rd level, Lu Yin did not know how much stronger he would become, but he would definitely be able to fight Yusang Tian head-on. He might not be confident now, but he might be able to do so in the future. If the primogenitor could do it, then so could Lu Yin. The primogenitor was looking forward to it as well. The sutra was very suitable for him to cultivate. Once he reached the 3rd level, he also did not know how it would help him. The unknown was worth waiting for. On the other side of Limitless, in front of Yuanqi, a bell flickered. Ever since Yuanqi had been defeated in the Tian Yuan universe, this bell had been shattered, and it had only recently recovered a little. It had helped Lu Yin intimidate Yusang Tian at the border, so Yusang Tian should not have noticed anything wrong with it. Although it was still far from fully recovered, Yuanqi could at least protect himself. Yuanqi smiled bitterly as he looked at the bell. He was a powerhouse who had crossed the bitter calamity. Even if he had lost his spiritual weapon, he was still not the weakest among those who had crossed the bitter calamity. However, when he came into contact with this bell, he felt like he was powerless to protect himself. It was as if the universe he had come into contact with was fake. Above Limitless, Some people cultivated the sutra while others cultivated the transformation of the 9 heavens. Lu Yin pulled Strength Beast and Su Wang over to check on their progress with the transformation of the 9 heavens. It had to be said that these two fellows were exceptionally gifted, and their strength had broken through their previous limits with the help of the transformation of the 9 heavens. They were developing in an unknown direction just like Lu Yin. The two fellows were exceptionally confident, and they looked at Lu Yin with unconvinced gazes. Lu Yin was unhappy. How could they rely on their own battle techniques? Change? Do you dare to rebel? Thus he took action, punching each of them and pinning them down to the ground. Strength Beast was also unhappy. His body flickered with the transformation of the 9 heavens, and each flicker increased his strength. Bang! There was a loud bang and Strength Beast was sprawled on the ground. His body trembled and a visible bump appeared on his head. Lu Yin looked at Su Wang with a dangerous gaze. Su Wang grinned and wagged his tail. Here's a thumbs up. He did not attack and just stood there like a mascot. Lu Yin snorted and looked at Strength Beast again. Strength Beast was sprawled on the ground and did not even raise his head. Here's a thumbs up. Behave yourself. Lu Yin walked away. Not long after he found Startoad. Startoad's heart was heavy, and it was huddled in a corner with a gloomy expression. It could not cultivate the transformation of the 9 heavens. It did not know why, but it just could not do it. It did not feel anything from the Rushi true scripture either. It was clearly an extremely powerful technique, so why couldn't it cultivate it? Even those two fools could cultivate it. Lu Yin must have taught it a fake and the others must have been taught the real thing. Startoad was not convinced. Lu Yin appeared in front of it. You can't cultivate the Rushi true scripture? Nonsense. Startoad was unhappy and immediately replied, but then it felt that something was wrong. It looked up and saw Lu Yin's gloomy expression. Startoad's heart skipped a beat and it hurriedly greeted him. Hey Master Lu, I didn't see you. I thought it was some fool. Don't mind. You can't cultivate the Rushi true scripture? Lu Yin asked again. Startoad grimaced and hugged its lotus leaf. I can't cultivate it. It stole a glance at Lu Yin as if trying to see something. Lu Yin found it strange. You're really useless. It's fine if you can't cultivate the transformation of the 9 heavens, but you can't cultivate the Rushi true scripture either. Startoad stood there in a daze. Wanted to curse. You must have given me a fake one. You must have. Lu Yin did not know why Startoad could not cultivate it, but it was better that it could not. This guy was caught by him and it did not help him sincerely. Now that he thought about it, this guy had always complained about him. Lu Yin walked around the boundless border and he even went to check on Jiangqi. She was hiding under her blanket and didn't dare to come out, which made Lu Yin unable to say anything even if he wanted to. He suddenly thought of a guy, Furball Green Immortal. Ever since he left Tianyuan Universe, this guy was placed in Mount Supreme, and it had not appeared for a long time. Lu Yin let out Furball Green Immortal. Furball Green Immortal was confused. It looked around. Master, where is this? To Furball Green Immortal, being locked in Mount Supreme was much better than being outside. At least it did not have to worry about being killed by Lu Yin. It would rather hide in Mount Supreme. Lu Yin looked at Furball Green Immortal. Are you injured? Furball Green Immortal answered carefully. No, I'm not injured. Lu Yin's heart sank. As expected, it did not suffer any karmic backlash. This meant that Green Immortal was not affected by karma. Was this the power of an eternal realm expert? This meant that Song Xiaoshue's Green Immortal might still be alive. He wondered how the Tianyuan universe was doing. Fan Tuan visits the book. Lu Yin was not interested in talking to Furball Green Immortal, so he put it away. He did not notice that before putting it away, Furball Green Immortal looked in a certain direction. This action was not clear and it looked confused. It looked like it was looking around curiously, so it did not attract Lu Yin's attention. There were only 3 more years until he reached Torch City. Chapter 3678. In front of the battleship, Torch City was brightly lit. Compared to the bustling city in the past, it was much quieter now. Due to the arrival of the Spirit Sacrifice Day, many cultivators returned to the spiritualized universe, causing the number of cultivators in Torch City to decrease greatly. Torch City wasn't worried about an attack from the consciousness universe. The cultivators from the consciousness universe could only secretly follow the spiritualized universe battleship. Otherwise, it would take too long to travel from the consciousness universe to Torch City. It wasn't worth it as they didn't have a space-time battleship. Boom. In a corner of Torch City, a house collapsed. A few cultivators fled in all directions pathetically. In the collapsed ruins, a tall figure stood up. He scanned the surroundings with a dignified gaze, but with a hint of drunkenness. Who dares to scold me, Miao Huang? Stand out and see how I'll teach you a lesson. Win people over with virtue. You despicable people have to win people over with virtue. No one answered. No one dared to look at him, afraid that he would target them. This person was Miao Huang. Back then, in order to avoid Star Toad and the others, he had escaped from the spiritualized universe. He said that he was going to the consciousness universe to fight, but in reality he had been tyrannizing Torch City. No one could do anything to him. Even Wuxia had to respectfully address him as senior. Wuxia was miserable. As for the situation in the spiritualized universe, Wuxia couldn't get any information from him. This guy was a scoundrel. Actually, even if the spiritualized universe didn't attack the consciousness universe, Wuxia had planned to hide. This Miao Huang was getting more and more despicable. Last time he actually went to the city lord's residence to behave atrociously. If not for the fact that she couldn't beat him, she would have pulled out his tendons and skinned him. Miao Huang's arrival made many cultivators in Torch City angry. This guy was too despicable. His character was too vile. Yet he acted as if he could walk the world with virtue. Disgusting. These cultivators didn't dare to say it in front of him. They could only scold him behind his back to vent their anger. Who knew that this guy would actually start eavesdropping? He couldn't even be scolded behind his back. Who was Miao Huang? He was a smart person who believed that the beast spirit molt was the strongest and was the most suitable to lead the beast spirit molt to surpass the human spirit molt. He was virtuous and talented. How could he allow others to scold him behind his back? Impossible. Not in this lifetime. He wouldn't allow it. His reputation couldn't be tarnished. Moreover, it was really tasteless to curse people behind their backs. Such people were not worthy of talking about him. Therefore he was very busy now. After teaching a group of people a lesson, he sneaked to other places to hide, listening to who dared to curse him behind his back. Ever since Miao Huang did this, the atmosphere in Torch City changed. Everyone was very careful, afraid that there would be a pair of eyes staring at them from behind. Some girls didn't even dare to take off their clothes. Even the slightest movement would cause them to scream. This made the people in Torch City nervous. Miao Huang, on the other hand, found this very interesting and became even more motivated. At the same time, he had another hobby, planting flags. These flags represented Miao Huang. Each flag only had one word: virtue. Virtue ruled the world, using virtue to convince others. This was Miao Huang. In a short period of time, Torch City was filled with flags with the word virtue, causing the eyelids of those who saw it to twitch. They had seen shameless people before, but they had never seen such shameless people. On this day, Miao Huang carried the virtue banner to the city lord's manor. He strutted into the city lord's manor and planted it there. Looking at the virtue banner fluttering in the wind, he was very satisfied. Wuxia, where are you? Come out. An old man ran over with a bitter face. Greetings, Senior Miao Huang. Miao Huang looked over and grinned. Isn't this the vice city lord? Where's Wuxia? Let him come out and see what this Miao Huang planted for him. Banner, as a person you have to convince others with virtue. This Miao Huang noticed that the atmosphere in Torch City is not right. Why do they all like to talk about people behind their backs? The old man was speechless. Wasn't it all because of him? City Lord Wuxia is in seclusion. Miao Huang raised his brows. Seclusion? A few years ago. Miao Huang was surprised. I haven't seen Wuxia in a few years? That's right, in these few years this Miao Huang was focused on teaching Torch City and forgot to visit. Right, how many years has it been? The old man thought about it. About 10 years. 10 years, that's enough. He can come out. Let him come out and see this banner. From now on, hang it here and let the people of Torch City see what it means to convince others with virtue. Let them think of this Miao Huang when they see this banner. The old man sighed. There was no need to look. Your deeds would definitely be passed down in history. As long as Torch City existed, it would not be forgotten. The city lord is in seclusion. We can't call him out. Miao Huang was unhappy. Why can't you call him out? Why is he in seclusion? To improve his cultivation? Is that useful? Yishang is crippled. He can forget about being Sang Tian in this life. Go call him out. The old man was in a difficult position and did not move. Miao Huang moved closer and stared at the old man. His aura suppressed the void, causing the old man's back to turn cold. He felt like he was going to be killed at any moment. Are you rejecting me? The old man's face turned pale. I dare not. It's just that I can't find the city lord. What do you mean you can't find him? Torch City is only so big. Can he run to the Tianyuan universe? The city lord is in the broken foundation. Miao Huang was stunned. What is he doing there? The old man said, training in seclusion. Although Miao Huang was shameless, he was not stupid. The broken foundation protected the springboard. The springboard was protected because it was afraid of attracting an unknown civilization. The more one understood the universe, the more they respected it. Experts could easily destroy parallel universes, but a parallel universe was just a speck of dust in the universe. The springboard borrowed the power of the universe to reach a height that living beings could not touch. The universe itself was vast and endless. Who said that there were only 3 universes? Miao Huang knew that there were more than 3 universes, but who could say for sure how many universes there were? The springboard's existence was strange. Whether it was naturally formed or man-made, the spiritualized universe did not know. If the springboard was exposed and attracted other universes, who knew what kind of civilization would appear? Anyway, it would not be a good thing. This Wuxia was smart to hide in the broken foundation. Even if Miao Huang found him there, he could not attack him to prevent accidents. Wait, he was hiding from him. There was no need. Miao Huang suddenly thought of something and stared at the old man. Is there any news from the spiritualized universe? The old man's face was pale and he did not know how to answer. Before Wuxia went into seclusion, he had specifically told him not to spread the news. Miao Huang grabbed the old man's collar. A terrifying pressure descended, making the old man feel like his whole body was being crushed. The despair of death made him lose all will to resist. Yes. 10 years ago? Yes. Miao Huang threw the old man away. This bastard Wuxia was not hiding from him but from the spiritualized universe. If he could hide, there must be someone at Sang Tian's level or even more. Sang Tian would not come. Thinking of this, he wanted to leave, but where to? Right, the broken foundation. If Wuxia could hide in the broken foundation, so could he. No matter what. However, as a precaution, he was about to move. In the distance, a battleship suddenly descended. It could be seen from Torch City, and Torch City could also be seen from the battleship. Miao Huang opened his mouth and rushed to the broken foundation. This was the rebooting of the spiritualized universe battleship as the lead ship. Sang Tian was definitely here. Bad luck. Good things never came, but bad things did. Sang Tian was on the reboot. The moment he saw Torch City, he also saw Miao Huang. Seeing Miao Huang rushing to the broken foundation, he raised his eyebrows. A vast consciousness descended as if there was an additional sky, blocking Miao Huang. Miao Huang attacked with his claw, trying to tear the consciousness sky apart. When the consciousness sky was torn apart, a white imperial robe appeared. On it was the word, Imperial, that could burn the sky and destroy the earth. It covered Torch City and pressed down. Miao Huang knew it was too late. Even if he could break the imperial robe, Sang Tian was waiting for him. The imperial robe descended and Miao Huang slowly landed. The battleship also stopped. In Torch City, many cultivators saw the battleship appear. Finally, someone was here. They had been tortured by Miao Huang all these years. Finally, a battleship appeared. They could return to the spiritualized universe. Even if they had to kill their way to the consciousness universe, it was better than staying in Torch City. The scene of Miao Huang being suppressed by the imperial robe was not seen by every cultivator. However, any cultivator who saw it knew that it was not only the battleship that had arrived, but also Sang Tian himself. Sang Tian had come personally. Was he going to crush the consciousness universe? Within the city lord residence, the elder rushed to the battleship to welcome Sang Tian. Within Torch City, figure after figure rushed over. They were all at least at the progenitor realm to welcome Sang Tian. Miao Huang's face was bitter. He could not escape. Greetings, Lord Sang Tian. Greetings, Lord Sang Tian. His voice resounded throughout Torch City, shocking all the cultivators in the city. Lord Sang Tian was coming personally? At this time, another battleship arrived, stopping beside Torch City. On this battleship the ninth spirit walked out shaking Torch City. And then the third battleship arrived. It was Wujiang. Wujiang was completely different from the other battleships. It did not belong to the spiritualized universe, because the cultivators in Torch City had not seen it before. Before, Wujiang had stunned all the cultivators in Torch City. Other than Xia and Old Tao, no one else knew of Wujiang's existence. And now the cultivators in Torch City looked on blankly. They had not seen this battleship before. Miao Huang saw Wujiang and was stunned. Why was Wujiang here? Had the group from the Tianyuan universe been dealt with by Yusang Tian? Next he felt a familiar aura. It was Lu Yin, the expert who had once defeated him. That damned toad was also here. The group from the Tianyuan universe was fine. He knew that he was in trouble. Above Torch City, within the broken base, Xia saw Wujiang arrive with a complicated expression. If not for Wujiang, he would not have been in such a state. What had Wujiang done in the spiritualized universe? How had he come out unscathed? Yusang Tian had come and so had Wujiang. The two universes had joined forces to conquer the consciousness universe. He did not know if they would be able to completely destroy it. If the consciousness universe was destroyed, then Torch City would lose much of its meaning. It would be reduced to a defensive springboard. Next, battleship after battleship arrived, shocking Torch City. Chapter 3679. The 7 battleships were all space-time class. At this moment, the cultivators in Torch City knew that something big was about to happen. Since ancient times, it had been rare for all space-time class battleships in the spiritualized universe to be deployed. There were only a few recorded instances, and each time they swept through the consciousness universe, they had not been able to completely destroy the 13 celestial phenomenon. The cultivators in Torch City never thought that they would see such a day. On the battleships, experts entered Torch City one after another. This made the cultivators of Torch City excited. Many of the cultivators went to look for their elders and then complained. "Forefather, you don't know how despicable Miao Huang is. He forced his disciple to praise him as the strongest in beast form. Senior, please help us. Miao Huang is despicable and shameless, planting flags in our home. Miao Huang eavesdropped on us. We clearly said that Miao Huang was the strongest and he punished us by standing for 100 days. Despicable. To prevent others from speaking ill of him, he eavesdropped and hid in the shadows. Little junior sister, little junior sister. What? What happened to little junior sister? Little junior sister is ashamed and indignant. She insists on marrying me. Miao Huang even made a song dedicated to him. Torch City has to sing it every day. It's disgusting. Ninth Immortal, please help us. Meng Sangtian, please help us. Lord Meng Sangtian, please help us. The people on the battleships were bewildered. They had thought that they would be greeted with praise and worship, as well as anticipation for the revival of the consciousness universe. Why was it all complaints? How despicable was this Miao Huang? Seeing the banners fluttering all over Torch City, they were speechless. They had seen shameless people, but not this shameless. Even the ninth spirit felt that the thought immortal was better than Miao Huang. This was too shameless. On the boundless border, the star toad stomped its feet and cursed. It begged Lu Yin to capture Miao Huang and teach him a lesson. Lu Yin glanced at the star toad. Miao Huang has really seen a toad like you? Not a toad. The star toad was helpless. Everyone was calling it a toad now. Where was the dignity of Kuai? He couldn't see it at all in the boundless lands. Su Wangtian looked at the virtue banners in the city and felt respect for Miao Huang from the bottom of his heart. It was rare for someone to be so shameless. On the other battleship, many beast-shaped spirit molts had ugly expressions. Most of them were from the 10,000 beast territory, so they didn't have a good impression of Miao Huang. This bastard had brought shame to the beast-shaped spirit molts. Since when did beast-shaped spirit molts convince people with their virtues? The fist was the true dignity of the spirit-molted beast. I ask the border lord to capture Miao Huang and clean up the family. A beast-shaped spiritual molt spoke. It was one of the 10,000 beast borders mountain lords. Immediately after, the spirit-molted beast spoke. Even winged butterfly and nine-tailed fox wanted to capture Miao Huang, but they knew that they were no match for him. No matter what, Miao Huang was an existence that could challenge Wu Huang. They looked at the old salamander. Would the old salamander make a move? Previously, in order to make Wu Huang and Lu Sangtian fight, the old salamander worked together with Wu Huang to send the battle invitation to the boundless lands and announce it to the spiritualized universe. No one knew what the relationship between these two fellows was. The old salamander had a headache. Couldn't Wu Huang be more obedient? Why did he stay in Torchfire City? Wasn't it better to go to the consciousness universe? Torchfire City was filled with resentment. The cultivators hated Wu Huang to the core. In the city lord's residence, Wu Huang's face twitched. These shameless people kept calling him Lord Wu Huang. They scolded him, but he corrected them. Now they were bad-mouthing him in front of Yu Sangtian. His heart trembled. Come here. Yu Sangtian's voice sounded. Wu Huang's face was bitter. He traveled through the void and arrived at the edge of Torchfire City. He wasn't far from Yu Sangtian. In the spiritualized universe, he was enemies with the 10,000 beast border and the realm beyond skies. Hence, he had been hiding and didn't dare to show his face. It wasn't that Yu Sangtian couldn't find him, but there was no need to make things difficult for him. Even if he was an 8-star dark spirit, his main enemy was still the 10,000 beast border. Before leaving the spiritualized universe, he specially contacted the realm beyond skies and told Yu Sangtian that he was going to the consciousness universe. Because of this, his name was removed from the dark spirit list. If he faced Yu Sangtian normally, he wouldn't care. However, he was surrounded by enemies now. These shameless people actually dared to complain. Yu Sangtian looked at Wu Huang. How long have you been in Torchfire City? Lord Yu Sangtian, he hasn't left since he came. Someone complained with red eyes. Wu Huang glared at that person. He would remember this and wait. Facing Yu Sangtian's gaze, he smiled. Well, I've been resting. Yes, resting. I was injured by the third head of the Dayu Manor during the battle in the abyss of space. I've been resting until now. Yu Sangtian looked around. Everywhere he looked, the virtue flag had turned to ashes. It's too ugly. Wu Huang fanged. How dare you destroy my virtue flag? Just you wait, I'll kill you when I have the chance. He knew that he wasn't Yu Sangtian's opponent now. He could only admit defeat. He couldn't even escape. However, he was once an 8-star dark spirit and had fought against the realm beyond skies. He wasn't afraid of anything. No matter how strong Yu Sangtian was, he wouldn't be convinced. He would wait and see when he has the chance. Get on the battleship and go to the consciousness universe. Yu Sangtian said. He had nothing to say to someone like Wu Huang. Wu Huang rolled his eyes. Well, I'm a spiritual molt beast. Let's go to the 5th battleship. The 5th battleship was filled with spiritual molts. The 6th battleship was also filled with spiritual molts. Before Yu Sangtian could speak, the old salamander arrived. Wu Huang is a spiritual molt beast. It's reasonable for him to board the battleship of the Wanshou border. Lord Yu Sangtian, please agree. Wu Huang glanced at the old salamander. You know what's good for you. Otherwise, you'll tell everyone about us working together. Wait, where's Wu Huang? Wu Huang looked at the 5th battleship. Why wasn't Wu Huang here? Wu Huang appeared and the old salamander spoke on behalf of the Wanshou border. Wu Huang couldn't have been killed by the third head, right? Impossible. Old man, where's Wu Huang? Wu Huang stared at the old salamander. The old salamander didn't even look at him. He waited for Yu Sangtian to answer. Yu Sangtian said indifferently, he's here. Wu Huang wasn't in the mood to care. He appeared in front of the old salamander and stared at him. Where's Wu Huang? Where's that idiot? The old salamander looked at Wu Huang helplessly. He's dead. Wu Huang's eyes narrowed. What did you say? He wasn't the only one who heard it. The cultivators in Torch City heard it too. Everyone was in an uproar. Xia heard it too. He couldn't believe it. How could it be? Wu Huang was dead. That was Wu Huang. He was a top expert who fought 3 Sangtian alone. If he used the ceiling sky sequence, his strength would be unimaginable. How could he be dead? How did he die? You must be joking, old man. Wu Huang couldn't believe it. He knew Wu Huang's strength the best. With the help of the ceiling sky sequence, Wu Huang's strength was unbeatable. Even so, he only dared to talk nonsense. He didn't dare to fight Wu Huang. The old salamander and Wu Huang stared at each other. Wu Huang was killed by me. Wu Huang stared at the old salamander. He took a few steps back and stared at him. You can kill Wu Huang? What a joke. The old salamander didn't plan to explain. If Yu Sangtian didn't let him go, he had no choice. He turned and left. Don't go. Explain yourself. Miao Huang pressed on the old salamander's shoulder, trying to drag him back. The old salamander's eyes darkened. He raised his left hand and grabbed Miao Huang's right hand. He slowly raised it. The two forces clashed. The ground cracked and Torch City shook. Miao Huang's face darkened. He pressed his hand down but couldn't. He couldn't believe it. When did this old man become so strong? On the fifth battleship, the beast-shaped spiritual molts had complicated expressions. Although they didn't want to accept the old salamander as the leader of the Wanshou border because of Wu Huang's death, the old salamander's strength was not fake. He had fought with Wu Huang and Lu Sangtian. When the five-clawed heavenly centipede true body appeared, Wu Huang couldn't suppress him without the help of the sealing sky sequence. The old salamander hid his strength too well. Without the help of the sealing sky sequence and the transformation of 9 skies, Wu Huang might not be able to defeat him. This was also the reason why the old salamander could become the leader of the Wanshou border. He was really strong. Now the sealing sky sequence was in his hands. Except for the lack of the transformation of 9 skies, he was equivalent to Wu Huang. With a whoosh, Miao Wu Huang's hand was pushed away by the old salamander. He took a few steps back and was shocked. Old man, you? The old salamander didn't even turn his head. Be honest. Don't embarrass the beast-shaped spiritual molts. I'm not Wu Huang. You can escape from Wu Huang, but you can't escape from me. Then he returned to the fifth battleship. Miao Wu Huang's face was gloomy. He couldn't believe what had just happened. He had been suppressed by the old salamander. In the past he didn't care about this old man. He was just a piece of trash who was enjoying his retirement in the Wanshou border. Now he knew that he had been wrong. This old man had hidden too deeply. Seeing the old salamander return to the fifth battleship, Miao Wu Huang couldn't take it lying down. He shouted, "Old man, you were the one who helped me deliver the letter of challenge. Did you forget? You and I worked together to give Wu Huang a big gift." No one paid attention to him. This matter was already clear. On the fifth battleship, Yi Dai and the others looked at each other. Sometimes the truth wasn't important. Miao Wu Huang was at a loss. Why was there no reaction at all? He subconsciously looked at Wu Huang. Lu Yin looked at him with a faint smile. Beside him, the star toad was hurriedly saying something. Seeing the toad, Miao Wu Huang's eyes flashed. Yu Sangtian's voice sounded, "Get on the ship." Miao Wu Huang's heart was heavy. He seemed to have missed out on a lot. At this time Lu Yin's voice sounded, "Let Miao Wu Huang go to Wu Huang." When Miao Wu Huang heard this, he immediately boarded the ship. He would rather stay with Yu Sangtian than go to Wu Huang. Even though he didn't know what had happened in the spiritualized universe, he didn't believe that Wu Huang had nothing to do with the old turtle killing Miao Wu Huang. These people didn't react to his words, which meant that they knew the truth. This meant that the letter of challenge had been sent out, and with Miao Wu Huang's temper, it was impossible for him to refuse. Miao Wu Huang could roughly guess what had happened, and he didn't dare to come into contact with Lu Yin. Yu Sangtian looked at Lu Yin. "No need. Just stay here." Lu Yin smiled. "Then I'll board as well. Is that okay?" "Sure." Yu Sangtian didn't know why Lu Yin was targeting Miao Wu Huang, but he wanted to know the reason. Chapter 3680. The star toad jumped onto Lu Yin's shoulder and urged him to look for Miao Wu Huang. The 7 arcs would need to be repaired in Torch City for a few days to replenish their resources, so he wasn't in a hurry to restart them. The next day Yu Sangtian arrived at the base of the severed section. "If I want to make a move, this place can't guarantee your safety. Guarding against the unknown doesn't mean that we can't touch the unknown." On the other side, Yixia was nervous. Beads of sweat dripped from his forehead. "This lowly one is not worthy of Lord Yu Sangtian taking action. This lowly one has long forgotten what he should not know." Yu Sangtian said indifferently, "The Sky Devourer silk umbrella is on the battleship. I can give it to you." Yixia's eyes widened. He did not understand what Yu Sangtian was trying to do. The Yi family will have a seat in Sangtian's seat, but now Yi Shang has followed Wu Jiang. Wu Jiang represents the Tianyuan universe. You know very well that I do not wish for such a thing to happen. The Tianyuan universe is destined not to last long. As for Little Spirit Cosmos, Yixia's expression changed. This was a secret that Lu Yin had revealed to him in order to ensure that Torch City remained neutral between the Heaven's Origin universe and the spiritualized universe. Wuxia did not want this information, but Lu Yin had received it, which was why he was afraid that Yu Sang Tian would act against him. There's no value in saying it out loud. With that, Yu Sang Tian left as Lu Yin's login had been reactivated. Wuxia sat quietly where he was. Sang Tian's position, Sky Devourer Luo Fan. Could he really achieve Sang Tian's position? Yu Sang Tian's intentions were simple. He wanted Yi Shang to betray Wu Jiang. His eyes flashed. As long as Yu Sang Tian did not care about the small spirit cosmos, he would naturally side with Yu Sang Tian. These people from the Tianyuan cosmos were simply sending themselves to their deaths. How could they fight against the entire spiritualized universe? No matter what Wu Jiang did in the spiritualized universe, no matter how powerful he was, he could not surpass Yu Sang Tian. Otherwise, he would not have followed Yu Sang Tian to the consciousness universe. As for why his grandfather followed Wu Jiang, he knew that it was because Wu Jiang had enough strength. However, in his opinion, this strength was still not enough to shake Yu Sang Tian. She had to think of a way to talk to her grandfather and avoid Wu Jiang. Wuxia looked at Wu Jiang, his gaze cold. His current predicament was all because of Lu Yin. This person had harmed him, but he had also given him an opportunity. On the other side, Lu Yin brought the Star Toad up to restart. Reboot was huge, even bigger than Boundless. After all, it used up a lot of resources from the spiritualized universe and was built with the strength of a domain. Carried many cultivators, some strong and some weak. When Lu Yin boarded the reboot, countless eyes looked over, not knowing what he was going to do. Lu Yin went to look for Miao Huang. Miao Huang wanted to dodge, but how could he avoid Lu Yin? If you keep dodging, even Yu Sang Tian won't be able to stop me. Miao Huang was even more sure of his guess. Miao Huang's death must have something to do with this guy. Otherwise, how could this guy have the guts to say something like this? Moreover, after spending a day in the reboot, he had a rough idea of what had happened. No one knew how Emperor Wu Huang died. They only knew that he died at the hands of the old salamander. However, everyone in the spiritualized universe knew about the battle at Fu Huyuan. That battle had shaken the spiritualized universe. Miao Huang had used the Sealed Sky Foundation and the Nine Skies Change, but he had still been defeated. Miao Huang was stunned. He had expected that Sovereign Wu Huang had some hidden power, but he did not expect it to be the change of the Nine Heavens. If he had encountered Sovereign Wu Huang who had mastered the change of the Nine Heavens, he would have had no chance of escaping. Even so, Sovereign Wu Huang had still been defeated by this third master. This third master had also mastered the change of the Nine Heavens, and he was on the same level as Yu Sang Tian. This fact made Miao Huang give up on any thoughts of escaping. There was no way he could escape. He grinned, revealing what he thought was a brilliant smile. Isn't this third master and brother Toad? Why are you here? Come. Welcome, please come in. Lu Yin's expression was calm as he looked at Miao Huang's wide grin. He slowly asked, "Did you write that challenge letter?" Miao Huang blinked, confused. Challenge letter? What challenge letter? Lu Yin's lips curled up as he slowly approached Miao Huang. His eyes were cold as he moved his fingers, causing the void to ripple and distort. It did not seem powerful, but this scene was terrifying to Miao Huang. This guy was going to make a move. He was going to make a move. Miao Huang subconsciously retreated and smiled. What is it, third master? Is there a misunderstanding? Tell me and we can resolve it. Where's Yu Sang Tian? Why didn't this bastard show up? Lu Yin kept approaching Miao Huang, not saying a word. The ripples grew bigger and bigger. He raised his hand and pointed at Miao Huang. One sword. Miao Huang was on guard. Wu Huang lost to one sword of mine. That sword is called Azure's #1 sword. Do you want to try it? Who would want to try it? Miao Huang cursed inwardly, but he did not show it on his face. He tried his best to smile. Third master is invincible. Wu Huang is definitely not your match. What's that called? Azure's #1 sword? Good name, really good name. Did you write the challenge letter? No. You dare to trick me. Oh. Miao Huang hurriedly explained, that bastard old salamander wrote it in my name. He came up with the idea. Third master, if you don't believe me, you can ask him. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed and the star toad on his shoulder grew anxious. This matter had already been investigated, so what was there to ask? Just as it was about to speak, Yu Sang Tian appeared between Lu Yin and Miao Huang, blocking the toad's line of sight. Miao Huang heaved a sigh of relief when Yu Sang Tian appeared. He was afraid that Lu Yin's transformation of the 9 heavens would strike him, and he would definitely die. Lu Yin looked at Yu Sang Tian. We can't just let the matter of the myriad beasts border go. Yu Sang Tian was solemn. We'll talk about it after the battle in the consciousness universe. I guarantee that he won't be able to escape. Lu Yin looked deeply at Yu Sang Tian and did not say anything else. Miao Huang's eyes darted around. He definitely had to escape. He could not return to the spiritualized universe, and the consciousness universe was not safe either. Right, the Tianyuan universe. Big Lizard, do you still remember this star toad? The toad finally spoke up. Miao Huang did not dare to offend anyone right now, so he smiled. Of course I do. What is it, brother toad? You're the toad, I'm the star toad. All right, brother star toad, what is it? The toad stared at Miao Huang. You've seen a star toad like me, right? Miao Huang shook his head. No, I've only seen one of you. The toad's skin changed. This bastard, what did he mean by, only one of you? Don't lie to me. You didn't tell me about the letter, and if you lie to me again, you won't have a good ending, the toad threatened. Miao Huang looked innocent. Of course I wouldn't lie to you. If I did, I'd be a little toad. Lu Yin turned and left. The toad wanted to ask more, but Lu Yin disappeared as well. Yu Sang Tian looked at Miao Huang from where he stood. Miao Huang smiled and turned to leave as well. Lu Yin returned to Wu Jiang Xing Tian on his shoulder. The toad was furious. That damn lizard, he was cursing me. Bastard, shameless, shameless. Lu Yin casually slapped the toad away and looked at the rebooted toad who was jumping up and down. The fact that the toad cared so much proved that it had its own kind, but when Lu Yin had asked it before, its memories were fuzzy. It had only thought of the great-grandmother in the Mirage domain. Lu Yin didn't care too much about this as there were too many species in the universe. He had looked for Miao Huang to give him a warning as the letter had been issued in his name. This matter wouldn't be resolved so easily. Ever since Miao Huang had been taken to the rebooted zone and the virtue flag had been destroyed, the people of Torch City had finally relaxed. They had all been cursing Miao Huang to die in the consciousness universe and never return, especially those who had complained. Wuxia didn't walk out of the broken base. The 2 vice city lords had begged him to come out as even Yu Sang Tian had come, but there had been no results. Old Tao took a good look around Torch City, as this place had carried his youth. Half a month later, the replenishment of resources was completed, and the warship moved to the north gate of Torch City. It then used the springboard to head towards the consciousness universe. Torch City disappeared in an instant, and endless darkness entered Lu Yin's vision. Wu Jiang entered the core area once more, and the next step was the consciousness universe. Ever since the battle at Immemorial City, Lu Yin had heard about the 3 universes from the ancestor. It had been a long time and now he was finally going to the consciousness universe. The ancestor found Lu Yin. Master Lu, please save the consciousness universe. Lu Yin looked at the ancestor. Ever since the day of the sacrificial spirit, I thought that you would come looking for me, but you never did. The various Sangtians in the intelligence void domain, including Yu Sang Tian, have the goal of rebooting the consciousness universe, and they have pulled Wu Jiang along. What reason do you have to object? The ancestor represented the consciousness universe, and he had gone to the Tianyuan universe to help the consciousness universe fight against the spiritualized universe. Lu Yin's question was straight to the heart. The spiritualized universe had already promised to rebooting the consciousness universe, not the Tianyuan universe. Under such circumstances, what reason did the ancestor have to convince Lu Yin to join forces with the consciousness universe against the spiritualized universe? The more one understood the spiritualized universe, the more one understood how powerful it was. Wu Jiang might have been doing well in the spiritualized universe, but Lu Yin had only become a Sangtian because Wu Jiang hadn't been surrounded. Once the spiritualized universe decided to surround and kill Wu Jiang would have no chance of surviving. Since you're looking for me now, can I assume that you've thought of a reason to convince me? Lu Yin asked. The ancestor lowered his head and asked, Master Lu, do you really believe in the spiritualized universe? Lu Yin smiled. Psychological attacks? It doesn't work on me. I've always been the one to convince others. The ancestor looked up and met Lu Yin's gaze. Consciousness life forms only want to survive, and that's their greatest desire. They can do anything to survive, be it joining or betraying others. There's no bottom line to this desire, so many people think that consciousness life forms aren't trustworthy. But Master Lu, have you ever thought that consciousness life forms don't have any other desires besides survival? Compared to humans, consciousness life forms are too simple. If Master Lu is joining forces with the spiritualized universe because we're both humans, I have nothing to say. But if it's because of trust, why would the spiritualized universe let the Tianyuan universe go? Lu Yin waved his hand. You may leave. There was no need to listen. The ancestor couldn't see the ninth firmament universe at his level, and many things didn't belong to the three universes. No one knew which universe would be rebooted, and it might even be the spiritualized universe itself. Chapter 3681. Lu Yin knew that the Earth realm was a trap set by the 13 celestials for Yusang Tian. This was the most important thing. If the consciousness universe could defeat Yusang Tian in this battle, the situation would change. He wanted to see the future, but unfortunately the river of time was not there and it could not build a bridge to the future. Battle power and cultivation were two different concepts. Fate could plot against Maiden through the river of time, but Lu Yin could not do that. All he could do was take things one step at a time. When an opponent reached a certain level of strength, any strategy would be a joke. Unless the consciousness universe could transform him. Traveling in the dark was boring, but the cultivation of the Truth Sutra made the journey less boring. For the top cultivators of the boundless universe, a mere 10 years could not transform their strength, but the 9 heavens transformation and the Truth Sutra could transform some people. Lu Yin felt that the crazy director's aura was becoming more and more restrained. He was clearly sitting there, but sometimes he almost missed the fact that his aura was one with the environment. When a person practiced cultivation, they could blend in with the environment. They didn't need to be very strong, but it depended on the environment. There were peerless cultivators everywhere in the boundless territory. It wasn't easy to disappear from their eyes. All along, the crazy director's path of the red dust had made everyone look forward to it. Regardless of whether or not his battle power would transform, that path of the red dust had forcefully pushed Bao Qi and the desolate god to the brink of disaster. Perhaps one day, others would also need this help. The closer they got to the consciousness universe, the more curious they became about this unfamiliar universe. Almost all of the spiritualized cultivators had been to the boundless universe before. The situation of the consciousness universe might be different from what you think. Let me ask, is the Tianyuan universe similar to our spiritualized universe? Tinya asked. The Great Genetic Age. Su Wangtian said, more or less. They are both universes, but because the Tianyuan universe does not have a unified cultivation model, there is no absolute main spacetime. Whichever parallel spacetime is the strongest is followed. Now, it listens to the primordial space, which used to be called the main space. Other than that, there is not much difference. Starry skies, celestial bodies, stars, and so on. Tinya nodded. Then my guess is correct. The consciousness universe is indeed special, even though I have not been to other universes before. After a pause, he continued, the consciousness universe also has stars, but they are alive. Everyone was surprised. Alive? By the side, Diawu rolled her eyes. Don't spout nonsense, it's just an endless loop. What's going on? Lu Tianyi was curious. Diawu explained, the consciousness universe has a type of celestial body called a broken world. The regions covered by this celestial body will constantly have certain scenes, such as the growth of creatures, the birth of planets, the killing of species, survival, and so on. This type of celestial body is spread throughout the consciousness universe, and every planet in the consciousness universe has a broken world. Some are big, some are small, so they seem to be alive. Until now, we still don't understand these scenes. Are they born out of thin air or are they recreated from the past? In our spiritualized universe, we have some guesses. These scenes might have been rebooted by the consciousness universe before, and the scenes from the previous consciousness universe have continued to this day, but that's just a guess. Some people speculate that it's the astral sea mirage. Celestial sea mirage tower? Muju was surprised. Diawu nodded, her expression solemn. The universe is vast and boundless. Even an immortal expert would not be able to touch the end of a square inch. Apart from the 3 universes that we know of, are there any other universes? Of course there are, and they might not be few, but they are too far away for us to come into contact with. Because the consciousness universe has countless sentient life forms, these life forms are essentially sentient, and the consciousness universe itself has the power of sentience. Perhaps this power resonates with the other universes, reflecting the scenes that have appeared in other universes here in the form of sentience. This is the Astral Sea Mirage Tower. The Star Toad mumbled, "It has the same logic as the Mirage." "More or less," Diawu said. Luo Shan asked, "Is this broken world dangerous?" World's Edge's expression was solemn. "This is actually the main point we're talking about today. The broken world is very dangerous, extremely dangerous. Once you see it, don't go near it." Countless scenes have appeared in the broken world, and many of them don't even have any living creatures. Although we haven't seen many of the creatures in these scenes before, they aren't dangerous and are very ordinary. A space-exploring cultivator can easily pass through them. Most of the broken worlds in the consciousness universe are like this. However, this doesn't represent all of them. Some of the creatures in these broken worlds are terrifyingly strong, and there are even scenes of past battles. Once an outsider enters and is affected, it'll be the same as being affected by a battle in the real world. Whether or not you can come out depends on the intensity of the battle. Let me put it this way. World's Edge's gaze swept across the crowd and he said in a low voice, "In the spiritualized universe, more than 100 spirit realm cultivators have died in the broken worlds, and more than 10 spirit primes and bitter adversity cultivators have died. Even Mulberry Sky died in the consciousness universe, and one of the reasons for that was the broken worlds." Luo Shan was solemn. Was it that dangerous? In the distance he had his hands behind his back. He understood the consciousness universe very well, more than anyone else. After all, he had fused with Wu Wei and Huamani's bodies. The broken worlds were the steel worlds that he had encountered in the primordial space. The steel worlds would endlessly repeat past scenes and everything inside was gray. Gray people, gray creatures, gray battle shockwaves, and so on. The first time he had encountered the steel worlds was during the battle for the Star Tower. At that time, if he hadn't reversed his steps, he might not have been able to walk out. The second time was at the frigid immortal sex ruins in the primordial space, which was also where the Day-Night clan was located. The progenitor had attacked the steel worlds there, and it had severely injured him at that time. At that time he had wondered why the steel worlds existed. As his cultivation increased, the possibilities of his guesses decreased, and many of the possibilities had been denied. In the end, he didn't bother about this matter anymore. Even if a person's cultivation could destroy the universe, it might not be able to explain the origin of a grain of sand. Luyin stopped thinking about the steel worlds. However, after understanding the consciousness universe, he was shocked to discover that it was actually a steel worlds that had been magnified countless times. The scenes inside the broken worlds were also gray, and once they were disturbed, the creatures inside would attack and destroy all foreign creatures. The shockwaves of ancient battles could also be seen there. Now he had to think about the steel worlds. Similar scenes had appeared in the steel worlds, the frigid immortal sex ruins, and the consciousness universe. There had to be a connection. This scar came from the broken worlds. This is the broken worlds. World Edge rolled up his clothes and showed everyone the scar on his shoulder. Although this scar can be healed, I'll keep it to remind myself that this injury came from the broken worlds and that I shouldn't underestimate them. Broken worlds make people look down on them unknowingly because most of the broken worlds, or rather 99% of the broken worlds, are harmless. Among the remaining 10% of the broken worlds, most of them don't pose much of a threat to cultivators. This is why cultivators who go on expeditions to the universe of consciousness will look down on the broken worlds. Some people have been fighting in the universe of consciousness for thousands of years or even longer and have never encountered any danger in the broken worlds. Those people like to traverse the broken worlds because it is extremely dangerous. Therefore, cultivators who go from the spiritualized universe to the consciousness universe for the first time are warned not to underestimate the broken worlds. However, the number of people who die in the broken worlds every year is still high. Therefore, cultivators from the spiritualized universe fight in small groups in the consciousness universe? Heavenly Lord Victorious Battle asked. World Edge nodded. That's one of the reasons. However, the main reason is the consciousness life forms. The range of their consciousness attacks is too wide. Once they can't block it, it doesn't matter how many people there are. If they can block it, one is enough. Lu Tianyi asked, does the broken worlds affect the consciousness life forms? Diawu said, yes, but it doesn't affect them much. It's just like when we fight against the consciousness life forms. If we can't affect their consciousness, we won't be able to harm them. Unless the consciousness life forms take the initiative to transform into their biological form, then it's no different from us entering the broken worlds. In the broken worlds, the consciousness life forms have an advantage over us. Heavenly Lord Victorious Battle was curious. Where's the most dangerous broken world you've experienced? World Edge and Dia Wu looked at each other. It's not fixed. This is also a unique characteristic of the broken worlds. They can float around. Today they might be here, tomorrow they might be there. We once entered a broken world by accident. At that time, we were also trying to avoid the pursuit of a 13 heavenly phenomenon realm cultivator. A group of people rushed into that broken world, and in the end only the two of us managed to escape. The scene repeated in that broken world was a ritual. After we entered the broken world, we subconsciously remained silent, but there were always some people who didn't care and looked down on the broken world. Because of the 13 heavenly phenomenon realm cultivators chasing after us, those people were terrified, which alarmed the life forms in the broken world. We've never seen those life forms before, but their actions should have been a ritual. All of us were sacrificed, and the strongest life form definitely had a power level comparable to Sang Tian's. It used a bamboo blade to slaughter all of us cultivators and stab me in the shoulder. We were lucky enough to escape. Now that I think about it, the 13 heavenly phenomenon realm cultivators who were chasing after us definitely knew how terrifying that broken world was and didn't chase after us. Otherwise, in many situations, the consciousness life forms would have chased after the broken world. This is also one of the ways to determine whether a broken world is dangerous or not. It depends on whether or not the consciousness universe can enter. Because the consciousness life forms have lived for a long time, and the broken world belongs to the consciousness universe, their understanding of the broken world far surpasses ours. Lu Yin listened quietly and then released Wu Wei, which was 5 meters away from him. He wanted to search for the broken world from Wu Wei's memories. Wu Wei's memories were boundless, and Lu Yin had only seen the tip of the iceberg when he had viewed Wu Wei's memories twice. Now he was specifically searching for memories related to the broken world. Within Wu Wei's memories, there were many broken worlds in the consciousness universe that could be found throughout the universe. These broken worlds were just as dancing butterfly World Edge had said. They were not fixed and could float around. Consciousness life forms could not determine whether a broken world was dangerous or not, but they could exchange information with each other. Chapter 3682. Some broken worlds could be identified from the outside. If a sentient life form saw them and came out alive, they would mark the broken world to confirm the danger level. The information about these broken worlds was kept in the Earth of Mind realm and recorded in a book, Forbidden. That book only had one word, forbidden. It was called the Book of Forbidden. The Book of Forbidden recorded the dangerous broken worlds that the sentient life forms had confirmed over countless years. There were more than 100 of them. Most of these broken worlds couldn't be determined as the danger level couldn't be determined because no one from the consciousness universe was willing to test them. Many of the broken worlds were recorded by hunting down cultivators from the spiritualized universe and using those cultivators as a reference to determine the danger level. Furthermore, the broken worlds would float away and weren't easy to find. However, some broken worlds were still seen clearly. The broken world mentioned by Dancing Butterfly Horizon happened to be one of the broken worlds that were seen clearly. There was a creature in that broken world that held a bamboo blade and had the strength to threaten the 13 heavenly phenomenon realm. It was one of the most dangerous broken worlds and was called the Bamboo Blade Broken World. In Wu Wei's memories, there were more than 5 broken worlds in the Book of Forbidden that were comparable to the Bamboo Blade Broken World. There were also some broken worlds that were more dangerous than the Bamboo Blade Broken World. However, other than the 13 heavenly phenomenon realm, no life form dared to test them. Therefore no one knew how dangerous they were. Dancing Butterfly Horizon was already very lucky to come out of the Bamboo Blade Broken World. That creature with the bamboo blade made Wu Wei apprehensive. Of course, that was a long time ago. Back then, Wu Wei had just become a 13 heavenly phenomenon realm cultivator and didn't have his current strength. He hadn't learned the Sword of Heaven yet. However, even the current Wu Wei wouldn't want to provoke the Bamboo Blade Broken World. There was no need. The spiritualized universe should also know about the dangers of the broken worlds. However, human cultivators didn't have a high chance of survival after entering the dangerous broken worlds. Moreover, after a batch of cultivators went there, they would return after a period of time. Many people would never go there a second time. As a result, they didn't create anything like a Book of Forbidden. They could only warn people not to enter the broken worlds. However, this warning was pale and powerless in the face of a threat to the sentient life forms. All sentient life forms had an unspoken rule that came from their instincts. Under the premise that they could eliminate the enemies from the spiritualized universe, they would try their best to use them to test the dangers of the broken worlds. Compared to the spiritualized universe cultivators who were numb and ignorant of the broken worlds, they wouldn't be willing to test any broken world unless it was truly confirmed that the broken world wasn't a threat. The consciousness universe was the home of the sentient beings. They were more willing to recognize the broken worlds and make use of them. Lu Yin finally understood why the spiritualized universe was so much more powerful than the consciousness universe, but it was still difficult to completely deal with the consciousness life forms. The broken world was a major obstacle, and there was also the direction of the ninth heaven universe behind it. Whether or not the consciousness life forms could be restarted was far from something the spiritualized universe could decide. Even Master Grass, who was in the eternal realm, could not decide. And after realizing this, the Tianyuan universe was in even greater danger. This was because the Tianyuan universe did not have a destroyed world. In the distance, everyone was very curious about the broken world. They kept asking the spiritualized universe's cultivators about it. Not only Dancing Butterfly Skyline, but Old Tao was also one of the people being asked. Yuanqi, Zhan Yan, and the others, especially Ancestor Shi, Dancing Butterfly Skyline, also wanted to ask her some things. Lu Yin clapped his hands to attract everyone's attention. Ancestor, share all the information you know about the broken world. Old Tao and the rest, tell us everything you know to prevent Wu Jiang from being in danger. Old Tao hurriedly expressed his stance. Don't worry, Master. This lowly one will definitely tell you everything from the first time I entered the consciousness universe to the last time I left. I'll let everyone experience it personally, right, Ancestor? Ancestor She fell silent. Starting from Old Tao, everyone began to talk about everything they knew about the consciousness universe. Old Tao had experienced a lot in the consciousness universe, so he spoke in exultation and was as detailed as possible. At first, everyone was interested, but they gradually realized that this fellow was just trying to make his presence known. He wanted to show off in front of Lu Yin, which was why he was chased away. The Ancestor She was the one who looked forward to it the most. Only then would her words be valuable. Dancing Butterfly Skyline was also very curious. A consciousness life form was equivalent to an astral phenomenon which was not weak. She could be considered a second-grade consciousness life form, so what would her knowledge of the consciousness universe be like? Since ancient times, many consciousness life forms had surrendered to the spiritualized universe, but they had never had the chance to interact with them. Under everyone's gazes, especially Lu Yin's, Ancestor She muttered to herself for a moment before slowly explaining what she knew about the consciousness universe. Lu Yin's gaze was calm as he listened. As for the destroyed worlds, all consciousness life forms revere them. They have existed for much longer than us, and all consciousness life forms believe that the destroyed worlds form the consciousness universe. If we lose the destroyed worlds, the consciousness universe will be reduced to the same level as the spiritualized universe. That's right, you didn't hear wrong. To the consciousness life forms, a universe without a destroyed world is ordinary, even if the spiritualized universe is stronger than the consciousness universe. The consciousness universe's 13 celestial phenomena are known as the realm of Earth. In that realm there is a book called the Forbidden Book. This book records the consciousness life form's knowledge of the destroyed worlds, including some of the destroyed worlds. Among them, the Book of Forbidden was something that Dancing Butterfly Skyline and the others did not know about. Yuanqi was also astonished as he did not know about it either. Lu Yin frowned. The spiritualized universe had been fighting in the consciousness universe for so many years, but they did not know about the Book of Forbidden? Many life forms in the consciousness universe had surrendered to the spiritualized universe, but there were no life forms that could exchange information for equivalent value? Impossible. Either that or only those who had reached the astral phenomenon realm had the qualifications to know about the Book of Forbidden, and life forms at that level did not necessarily need to exchange the Book of Forbidden for value, as they themselves were very valuable. Or, the Book of Forbidden had existed for a shorter period of time than Yuanqi and the others. That was not impossible. Yuanqi was an ancient life form that had existed since the Tianyuan era. Although the spiritualized universe had a longer history than the Tianyuan universe, it was not that exaggerated and had only developed for a few more eras. The consciousness universe's history might not have surpassed the spiritualized universe's. When Yuanqi was in the spiritualized universe, the Book of Forbidden might not have been formed yet. Then the question was, how did Ancestor Shi know about it? She had gone to the Tianyuan universe at around the same time as Yuanqi. Based on what you know, how many broken worlds are recorded in the Tome of Taboo? Lu Yin interrupted the ancestor. Ancestor Shi replied, more than 10. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. More than 10? That meant that the Book of Forbidden had only just begun when Ancestor Shi knew about it, so it was understandable that Yuanqi did not know about it. Ancestor Shi had gone to the Tianyuan universe at around the same time as Yuanqi, and the Book of Forbidden was a consciousness life form, so she naturally knew about it. Lu Yin had asked Ancestor Shi to speak because he wanted to see if she would talk about the Book of Forbidden. If she didn't, it might be because she didn't know or because she wanted to hide it. There was no pressure at all because it was impossible for her to know that Lu Yin knew about the Book of Forbidden. If she spoke about it, would it be a show of sincerity? Ancestor Shi was able to go from the consciousness universe to the spiritualized universe and from there to the Tianyuan universe. She was different from normal consciousness life forms. The instinct of consciousness life forms was to survive. But Bai Wuxian had feelings for him because of Yen. Consciousness life forms could change. They might not be pure life forms. Lu Yin turned around and left. Ancestor Shi took a look and continued. Yishang, do you know about the Book of Forbidden? Lu Yin asked. Yishang stood behind him. Yishang didn't talk to Yixia in Torch City as it was too sensitive. He was afraid that Yu Sang Tian would slap Yixia to death. Fear of the unknown was just fear. In the past they had used a springboard to conquer the Tianyuan universe. Yishang said, I know, a consciousness life form recorded a book about a dangerous destroyed world, Earth realm, but I have never seen it before. You didn't find out about the book from the consciousness life form? I can't do it. If I could, I wouldn't have to wait until Yi Meng betrayed me before I found the Earth realm. Lu Yin thought about it and agreed. He knew why he couldn't do it. It was because of Old Head. Old Chief was the leader of the 13 celestial phenomenon in the consciousness universe, and was also the oldest consciousness life form. He had planted the locking autumn spell in every powerful consciousness life form, locking their consciousness so that the consciousness life form would not be able to speak of certain things, and outsiders would not be able to investigate these memories. Lu Yin had sensed locking autumn when he entered Hua Mani's body, but it couldn't stop him. As long as Hua Mani had these memories, Lu Yin would be able to see them. Thus he had seen Yi Tian K's situation through Hua Mani. It was impossible for Yu Sang Tian to understand Yi Tian K through Hua Mani, as even Hua Mani couldn't say anything. And because Wu Wei had surrendered too early, he hadn't been locking autumn. Hua Mani had once guessed that Yu Sang Tian's main goal in attacking the Earth realm was Yi Tian Quebec. He guessed that Wu Wei had told Yu Sang Tian about Yi Tian Quebec. In reality, Wu Wei hadn't told Yu Sang Tian about this, and Yu Sang Tian hadn't asked. No one had asked Yu Sang Tian whether he knew about Yi Tian Quebec. To outsiders, everyone believed that Yu Sang Tian wanted to attack the Earth realm and destroy the 13 celestial phenomenon so that he could restart the consciousness universe and step into eternal life. No one knew if that was the truth. From Hua Mani's memories, Lu Yin purposely read Old Head's memories. This leader of the 13 celestial phenomenon rarely showed himself, and Hua Mani didn't know how strong he was. Using the Earth realm to plot against Yu Sang Tian was Old Head's plan, and he seemed to be very confident. Wu Wei also had memories of Old Head, but they were also very few. Is there anything similar to a tome in the spiritualized universe? Lu Yin asked. Yishang replied, there are some that have been passed down by word of mouth, but it's just a few broken worlds that are obviously dangerous. However, these broken worlds haven't been seen for a long time, so they might have disappeared. Broken worlds aren't fixed forever. Some of them may look like this at one moment, but the next moment they might change. It's impossible to see through them completely. There must be a batch of broken worlds that have expired in the Tome of Consciousness life forms. Lu Yin felt that something was strange. Expired? Although it sounded strange, it made sense. Broken worlds could expire as well. Yishang continued. In the past, the spiritualized universe also wanted to create something similar to a tome, especially after learning of its existence. However, the cost of creating something like this is too great, and there's no point in just exchanging information. The truly dangerous broken worlds need to be constantly probed, and the broken worlds that can be exchanging information aren't that dangerous. If you want to probe, you'll have to pay with human lives and the lives of experts at that. The price we have to pay to explore a broken world is much higher than the cost of the consciousness lifeforms, but that's still acceptable. Compared to the losses caused by broken worlds, Yu Sangtian and Sangtian have discussed it, and were willing to pay the price of losing a generation of experts to explore a broken world. However, after discovering that broken worlds can change and expire, the price is completely different. There's no need to explore them anymore. Chapter 3683. Many of the forbidden books in the consciousness universe were created at the cost of our lives. To them, this is not a huge price to pay. What we can do is to avoid all the broken worlds. This is the smallest price we can think of. Other than that, there's no other way. Yishang explained a lot, afraid that Lu Yin would not believe him. Lu Yin could guess the reason even without Yishang's explanation. Besides, if the spiritualized universe knew about the forbidden books of the consciousness lifeforms, then the consciousness lifeforms would also know about the spiritualized universe. The spiritualized universe did not have anything like that. Even if it did, there was no value in hiding it. In any case, it would not be as valuable as the forbidden books. Every universe had its own advantages and disadvantages. No matter how strong the spiritualized universe was, it would still be at a disadvantage in the consciousness universe. This was also the key reason why the consciousness universe had been able to survive until now. Fortunately, Lu Yin understood the consciousness universe. Even if Limitless did not travel with the spiritualized universe's battleships, as long as they were lucky, there would not be any problems. 10 years passed quickly. When Lu Yin and the others saw the door in the distance, they knew that they had arrived at the consciousness universe. He was curious. Why did every universe have a door? They all seemed to have been built by the spiritualized universe, which reminded him of the ninth spirit's power. Could that door have something to do with it? Yishang heard Lu Yin's doubts and said, I haven't really thought about it. To him, this was common knowledge for spiritualized universes, just like how spirit threads connected the 36 filaments. There was no need to ask the reason. Only an outsider like Lu Yin would find it strange. It was one thing for the spiritualized universe to have a door in their own universe, but the Tianyuan universe and the consciousness universe also had doors. No matter how he looked at it, something did not seem right. The door opened and Limitless rushed to the other side. In an instant, a foreign aura made everyone on Limitless feel refreshed. They had arrived at a third strange universe. They had gone from the Tianyuan universe to the spiritualized universe, and now they had arrived at the consciousness universe. On the other side of the door, there were no buildings related to the spiritualized universe. There were only 2 huge battleships and a group of cultivators. Lu Yin looked into the distance. 1, 2, 3, 8. There were a total of 8 powerful auras. 3 of them were Ku Adversity Realm cultivators, while the other 5 were spiritual primes. This was the strongest spiritualized universe in the consciousness universe. At this moment, Lu Yin finally saw the full extent of the spiritualized universe's overall strength. Yu Sangtian had been bestowed by the 9 firmaments universe and was in charge of the spiritualized universe. He had reached the peak of the bitter disaster realm. Under him were the 7 great Sangtians and the 3 in front of him. There were no less than 15 experts who had reached the bitter disaster realm. There were also more than 30 spirit primes. These experts covered the gate of magic in the myriad beast territory. Compared to the Tianyuan universe, their numbers were terrifying. This was the true strength of a spiritualized universe. The benefit of the unified training model was that it did not waste resources and could produce experts in batches. Regardless of what the future of the universe was like, the spiritualized universe had indeed weakened the future of the Tianyuan universe, controlling its development. Otherwise, with the unification of the above heavens, the number of experts born in the Tianyuan universe would definitely be no less than the spiritualized universe. At the very least, the 3 worlds and 6 paths would have 9 tribulation transcendence experts. Coupled with the heretic experts like the Eternals had the 3 pillars and the 6 seas. Most of them belonged to the Tianyuan universe, so they would not be embroiled in war for long periods of time. Instead, they would join the above heavens to cultivate. There would definitely be a few more tribulation transcendence experts, let alone the primordial realm. This does not include the reincarnation universe, the 3 monarch universe, and those parallel universes. Too bad. It was because they had been suppressed from the very beginning. Originally, they should have been happy. After seeing the spiritualized universe clearly, they would feel more confident. However, the truth was that the Nine Heavens universe was an unfathomable monster. Just the Nine Heavens universe alone had 3 Eternal Realm experts. It would be difficult to deal with them. As they thought about this, a battleship arrived from behind. Soon after, battleships arrived one after another. In the end, all 7 battleships stopped in front of the gate. Inside the gate, many spiritualized cultivators who had stayed behind to fight in the universe of consciousness were excited. It was finally going to end. They originally thought that only one battleship had arrived, but when they saw that it was Reboot, they knew it was not that simple. In particular, they felt Yu Sang Tian's vague presence on Reboot, which made them even more excited. There were a total of 7 battleships. Wait, how could there be 7? Weren't there only 6 space-time battleships? They looked at Wu Jiang. Where did this battleship come from? Its size was only second to Reboot, but they had never seen it before. No one explained it to them. As the battleships started moving, they all headed in different directions. They did not stay here for long. Wu Jiang also started moving, and Yu Sang Tian's voice traveled to Lu Yin's ears. If we move together, we will be too big of a target. This place was previously occupied by sentient life forms, and I only cleared them after I arrived. Our target is the realm of Earth, and I've already given you the location. Destroy all sentient life forms that see the battleships along the way. As long as we destroy the realm of Earth, the universe of consciousness can be reactivated at any time. I promise you that I will not touch the Tianyuan universe, at least as long as it is within my control. Also, there is a place in the realm of Earth called the Heavenly Tower. It is the most ancient place in the universe of consciousness, and there might be a stronger way to use consciousness there. If you are interested, you can follow me and search for it. In just a few short sentences, Yu Sang Tian had used the threat of the Tianyuan universe as well as the enticement of the Heavenly Tower. This battle to destroy the realm of Earth was very important to Yu Sang Tian. If Wu Jiang wanted to protect the Tianyuan universe, he had to perform well in this battle. Lu Yin was surprised that Yu Sang Tian had actually mentioned the existence of the Heavenly Tower. If he had only been tempted, he could have used other methods, such as allowing Wu Jiang to return to the Tianyuan universe. Lu Yin was very clear that this was the greatest temptation for Wu Jiang, and he could have concealed the existence of the Heavenly Tower. But now Yu Sang Tian had mentioned the Heavenly Tower. Could it be that the 13 celestial phenomenon had guessed wrongly? Did Yu Sang Tian not have any ideas about the Heavenly Tower at all? No matter what, Wu Jiang would not participate in the battle to destroy the realm of Earth. Lu Yin knew that this was a trap set for Yu Sang Tian, so how could he throw his life away? However, he wanted to personally witness the battle, both to prevent the universe of consciousness from using the same method against him and to confirm the outcome. Even if Yu Sang Tian could survive this, he would definitely reveal his true strength. Lu Yin's eyes flashed, and Wu Jiang headed in a certain direction without speaking to the spiritualized cultivators who had stayed behind. Ever since Wu Huang and Jiao Shao had returned to the spiritualized universe to participate in the ritual, these cultivators had closed the door, afraid that they would be surrounded and killed by the 13 celestials. This was indeed the case, as Yu Sang Tian had already said that he had only cleared out the spiritualized universe behind the door after arriving. This meant that this place had been occupied by sentient life forms, so it was no wonder that Lu Yin could not see any special characteristics of the spiritualized universe. Perhaps this was also the reason for building this door. It was to allow the spiritualized cultivators in the universe of consciousness to have a place to stay. Something similar had happened in the Tianyuan universe before, and Tianxi had been hiding behind the door. If not for Lu Yin's superior methods, he would not have been able to do anything to him. Every battleship's route was different, but it had been meticulously prepared by Beyond Heaven. There were 7 routes, and they were not just simple routes. This was a star chart that had been created by the spiritualized universe after countless years of fighting in the universe of consciousness. It was priceless. Lu Yin did not know the routes of the other battleships, nor did he know if the route that Wu Jiang was taking was safe. Logically speaking, it should be. Yu Sang Tian wanted Wu Jiang to reach the realm of Earth, and Yu Sang Tian himself had some unknown plans for Lu Yin. Broken world. Someone exclaimed. Everyone on Wu Jiang's ship looked over. Not far away, the starry sky was like a flickering shadow. A giant gray plant had pierced through a planet, and it seemed to be absorbing nutrients. Wu Jiang subconsciously slowed down as he watched this scene. Old Tao explained, "This is just an ordinary broken world. That plant has power close to that of a spirit warrior, and anyone who has reached that level can ignore it. Almost all the teams in the universe of consciousness are led by the spirit ancestor, so no one cares about this broken world. There are countless broken worlds like this one. Wu Jiang swept past the broken world and continued forward. Not long after, they saw another broken world. It was a lake that had appeared out of nowhere, and it was like a silhouette of time that flowed past. Then they saw another broken world with dilapidated walls. It had a completely strange architectural style, and there were also strange diagrams and words. Judging from the size of this building, it did not seem like it had been inhabited by humans. It was too big, even bigger than the Tianyuan universe's small giants. The diagrams on it made people feel uncomfortable and stifled. Along the way, Old Tao introduced all the broken worlds that they saw. These broken worlds were too close to the borders of the universe of consciousness, and he had seen many of them before. Although broken worlds would expire, this period could be very long or very short. Old Tao could recognize almost half of the broken worlds around them, but he had either not seen the rest before or had changed. Along the way, they also saw a small team of spiritualized cultivators in one of the broken worlds. Old Tao scolded them, but he only scolded them on Wu Jiang, and his voice did not spread outside. Most of the broken worlds were harmless, and many spiritualized cultivators were numb to them, so they often entered them. The broken worlds that Old Tao had been able to recognize were things that Lu Yin could enter as well. These teams' understanding of the broken worlds around them might not be inferior to his. Lu Yin stood at the bow and released his consciousness to the surroundings. Any consciousness life form that saw Wu Jiang would not be able to escape. The range of his consciousness far exceeded what a consciousness life form could see in Wu Jiang, and it was enough to ensure that Wu Jiang approached the realm of intent Earth without anyone noticing. There were many consciousness life forms in the universe of consciousness. Lu Yin was like a fish in water, constantly absorbing their consciousnesses. His back was facing everyone, and no one could see the joy in his eyes. This universe of consciousness really could allow his consciousness to transform. Along the way, Lu Yin saw many broken worlds. Some were filled with slaughter, while others had beautiful scenery. Even the gray color could not stop the beauty. Stop. Wait for me. Lu Yin walked out of Wu Jiang and headed in a certain direction. He recognized his surroundings. In Hua Mani's memories, there was an entrance to a parallel spacetime, and there were many consciousness life forms in that parallel spacetime. That was where the consciousness life forms ambushed spiritualized cultivators. As long as a spiritualized cultivator unintentionally approached that place, they would be surrounded and killed by the consciousness life forms. Chapter 3684. It was not easy to fight in the universe of consciousness. The spiritualized universe had invaded the universe of consciousness and had accumulated a lot of hatred over the years. This was because many spiritualized cultivators had died here. In this universe, the death rate was high. Often, only half of the cultivators on a battleship would return, and the other half would not even know how they died. Small teams worked together to fight against consciousness life forms, but even so, if a team died, the other teams would not know the reason, which was very normal. Part of the reason was because of this trap. A parallel spacetime entrance could send out a corresponding consciousness life form based on the spiritualized cultivator's strength, and the success rate was almost 100%. Soon Lu Yin arrived at the parallel spacetime entrance, entered and appeared in a foreign spacetime. As far as the eye could see, there were conscious beings everywhere. Although there were far fewer of them than humans since they could reproduce, there were still quite a few of them. When they saw Lu Yin appear, they whizzed over and countless consciousnesses fused together to suppress him. Lu Yin's lips curled up. This number was not bad, and there were even 2-star-grade consciousness life forms that corresponded to the laws of the universe. When Lu Yin walked out of that parallel spacetime, it meant that there were no longer any threats. Wu Jiang continued forward. Hua Mani's understanding of the consciousness universe was not something that spiritualized cultivators could compare to. Along the way, Lu Yin saw several parallel spacetime entrances, and he went to all of them. Although not every parallel spacetime had many consciousness life forms, the consciousnesses he absorbed along the way already surpassed what he had absorbed in the spiritualized universes, including those in the realm of intent. If he absorbed another star-grade consciousness, he would completely surpass what he had absorbed in the spiritualized universes. Now the open nine skies in his heart continued to expand, and his consciousness planet also rotated, becoming more and more solid. According to the route that Yu Sang Tian had given him, it would take 2 months to reach the realm of intent from the border. He did not know how long the other battleships would take, but he believed that Yu Sangtian would be willing to wait until he could no longer wait. Yu Sangtian would not give up on attacking the realm of intent just because Wu Jiang did not come. He was also afraid of being discovered by the 13 celestial phenomenon. Even if this was a trap that they had set for him, he did not know about it. Wu Jiang continued to travel, but it didn't follow the route given by Yu Sangtian. Instead, it kept changing. Of course, it didn't deviate from the general route. It was still heading towards the realm of Earth. More than a month passed. During this time, Lu Yin had absorbed too much consciousness, and the 9 heavens transformation continued to expand. His consciousness planet's density had also surpassed that of a god force planet, and it slowly rotated in the starry sky where his heart was. The ancestor of the past had been observing Lu Yin all this time, and she realized that Lu Yin had a special understanding of the consciousness universe. Every time he made a turn, he would always return to his original path. The ancestor of the past did not know the reason why he would leave midway. She also wanted to know what Lu Yin was doing and how he understood the consciousness universe. Wu Wei was in Lu Yin's hands, and this was something that the former ancestor knew. However, even Wu Wei should not have understood the current universe that well. After all, he had been gone for too long and many of the destroyed worlds had changed locations. She was finding it harder and harder to see through Lu Yin, and she was glad that she had not concealed the fact that she had obtained the Tome of Forbidden. On this day, Lu Yin suddenly had Wu Jiang stop and he frowned as he stared into space. Oh, this one. The route was wrong. The cultivators of the consciousness universe and the spiritualized universe had been fighting for so many years, and both sides had been trying to find ways to trap the other. The route ahead would actually lead to a trap that had been hidden for a very long time and that the consciousness universe had never used. Ahead, they would pass through dozens of planets that were parallel to each other, and each planet had a spiritual treasure. Once these spiritual treasures were moved, they would coincidentally form a spiritual treasure array. This array was naturally formed by the universe and it was not a layout. The greatest use of this array was to make it difficult for everything within its range to move. Once that happened, the consciousness universe would be able to attack without restraint. This array was actually reserved for experts at Sangtian's level, and it was useless against Wu Jiang. Lu Yin's strength was enough to shatter the array, and even if he did not act, the progenitor could do it as well as the other experts on Wu Jiang. This was something that Lu Yin had learned from Huamani's memories. Why had Yu Sangtian arranged this route for Wu Jiang? Wu Jiang would definitely not fall into this trap, and even the 13 celestial phenomenon ambushes would be useless. However, they would definitely be exposed and attract even more consciousness life forms, using Wu Jiang as bait. If that was the case, then Yu Sangtian had to know about this trap. Would Yu Sangtian know? Lu Yin was not sure, as only the 13 celestial phenomenon and a few celestial phenomenon consciousness life forms knew about this trap. Even Wu Wei did not know, and if Yu Sangtian wanted to know, he would have to have someone in the consciousness universe. It was not impossible. The patriarch had arranged for Yi Meng to pretend to join the spiritualized universe and lure Yu Sangtian into this trap. Yu Sangtian also had a way to control a certain consciousness life form. Lu Yin had not thought of this before, but now he had to think about it. If that was the case, then did Yu Sangtian really not know about the Earth Realm's trap? Logically speaking, Yu Sangtian should not have let Lu Yin guess this. Could this trap be a coincidence? At that moment, a consciousness swept past, causing Lu Yin's expression to change. He had Wu Jiang stay where he was and walked out of outer space, instantly vanishing. In front of Wu Jiang, there was an enormous consciousness that came from many consciousness life forms. One of them was above all the other life forms, and it was one of the 13 celestial phenomenon consciousness life forms, Xingju. This was a trap that the consciousness universe had set up for the spiritualized universe, and it had not been used for many years. However, every once in a while a member of the 13 celestial phenomenon would come to inspect it, as this place was definitely capable of burying a powerhouse on the level of Sangtian. During this time, Xingju had already inspected the spirit treasure array and was about to leave, but he suddenly had a sudden impulse and used his consciousness to scan the surroundings. He wanted to see if there were any changes in the surrounding space. If a broken world had mysteriously appeared here, then the spiritualized cultivators would definitely not come over and this trap would be useless. What he did not expect was to find Wu Jiang after scanning the surroundings with his consciousness. Only spiritualized cultivators could build a battleship. Such a large and unfamiliar battleship shocked Xingju, and he immediately had his consciousness life form contact the Earth realm to report this matter. As for himself, he was certain that the cultivator on the battleship had sensed him, but so what? He was one of the 13 celestial phenomena, and in the consciousness universe, even a spiritualized powerhouse on the level of Sangtian might not be able to do anything to him, especially in this area. If Sangtian really did make a move, then it would be a good opportunity to use this trap to bury him. It would also serve as a prelude to killing Yu Sangtian. The tomato. The next moment Lu Yin walked out of the void and looked up. Huamani was in the distance. In his memories, there were countless sentient life forms in the periphery of the trap. Some had taken the initiative to take on different forms, but most were in human form while others were passive. In Lu Yin's eyes they were like dark clouds, the largest of which was naturally Xingju, one of the 13 celestial phenomena. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. It was here. He had been thinking that if he could absorb the consciousness of a 13 celestial phenomena cultivator, then it would completely surpass the total amount of consciousnesses he had absorbed in the spiritualized universe. Not long after he had thought about it, this person had arrived. Moreover, from the looks of it, this 13 celestial phenomena cultivator had no intention of running away. This was interesting. Lu Yin was confident that he could stop him if he wanted to run, but this was the consciousness universe after all, and there was the possibility of a broken world. Huamani had been in the spiritualized universe for a long time, and the surroundings had changed quite a bit. "Human, state your name," Xingju said, and the sentient life forms around him spread out to surround Lu Yin. Lu Yin's aura was restrained, and with his power level, Xingju could not see through his concealment. However, Lu Yin was only in the progenitor realm, so he could be seen through. This was what Lu Yin wanted to be seen through. Lu Yin looked at Xingju's enormous consciousness. "You're a 13 celestial phenomena cultivator? You're not afraid of me and your gaze is very calm. It seems that you've hidden your strength. If I'm not wrong, you're a spiritual prime powerhouse and have cultivated in your spiritualized universe's intent realm. Your resistance to consciousness is very strong, which is why you're not afraid of me, a 13 celestial phenomena cultivator. Is that right?" Xingju asked. He was not stupid, and Lu Yin's performance contradicted what he had seen. Lu Yin smiled and clasped his hands behind his back. "Smart. I'm very sure that you can't deal with me, but it's strange. The consciousness universe is so big, so how did I encounter a 13 celestial phenomena cultivator like you?" Xingju's laughter rang out. "You'll never know. Today's outcome was already decided. I'll give you a chance. Join my consciousness universe and I'll let you leave alive." Lu Yin shook his head. "Our life forms are different. How can we merge? Many people have sided with us." Xingju believed that Lu Yin's life was in his control and spoke without restraint. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. No wonder there were so many consciousness life forms hidden in the spiritualized universe. There were definitely cultivators who had sided with the consciousness universe, and those cultivators had worked together to cover up part of the truth. To the spiritualized universe as a whole, these traitorous cultivators were actually useless. They had not done anything to the spiritualized universe, so they would not be discovered. The only thing they needed to do was cover up their traces. Lu Yin believed that these traitorous cultivators also did not know where the consciousness life forms were hidden, and the consciousness universe would also hide it from them. Their role was to be used as tools, nothing more. "A cultivator with my strength would never side with the consciousness universe," Lu Yin retorted. Xingju sneered. "You've cultivated to this level, but you still can't see through human nature. I can only grieve for you. Then die." After he finished speaking, boundless consciousnesses descended from the surroundings like mountains and seas, crushing over. They were accompanied by various consciousnesses that were equivalent to consciousness-type battle techniques. Among them, Lu Yin even saw a power similar to the Great Sky Split Disk. Lu Yin stood tall in outer space and allowed these consciousnesses to bombard him. He stood majestically, his gaze fixed on Xingju. Xingju was astonished. "Your consciousness has reached the astral phenomenon realm?" Lu Yin smiled. "Why don't you guess? You're courting death." Xingju attacked, and a terrifying consciousness covered the sky, surpassing all other consciousness life forms. It was like a curtain of darkness falling from the sky, almost materializing. Chapter 3685. This scene reminded Lu Yin of Wu Wei's great sky-carving disc, which was a near-physical consciousness attack. This Xingju's power level even surpassed Huamani's. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold as he stepped forward and instantly vanished. Xingju's consciousness covered the entire area like a swamp. He had fought with cultivators for many years and knew how to deal with powerful cultivators. Cultivators who wanted to deal with pure consciousness lifeforms either had to have a powerful consciousness or bombard the void with a realmless to wear down their opponent's consciousness. Consciousness lifeforms responded by spreading their consciousness throughout the universe, making it difficult for cultivators to move. Even if they could leave, their every move would be under the consciousness lifeform's control. The two had fought for many years and understood each other too well. It was often easy to tell whether one could defeat the other. Xingju had thought that he could use his consciousness to suppress Lu Yin and restrict his movements. However, when Lu Yin's consciousness moved as if he were walking on flat ground, Xingju knew that he was in big trouble. This person had actually ignored his consciousness attack, which meant that he had the ability to fight against Xingju's consciousness. Once this person got close, Xingju would be in danger. Who was this human? Why had he not seen him before? Lu Yin had fought against more than one Sangtian, such as Meng Sangtian and the 100-Grass Sangtian. None of those Sangtians had been able to face Lu Yin directly, and they had only been able to distance themselves from him and think of ways to deal with his consciousness. This was also the reason why Lu Yin had dared to stay behind and fight Lu Yin. This person had never appeared in the consciousness universe before, but his strength was so terrifying. Where had he come from? This was too illogical. Xingju immediately retreated. His consciousness retreated like a tide, and the other consciousness lifeforms around him retreated even more decisively than Xingju. Lu Yin was too much of a threat, so much so that they no longer wanted to fight. Even if he wanted to run, was that even possible? Lu Yin was already very close to Xingju, and he struck out with a palm that destroyed the void. A powerful force pierced through the heavens, creating a path of darkness that devoured Xingju's consciousness along the way. Xingju was shocked. This strength? Who are you? Lu Yin frowned. He could not fight like this as he still needed to absorb this person's consciousness. Thinking about this, a beam of light shot through the void and reversed for a second. The consciousness that had been devoured by the realmless returned, and it was as if that palm had never been unleashed. Xingju was stunned. The power of time combined with the strength from before made this human more threatening than Emperor Wu. Since when had such a terrifying person appeared in this spiritualized universe? He did not hesitate to flee, and as he retreated, his consciousness transformed into shadows that extended all the way to Lu Yin's feet. Lu Yin frowned. Shadow? Was this guy's combat skill? Before he could think further, a familiar scene appeared in front of him. A blade descended from the sky and slashed into the woman's body. That woman was Ming Yan. Lu Yin's pupils shrank. Yan. The surface of his body trembled and the surrounding starry skies shook. This caused Xingju to turn around in shock. Impossible, this guy's consciousness was at the starry sky level? He stared blankly at Lu Yin. Just who was this person? Lu Yin clenched his fists as Xingju's consciousness had triggered the fear in his heart. He had once again seen Yan being stabbed by Xiaji's blade, which had caused his mind to become unsteady. This was a technique that directly affected one's consciousness. If not for the fact that his consciousness was strong enough to disperse it, this fear would have been deeply imprinted in his mind. He had experienced this technique more than once, and the one that had left the deepest impression on him was by Xiaohong's innate gift, heart. It allowed one to see what one missed, feared, hated, or loved the most. Both techniques allowed an enemy to see what they feared the most. One could only be seen while the other could be directly imprinted into one's consciousness. Heart innate gifts were very unique, and this 13 celestial phenomenon cultivator could cultivate a similar power. Its level far surpassed this innate gift, but it was also based on one's consciousness. As long as the opponent's consciousness was stronger, this power would be useless. Who are you? Xingju's voice echoed throughout the heavens. This was already the third time he had asked this question. He could not understand how such a terrifying person had suddenly appeared in this spiritualized universe and could even ignore his battle technique. His name was Xingju, Nightmare Xingju. His consciousness could allow other life forms to see what they feared the most. As long as one's consciousness was not stronger than his, they would not be able to escape, and there was no limit to the amount of consciousness he could use. With this technique he would not be afraid even if he faced two Sangtians at the same time. He could split his consciousness and strike fear into all spiritualized cultivators as long as there were no top-tier powerhouses interfering. But today his technique had actually failed. He had encountered a human whose consciousness was stronger than his. What a joke, this was a human. He had never dreamed that such a day would come. Even if it was Yu Sangtian, he did not believe that his own consciousness would be weak. Yu Sangtian's consciousness was at most at the cosmic realm. Lu Yin's gaze was cold. Congratulations, you've angered me. Since you like consciousness, I'll use my consciousness to play with you. After he finished speaking, a terrifying consciousness surged out and instantly changed the heavens and the earth. It covered the universe's starry sky and spread out. Not only did it cover the trap, but it also covered the boundless expanse and the consciousness life forms that were fleeing even further away. The entire starry sky was covered by the consciousness and the sky collapsed. Xingju was shocked. No, this was impossible. This person's consciousness was ranked at the top of the 13 celestial phenomenon cultivators. How was this possible? Lu Yin's consciousness had already reached the celestial phenomenon level, and after absorbing so much underground consciousness, he had reached the cosmic realm. He had then absorbed many consciousness life forms from parallel spacetimes, as well as the Heavens Craftsman realm, the Arc realm, and other hidden consciousness life forms. Although he had used up a lot of his consciousness, he had also absorbed Huamani's. In other words, he had almost 2 cosmic realm consciousnesses which naturally surpassed Xingju's. When this consciousness appeared, Xingju knew that it was over. There was no way he could resist it. Monster, this was a monster. A consciousness life form's attack could be complicated, but it could also be simple. As long as one's consciousness surpassed the consciousness life forms, it would be difficult for the consciousness life form to win. Battle techniques were rare in the consciousness universe. Here they only had methods of using consciousness. Wu Wei's Sword of Heaven was an exception. Aside from the sword itself, very few people in both the consciousness and spiritualized universes knew of this technique. But if one's consciousness could not surpass a consciousness life forms, then one would have to think of a way. This was especially true when facing a consciousness life form's consciousness. Lu Yin had a deep impression of the technique He Wuxian had used. Endless Road. Back then, He Wuxian had used this technique to prevent Wu Jiang from going to Immemorial City. If not for Huizu, that battle would have been troublesome. At the time, everyone had thought that it was He Wuxian's innate gift combined with the true God's freedom technique. Later on, Lu Yin found out that it was He Wuxian's method of using consciousness in conjunction with the true God's freedom technique. This allowed a person's consciousness to be extended infinitely, to the point where even though they could clearly see the end, they would not be able to reach it. There were many similar methods of using consciousness, and it was not easy to break through them. Every consciousness life form had their own method of using consciousness. Huamani had used his consciousness to grasp the horizontal flower shadow, causing space to reverse. Wu Wei's great sky-carving disc was a materialized consciousness, and it was also a method of using consciousness. This 13 celestial phenomenon's method of using consciousness was to draw out a creature's fear. This was because consciousness encompassed thoughts and memories, and this was Wu Wei's method. All methods of using consciousness were based on consciousness itself. If one's consciousness was not strong enough, then their foundation would be shattered. When he saw that Lu Yin's consciousness had completely surpassed his own, Xingju knew that he was no match for Lu Yin. His method of using consciousness had not been effective from the start, and all he could do was flee. In the distance, everyone on Wu Jiang looked up at the sky. They knew that Lu Yin had encountered a powerful enemy, or else he would not have used such a majestic consciousness. The ancestor was the most shocked. She knew that Lu Yin's consciousness was very strong, and it was constantly growing stronger, but she had not expected it to be this strong. How was this possible? He was clearly a human from the Tianyuan universe, so how could he have such a terrifying consciousness? Only consciousness life forms would be truly shocked by such a consciousness. One had to know that when she had been at the celestial phenomenon level, she had been the strongest consciousness in the Tianyuan universe. Neither an eternal nor a primogenitor could surpass her. However, a junior had actually surpassed her in such a short amount of time, and not just by a little bit. At that moment, the ancestor's mentality changed. Joining hands with Wu Jiang to deal with the spiritualized universe? This was not realistic from the start. It was not that they could not defeat the spiritualized universe, but that if they did, even more terrifying monsters would be released. In the distant sky, shadows continuously gathered, but they could not get close to Lu Yin. Lu Yin raised a hand, and his consciousness gathered above the sky as the great sky-carving disk descended. Xingju's consciousness surged up. Great sky-carving disk? What does Wu Wei have to do with you? Lu Yin could not be bothered to answer. The great sky-carving disk ruthlessly smashed down, directly penetrating Xingju's consciousness and causing it to shrink. In Lu Yin's eyes, Xingju's dark cloud had shrunk by a third. To a consciousness life form, this was a heavy blow. Lu Yin's finger flicked up and then he brought it down again. Great sky-carving disk. Human, my name is Xingju and I'm a celestial phenomenon. You can't kill me. I have value in keeping me alive, Xingju shouted. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Restrain your consciousness and follow me. Xingju's consciousness surged and he hesitated. Lu Yin sneered and the great sky-carving disk ruthlessly descended. Consciousness life forms used their consciousness not only to deal with spiritualized cultivators. Before spiritualized cultivators appeared, the consciousness universe itself also had battles, and consciousness life forms also needed to cultivate. Only by wiping out consciousness life forms could the consciousness of this universe increase and strengthen other consciousness life forms. This was the law of the jungle and it would not change no matter where it was. The great sky-carving disk was effective against cultivators, but it was also effective against consciousness life forms. In the surroundings, countless consciousness shadows surged over, but Xingju did not give up. He thought of all sorts of ways to deal with Lu Yin, but in front of Lu Yin's boundless consciousness, these consciousnesses were like mayflies trying to shake a tree. They could not even shake him. The great sky-carving disk ruthlessly smashed down, and Xingju's body shrank again. He begged and howled, but it was useless. Lu Yin looked on coldly and the great sky-carving disk descended once more. At that moment the surrounding consciousnesses suddenly condensed, forming a mirror in front of Lu Yin. Inside the mirror was the Above Heaven sect, the Boulder Foundation, the Imperial Robe, and Yusang Tian. On this day Yusang Tian had destroyed the Above Heaven sect, burned Immemorial City, and massacred the entire Tianyuan universe. No one was his match. Chapter 3686. The mirror flew towards Lu Yin, and even though his consciousness was shaken, it didn't shatter. Lu Yin didn't move from his spot as the mirror passed through. A dark figure walked out of the mirror and turned to face Lu Yin. This was another Lu Yin. Lu Yin stared at the dark Lu Yin and recalled some of Huamani's memories. He recalled that Huamani's memories called Xingju's nightmare celestial phenomenon used fear as a mirror. Huamani's understanding of Xingju was that he could draw out a creature's greatest fear. When Xingju had first attacked, Lu Yin had recalled it. However, this celestial phenomenon didn't pose any threat to him, so he hadn't paid it much mind. Old Chief's description of Xingju was that he was a man in the mirror, a nightmare among men. No one knew what this meant, and even Huamani, who was also a celestial phenomenon, had never experienced it. But now Lu Yin knew. This was a man in the mirror, a nightmare among men. The dark Lu Yin was the embodiment of all the fear that Lu Yin had experienced. It didn't have much attack power, and Xingju had simply stripped the fear from Lu Yin's consciousness and made him experience it all over again. Lu Yin couldn't avoid it, nor would he do so. The fear that he had experienced wasn't just fear, but also the process, karma, and memories. If he lost these fears, he wouldn't be complete. The mirror suddenly flew in a certain direction and dragged the dark Lu Yin over. This was Xingju's most deeply hidden power, and only Old Chief had seen it before. The other celestial phenomenon cultivators had never seen it before. This was a life-saving move. At Lu Yin's level of cultivation, he knew that he couldn't lose these fears. Xingju was throwing them far away so that Lu Yin could chase after them so that he could escape. Lu Yin would eventually catch up to the dark Lu Yin, and if Lu Yin wanted to regain those fears, he had to experience them all over again. This was his trump card. Even though it couldn't harm Lu Yin, he couldn't do anything while experiencing those fears. No matter how high a person's cultivation was, their greatest enemy wasn't other creatures but themselves. Immortality was a realm of their own, not something that was bestowed upon them. Thus, to break through to immortality, one had to break through themselves. To experience those fears again, one had to face their past selves. This move wasn't a killing move, but it was one that Xingju was confident in protecting his life. The moment the mirror dragged Grey Lu Yin away, Xingju's consciousness suddenly returned. He had been hiding all this time and now he unleashed all of his strength. He forcibly withstood the great sky-carving disk's attack and fled in the opposite direction. Lu Yin took a step forward, and just as Xingju had predicted, he chased after the mirror. It was impossible for him to lose sight of his own fear. When Xingju saw this, he heaved a sigh of relief and hurriedly fled. 5 seconds. There were only 5 seconds left. Even though Xingju had fled far away, he could still see Lu Yin standing in the distance. You gave up on your past? Xingju was in disbelief. Could it be that this person didn't know what it meant to lose one's past? You don't want to break through to immortality? You want to be an incomplete person? Lu Yin looked at Xingju calmly. Is your technique unbreakable? Xingju was at a loss. Of course, there was no solution. The old chief had also said that as long as one cultivated the Tao, regardless of whether they were sentient life forms or living creatures, they would all feel fear. With fear, it was impossible to give up on the past. As long as one wanted to continue cultivating, those creatures who didn't understand the serious consequences of this matter couldn't threaten him. Therefore, his methods were unbreakable. Even if this person could catch up to the mirror so quickly, it would be impossible for him to regain his fear so quickly. Yes. In space where Xingju couldn't see, karma slowly entered Lu Yin's body. Fear? Where did this fear come from? Because certain things happened for a reason, there was an effect. Fear was just an effect. Lu Yin used the karma thread to pierce through gray Lu Yin and return this karma to his body. There was no need for him to experience fear. How could Xingju's methods strip him of his past and tear apart his karma? The first clan. The terror of karma wasn't something a normal cultivator could imagine. In front of the Tao of karma, anyone below the eternal realm could only look up to it, including Yu Sangtian, who had completed coup adversity. Once Lu Yin cultivated the Tao of karma, Yu Sangtian wouldn't be a match for him. Xingju couldn't figure out how Lu Yin had broken through his technique, and he kept retreating. Human, let me go and I'll tell you a secret. Speak. Lu Yin's tone was cold. Xingju said, there's a huge secret in the Earth domain. Have you heard of the Heavenly E-Tower? No, Lu Yin said. Xingju continued, the Heavenly E-Tower is the most ancient place in the consciousness universe. It's said that the path to immortality exists there, so the 13 Celestials want to explore the Heavenly E-Tower the most. Your spiritualized universe's Yu Sangtian must have come for the Heavenly E-Tower as well. Does Yu Sangtian know of the Heavenly E-Tower's existence? Lu Yin asked. He had thought of this before. Wu Wei hadn't told Yu Sangtian, and neither had Huamani, so how did Yu Sangtian know? He was even willing to share the Heavenly E-Tower with Lu Yin. He seemed to care about it, but at the same time he didn't care. Xingju was very certain. Yu Sangtian must know. Back then 5 of the 13 Celestials surrounded him, and Wu Wei was one of them. 2 of them died in that battle and Wu Wei surrendered. It was because of that battle that we were certain that Yu Sangtian was looking for the Heavenly E-Tower. Perhaps he doesn't know the name, but he's definitely looking for this place. Lu Yin nodded. Well said. I'm interested as well. Come follow me. Xingju went on guard. Human, as long as you let me go, I can tell you more secrets about the consciousness universe. I know about the other 13 Celestials, including some of the secrets of your spiritualized universe. I'll also tell you the secret of the Heavenly E-Tower. Lu Yin suddenly moved, his consciousness pressing forward to grab Xingju. Xingju shouted, Human, you forced me to do this. With that, his consciousness scattered, turning into countless consciousness shadows that scattered in all directions. Lu Yin's consciousness descended and enveloped the starry sky. Not a single one could escape. Suddenly he looked at one of the consciousness shadows, and that consciousness shadow headed towards the broken world. There was a broken world in the distance. Lu Yin had discovered it when he was chasing after Xingju. Others might not recognize that broken world, but he remembered that it came from the Tome of Forbidden. That broken world was one of the rare ones in the Tome of Forbidden whose depths were unknown. No sentient life forms were willing to investigate it. Those spiritualized cultivators who were forced into the broken world had all died, including a spirit prime. Xingju had no choice but to dive into the broken world. The rest of the consciousness shadows slowly dissipated, and the consciousness shadow that had escaped into the broken world was Xingju. When the consciousness shadow entered the broken world, it stopped moving. From the outside, the broken world was filled with rocks. It was as if countless rocks had shattered into a valley, and not a single blade of grass grew. Lu Yin slowly approached the broken world and finally stopped at the edge. With one more step he would enter the broken world, and Xingjue was just 3 steps away from him. Stop, human. This is a broken world. Do you dare to enter? Xingjue's voice rang out, and he used his consciousness to transmit into the broken world. He didn't dare to speak loudly. Nonsense. In a broken world, once there was a disturbance, no one could guarantee what would happen. When Lu Yin entered the world within a monument for the first time, he had also silently sat in the restaurant and didn't dare to move. He had Blackie and Xiaobai beside him, and any movement could cause the gray shadows in the world within a monument to attack him. At that time he thought that those gray shadows were the remnant essence, energy and soul of the past. Now he didn't know how to explain it. In this broken world, the consciousness lifeforms knew that it was the remnant consciousness of the past. In short, there were all sorts of explanations. Lu Yin looked at Xingjue. Why don't you dare to enter? Xingjue replied, don't you know that the broken world is dangerous? There is no danger. I have never encountered a broken world that is too dangerous. Many cultivators in our spiritualized universe treat broken worlds as scenic spots. Lu Yin didn't care. Of course, Xingjue knew about this. 99% of the broken worlds in the consciousness universe weren't dangerous, but the remaining 10% had caused the deaths of many spiritualized cultivators. They had constantly used cultivators to probe the broken worlds, and that was how they had obtained the more detailed Tome of Forbidden. This broken world is different. How is it different? A spirit prime died here. Lu Yin was astonished. That's impressive, but how can a spirit prime compare to me? Xingjue threatened, a spirit prime would die here in an instant. Even we don't know how dangerous this broken world is. If you insist on dealing with me, we will die together. Lu Yin sneered. I don't believe you. After speaking, he stepped into the broken world. The surroundings were gray and there were stones everywhere. It was desolate and ancient, and there was a sinister aura. Lu Yin thought that he had seen a ghost when he first entered the monument world. Xingjue was shocked. Human, don't be rash. I'm not lying to you. This broken world is too dangerous. You don't want to die, right? Even the 13 celestial phenomenon cultivators don't dare to enter this broken world. To tell you the truth, this is also a place where we lure you humans to your death. Lu Yin obviously knew how dangerous this broken world was. He could only pretend that he didn't care and try his best to force Xingjue out. No one wanted to face the unknown, even if Lu Yin was extremely confident in his strength. Every time he took a step forward, Xingjue would take a step back. Their movements were very small and they didn't even touch the stones on the ground. Do you think I'll believe you? It's just a broken world, Lu Yin said. In my opinion, it's no different from other broken worlds. No, the scenery is a bit worse. Xingjue was anxious. This broken world was beneficial to the consciousness universe, and it was because of this broken world that the consciousness universe had been able to resist the spiritualized universe for so long. They had used this broken world to kill many spiritualized universe experts, so they couldn't tell the spiritualized universe about this broken world. However, there were disadvantages as well. If he met someone who didn't believe him, he would be implicated once he entered the broken world. Unfortunately, he couldn't explain it clearly. It was useless to say anything now. Helpless, Xingjue could only keep retreating. Soon he reached a mountain wall, and if he continued he would have to cross it. Hold on. Suddenly, Xingjue thought of something and stared at Lu Yin. You are afraid of this broken world. Lu Yin raised his brows. What nonsense are you talking about? Xingjue replied, if you weren't afraid, why would you be so careful? You would have taken action long ago. Did you already know that this broken world was dangerous? Lu Yin exhaled. A person's subconscious behavior could not be concealed. Even though he had only taken a few steps, his state of mind had been seen through. All right, I've been frightened by you. I don't know if this broken world is dangerous, but you seem to be really afraid. Chapter 3687. Xingjue didn't know if Lu Yin was telling the truth. I'm not lying to you. This broken world is ranked at the forefront of the entire consciousness universe. We're not afraid of it because it's dangerous, but because we don't know how dangerous it is. At the very least, your spiritualized universe's spirit primes won't be able to leave this place alive. They're already considered second-tier powerhouses. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Then why aren't you leaving? Let me go and I can tell you the secret. Both of us can leave safely. Speak. Human, we know how cunning you all are. I'll write the secret down in this broken world and you'll be able to get it once I leave. Lu Yin sneered. It's not like I haven't seen your little schemes before. Once I enter the broken world to take the item, it'll automatically explode and I'll be finished. You're called Xingju, right? I'll give you one more chance. Tell me the secret and I'll let you go. Otherwise, I really want to see how powerful this broken world is. No matter how powerful the things here are, we won't die instantly. Who do you think has a higher chance of escaping? Xingju coldly replied, It might not be you. I'm a consciousness and you're a physical body. In this broken world, consciousness life forms always have an advantage. Then let's try? Lu Yin was eager to try. Xingju couldn't figure out Lu Yin's thoughts. If Lu Yin was clear about the dangers of this broken world, then it would be good. Xingju could be certain that Lu Yin wouldn't dare to act recklessly. If not, then it would be troublesome. Xingju was conflicted. I'll count to 3. You only have one chance. Lu Yin stared at Xingju. The more he forced, the more this fellow panicked. 3. Xingju growled. I guarantee that once this broken world is disturbed, you'll either die or be injured. How will you continue fighting in this consciousness universe? You humans compete with each other. You should be a newly ascended Sangtian. Don't think that I don't know that you Sangtians compete with each other. Back then the 100-grass Sangtian was the same. But, alright, I'll speak. Xingju dared to gamble. Ignorant people were more daring when faced with danger, but consciousness lifeform's nature was to survive. Even if he could defeat the unknown, he couldn't defeat his own heart. Lu Yin's lips curled up. Speak. Xingju was silent for a moment and then he said in a low voice, There are our people among you humans and they're controlled by consciousness. I can give you the list. Lu Yin raised his brows. What a familiar feeling. Catching a spy again? Interesting. Next, Xingju passed a name list to Lu Yin. Your spiritualized universe's Sangtian has been here before. There's a Sangtian who is very strange. He clearly had the chance to kill one of us, one of the 13 celestial phenomenon experts, but he didn't do it. As for that Sangtian, I've asked the old leader, and the old leader confirmed that he isn't one of us. Why was that? TT. If they wanted to, the consciousness universe could block the spiritualized universe but not the 9 heavens universe. Any supreme god could deal with the consciousness universe. If they wanted to restart it, they would have done it long ago. For supreme gods. Even if one died, there were 3 more. There were already 3 supreme gods. Did they not want to add another eternal life realm cultivator? But the vacant supreme god position had to be filled. Did they want it to be under their control? The spiritualized universe thought they could restart the consciousness universe, but in reality they would never get this chance. Everything they had done, the deaths they had experienced, the endless hatred, they were just paving the way for the 9 heavens universe. The Tianyuan universe had been weakened to the future, and the spiritualized universe had allied with the Eternals to plot against the above heaven sect. The 9 heavens universe must have been behind them. The 3 supreme deities were like gods, high and mighty, looking down on everything and controlling the universe. There's another secret that you want to know the most. Xingju paused and then said slowly, the location of the realm of Earth. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. You're willing to tell me? Xingju knew that Lu Yin knew the location of the realm of Earth. Of course he knew, but he had to act like he didn't know. Only then could the old chief's plan to kill Yu Sangtian. At this time, in order to save his life, it was best to say the location of the realm of Earth. Although this was not the answer Lu Yin wanted, he had to say it. Lu Yin also had to act like he didn't know before. As long as you let me go, I'll tell you. Lu Yin looked at the consciousness cloud in front of him. Okay. Xingju seemed to hesitate. After a while he said the location of the realm of Earth. It was the same as what Yu Sangtian had told Lu Yin. How about it? Can you let me go now? Xingju said. His consciousness stared at Lu Yin, afraid that he would go back on his words. Lu Yin raised his hand and Xingju immediately became alert. He waved his hand. Go. Xingju was on tenterhooks. You want me to go? You don't want to? No, I'll go. Xingju floated up slowly. Seeing that the chance to live was in his hands, he didn't want to fail. Soon he walked out of the broken world and hurried in a certain direction. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. He left the broken world, took a step and disappeared. Far away, Xingju screamed, "You said you'd let me go. But I didn't say I wouldn't chase. Human, you're despicable. You're not bad either." Boom. The universe trembled and the consciousness rumbled. Then everything calmed down. Lu Yin stood in the starry sky with a gloomy expression. His figure disappeared again and he returned to the broken world. He looked inside and said, "Come out." Within the broken world, an undetectable consciousness shadow emerged. It was Xingju. The one who had escaped was fake. He didn't believe Lu Yin at all. "Human, you're despicable indeed." Lu Yin praised, "Consciousness life forms like you that have lived for so long are really cautious. You didn't even try to escape. There's no place safer than this broken world. At least I can live here." "Human, what's your name?" Xingju asked. The moment he entered the broken world, he had hidden his true self. The one who had spoken to Lu Yin was just a wisp of consciousness. He had escaped to test Lu Yin. If he escaped, Lu Yin would also leave this place. His true self would be safe. If he couldn't escape, he would stay here. Since Lu Yin was willing to let him escape, it proved that Lu Yin was also apprehensive of this broken world. This place was the safest. Lu Yin was truly shocked. He hadn't expected Xingju to hide such a move after escaping into the broken world. These powerful life forms wouldn't die so easily, and each of them had many life-saving methods. Xingju could be considered one of the best. Regardless of whether it was the way he used his consciousness or the heart's eye, he was born to protect his life. He was more powerful than Wu Wei and Huamani. Lu Yin looked at Xingju in the broken world and said, "You didn't escape earlier. It seems like you really don't plan on leaving this broken world. Human, you're also apprehensive of this broken world. I don't know where you found out about the dangers of this broken world, but I'm sure that you won't easily make a move here." Lu Yin sneered, "Just because I won't easily make a move doesn't mean I won't. That's why I told you the secret in exchange for you not making a move against me in the broken world. That's not enough. Then what do you want? I remember you mentioned Etian-K before." Xingju said, "Etian-K is the greatest secret of my consciousness universe. I won't tell you." Previously he had only mentioned Etian Quebec. At that time he was sure that he could escape and that Lu Yin would die with Yusang Tian in the realm of Etian. However, he wasn't so sure now. This human wasn't just powerful, but he was also very sinister. Such a person wouldn't die so easily. Thus, he naturally couldn't reveal the secret of Etian Quebec. Lu Yin moved his arm. "Are you sure you don't want to tell me?" Xingju was apprehensive and retreated deeper into the broken world. "Human, don't make a move in this broken world. Otherwise both you and I will die." Lu Yin raised his hand and pointed out. A finger force entered the broken world and shattered a rock. Just as he made his move, Xingju retreated. The rock shattered, but there was no movement in the broken world. "Human, don't do meaningless things. If it was so easy to see the broken world, your spiritualized universe wouldn't have fought for so long." Lu Yin sighed. "Since that's the case, let's make a bet. Let's see who can walk out alive." After speaking, he entered the broken world again. This time he didn't hesitate and released his consciousness towards Xingju. He didn't believe that no matter how dangerous this broken world was, it wouldn't be able to kill him here. At his current cultivation level, if he didn't even dare to touch a broken world, what was the point? Among the known living beings in the universe, only those in the eternal life realm could surpass him. As for the rest, even Yusang Tian, who was at the peak of Ku adversity realm, would have trouble dealing with him and might not be able to keep him here. He didn't believe that an eternal life realm expert would appear in this broken world. Xingju was shocked. "Human, you're courting death." His consciousness covered the broken world and crashed down. Xingju was suppressed by Lu Yin's consciousness. At the same time, the ground of the broken world cracked open, and all the gray rocks in the surroundings smashed towards Lu Yin. Lu Yin casually shattered the rocks and appeared in front of Xingju in one step, grabbing at him. At this moment he felt a chill on his back as a terrifying danger descended. Lu Yin turned around and saw a square rock flying through the void towards his face. Lu Yin grabbed Xingju with one hand and struck the rock with the other. Bang! The void shattered and distorted, turning into cracks that extended in all directions and devoured everything. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. Was this the power of a living being's limit? There was a cracking sound as the rock cracked open. At this moment, another square rock flew over. Many square rocks flew over from all directions and surrounded Lu Yin. Lu Yin suppressed Xingju with one hand while his other hand was covered with Palm Realm battle force. He waved his hand and the void paused for a moment. Then all the rocks shattered and the shockwave produced a terrifying power that lit up this corner of the universe. Xingju was shocked. What kind of power was this? Was he still human? Xingju could feel the danger brought by those square rocks. Every one of them could destroy the void and create an absolute dark universe that could devour consciousness. Chapter 3688. With dozens of cubes attacking at the same time, Lu Yin was certain that aside from Yusang Tian and Emperor Wu Huang, the rest of the spiritualized universe would not be able to withstand it. They would be severely injured in an instant and it would be difficult for them to even escape. This was the terror of this broken world. It was no wonder that the Spirit Prime had died without a sound. Such a terrifying attack had been destroyed by this human with a single hand. You must be Yusang Tian in disguise. Xingju couldn't help but suspect. At this moment he suspected that Yusang Tian knew that the Earth Realm was a trap and deliberately disguised himself as another person. The Yusang Tian they knew was fake, so this person didn't tell them his name. Lu Yin's expression turned solemn, and a starry sky appeared in his heart as he pushed Xingju into the Hell of Appointment platform. He wanted to leave the broken world. However, cubes of stone appeared around him once more and attacked him. He pushed out with a single palm, and with a bang his divine battle force combined with limitless strength instantly destroyed all the cubes of stone. The limits of a life form's strength were not enough to harm him. Even if dozens of life forms were at the same level as Emperor Wu Huang's sealed sky foundation, they would still be pushed aside. The cubes of stone appeared once more in front of Lu Yin and ruthlessly attacked him. This time there was only one, but Lu Yin's expression changed slightly as the power had increased. He struck out with his palm and collided with the stone, causing it to shatter. In an instant, another stone pierced through the shattered stone and struck Lu Yin's palm. Lu Yin frowned as the shockwave caused the stone to shatter once more. Another stone appeared, one after another. Each stone was stronger than the previous one, as if they had absorbed the previous shockwave. When the 20th stone arrived, Lu Yin felt a power that completely surpassed the limits of a life form. It was as if he could see Emperor Wu Huang using Sealed Sky Foundation to unleash a shocking attack. Unfortunately, this attack was still unable to defeat him. The stone shattered and another stone appeared. Lu Yin's eyes widened. There were more? He didn't know how many more stones there were. 30? 50? Or more than 100? The power could not be limitless and this universe could not withstand it. With a bang, Lu Yin's body was pushed back, and he used the force of the stones to leave the broken world. When he looked around, the broken world returned to normal just like when he had first entered. The ground was still the same ground, and the stones were still gray and devoid of any luster. It was deathly still. Just as he had guessed, no matter how powerful this broken world was, it would not be able to threaten him. He had yet to use the 9 heavens transformations. However, if the number of stones was truly infinite, then there was no way any creature could withstand it. But that was impossible. Lu Yin took a deep look at the broken world before turning to leave, returning to the boundless boundary. Not long after Lu Yin left, a consciousness life form arrived, circled around and then left. In the Earth Realm, an old voice rang out, "Where is the reset?" "Almost at the Earth Realm." A pleasant voice replied. It was a woman's voice. According to the time, restart should have already reached the Earth Realm. Yusang Tian is stalling for time. What is he waiting for? Where are the other human arcs? The confirmed ones are all heading our way. Let's hope everything goes smoothly. We'll be able to get rid of the top human experts in one fell swoop, especially Yusang Tian. His Boulder's foundation is too much of a threat to us. Of course. We've sacrificed a lot for this plan. Why don't you take the initiative to transform into your human form? The old voice suddenly questioned the last person who spoke. There's no need. Once Yusang Tian dies, humanity will become a thing of the past. It's not that easy, the pleasant female voice said. There's one more thing, the old voice said in a low tone. Xingju is missing. Xingju? What happened? He encountered a strong human enemy. Impossible. With Xingju's cautiousness, unless he encountered Yusang Tian, he wouldn't be defeated. He could still escape. Even the boundless boundary couldn't stop him. It's this arcs. Then an image of the boundless boundary appeared in the void. It's an unfamiliar arcs. I've never seen it before. It seems that a new super expert has appeared in the spiritualized universe. This person can take down Xingjue. His strength is not below the boundless boundary. The old voice said, he must be stronger than the boundless boundary. Are you sure? The pleasant female voice was surprised. Then she thought of something. Only you have seen the person in the mirror, the nightmare among humans. So, based on this, you infer that this human strength is at Yu Tian's level? That's right, the old voice replied. For a moment the Earth realm was silent. One Yu Tian was already troublesome for the consciousness universe. Now there was a second expert at the same level. How could they deal with it? Can our plan deal with two Yu Tians at the same time? It's not easy. Then this person must be dealt with immediately. Who will do it? The Earth realm made a soft sound like a stone being thrown into a lake. We must deal with this person and leave the trap to Yu Tian. Everyone, this is our chance. If we succeed, we can kill the spiritualized universe. Then let's do it quickly. The boundless boundary. After Lu Yin returned, he stopped and didn't move forward. Xingjue was pushed into the hell of the general appointment platform. After a few days he was released. There was nothing special about him. Consciousness life forms didn't have emotions. Even if their past experiences were repeated, they wouldn't bring too much pain. They were completely different from humans. Lu Yin had always been the nemesis of many people with his various methods. As for consciousness life forms, they might be the nemesis of the hell of the general appointment platform. Are you Yu Tian in disguise? Xingjue stared at Lu Yin. Lu Yin sized him up. Do you want to die? No, Xingjue said bluntly. Lu Yin smiled. You only have one chance to buy your own life. If you miss it, there won't be another chance. Xingjue didn't speak. His consciousness surged and it was obvious that he was thinking about something. Lu Yin slowly said, no one can save you and don't expect me to keep my promise. The only thing you can do is take a gamble. If you win, I'll take you to the spiritualized universe. Just like Wu Wei, if you lose, you'll die. Choose one. Xingjue thought about it. I'm willing to join your spiritualized universe and work for you. You know how valuable a consciousness life form is. So, you're willing to take the gamble? The heavenly tower is under the tree. Every consciousness life form had a different encounter when they entered the heavenly tower. Lu Yin knew about Wu Wei and Hua Mani's encounters and now he knew about his own from Xingjue. Not long after Xingjue finished, Lu Yin asked, that's all? What else do you want to know? Just ask. I'll tell you everything I know. I said that I'll give you a chance to buy your own life. There's only one chance. Unfortunately, you missed it. With that, Lu Yin released the space in his heart, including Xingjue's consciousness. Xingjue was furious. You lied to me again. The heavenly tower is the greatest secret of the consciousness universe. Already told you. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. But you didn't tell me about the trap in the Earth realm. Xingjue couldn't believe it. How did you know? Suddenly he felt his consciousness fading away. He looked at Lu Yin's back and saw the consciousness planet rotating. Absorb consciousness. You can absorb our consciousness? How is that possible? Who are you? You're the greatest enemy of the consciousness universe. Let me go. I don't want to die. Who are you? Xingjue's voice gradually faded. If he had told Lu Yin about the trap in the Earth realm, Lu Yin might not have been able to deal with him. A consciousness life form that sincerely joined the Earth realm was indeed valuable, even if it was just bait. Unfortunately, consciousness life forms couldn't be trusted. Xingjue still hoped that the consciousness life form would be able to kill them and let him escape. At the crucial moment, the consciousness life form would only betray them. Since that was the case, he might as well increase his own consciousness. Although Xingjue had used up a lot of his consciousness during the battle, what remained was still at the starry sky level. The absorption caused Lu Yin's consciousness to surge. When he opened his eyes, the void visibly collapsed. This scene shocked everyone on the limitless star. Lu Yin hadn't done anything, but the surrounding space had become much heavier. The consciousness universe cultivated consciousness, and this place was filled with consciousness life forms that could cultivate their own consciousness. Only consciousness could sense it. Lu Yin's consciousness surged and suppressed the sky, appearing like a mountain. Lu Yin now had 3 consciousnesses at the star realm and several others. In a one-on-one battle, whether it was the 13 celestial phenomenon or Yu Tian, it would be difficult for them to surpass him in terms of consciousness level. Once his consciousnesses completely merged, he might become the strongest of the three universes. If he absorbed more consciousnesses, it was possible for his consciousness to surge. Lu Yin exhaled and retracted his consciousness. He looked forward and really wanted to compete with Yu Sangtian's Boulder's foundation. He wanted to see if this consciousness nemesis could suppress him. Your consciousness is the strongest of all the life forms I've seen, the progenitor sighed and walked out from behind. Lu Yin said, I'll give Yu Sangtian a surprise. The progenitor reminded him, the surprise will also expose you. When that happens, you'll become the greatest enemy of the consciousness and spiritualized universes. To the consciousness universe, Lu Yin's existence was its natural enemy. As long as he didn't die, the consciousness universe would be absorbed sooner or later. To the spiritualized universes, Lu Yin's ability to infinitely increase his consciousness was too terrifying. The more consciousnesses he absorbed, the more terrifying it would be. Who could stop a powerhouse with limitless consciousnesses? Lu Yin's threat was even greater than the consciousness universes, which was something they didn't want to see. Thus, Lu Yin's consciousness was both a blade and a sin. Fortunately, as long as Lu Yin didn't release his consciousness, no one would be able to tell. There's no other way. This is a shortcut to surpassing Yu Sangtian, Lu Yin said. The progenitor sighed. It's been hard on you, Zhuzi, to put all the pressure on you. Lu Yin smiled. Without you, I wouldn't have been able to reach this step. Senior, I'll go into seclusion for a few days to get used to my consciousness. The progenitor nodded. Lu Yin went to a secluded corner of the boundless expanse and raised his hand to summon his die. He wanted to roll 4 pips and enter the time-stop space to integrate his consciousness. He also wanted to roll 6 pips, especially 6 pips. He now had the confidence to roll the die and search for the 13 celestial phenomena. He wanted to see what the trap of the earth was. Chapter 3689. Hua Mani did not know, as his mission had been to intentionally allow himself to be captured. In order to prevent Yu Sangtian from seeing through him, Hua Mani had been kept in the dark as well. However, the other 13 celestial phenomenon cultivators in the consciousness universe should know. Xingju knew as well, but this person did not say anything. Lu Yin still believed in the memories that he had seen, and there was no need for Xingju to say anything. Furthermore, whether or not this route had been purposely given to him by Yu Sangtian made Lu Yin uneasy, and he urgently needed more information. The die slowly came to a stop. Roll 1 meant that something useless would fall out. Roll 3 meant that he could upgrade external items. As his cultivation increased, external items would become less useful. Roll 4 time-stop space. Lu Yin rested for a year in the time-stop space, absorbing Xingju's consciousness and fusing it with his consciousness planet and 9 skies shift, allowing him to fully control it. If he encountered another expert like Xingju, he might not be able to withstand the great sky-carving disc. Wu Wei, Hua Mani, and Xingju were no longer his opponents. In terms of consciousness, the only one of the 13 celestial phenomenon cultivators with unfathomable consciousness was Old Head. He was also the powerhouse that Yu Sangtian feared the most. The scene in front of him changed and Lu Yin returned to reality and continued to roll his die. Roll 6, very successful. Lu Yin's eyes lit up, and his consciousness appeared in a dark space. All he could see were balls of light. This was the consciousness universe and he could see countless balls of light, but most of them were dim. It was impossible for him to find a ball of light that matched his own. Even the balls that represented the 13 celestial phenomenon were somewhat dim. There was none here, and Lu Yin used his consciousness to travel through the dark space and continue his search. Nothing, still nothing. Lu Yin traveled through the dark space for a long time, and he finally saw a ball of light that was approaching him. It had to be a cosmic realm consciousness life form, and he hurriedly rushed over to merge with it. Lu Yin opened his eyes. That's right, he opened his eyes. He merged with a consciousness life form that was in human form. Through Hua Mani's memories, Lu Yin knew that most of the 13 celestial phenomenon cultivators were in human form. It was more convenient to fight against the spiritualized universe. The consciousness life form that he had merged with was one of the 13 Gui Shaoqing. This name came from a spiritualized cultivator who had died at Gui Shaoqing's hands. Gui Shaoqing had taken this name, saying that it suited the spiritualized cultivators. At this moment, Gui Shaoqing was heading towards the boundless border. Memories continued to pour into Lu Yin's mind, And he knew that Xingju's death had stimulated the other 13 celestial phenomenon cultivators. They had originally been waiting at the Earth realm to ambush and kill Yu Sangtian, but because of Lu Yin they had been forced to leave and deal with Wu Jiang first. And to deal with the boundless realms, it wasn't a direct attack but an endless path. Lu Yin hadn't expected them to deal with Wu Jiang in such a manner. In the Tianyuan universe, He Wuxian had used the endless path to delay Wu Jiang's participation in the Battle of Primeval City. Now, in order to prevent Wu Jiang from participating in their ambush of Yu Sangtian, Old Chief and the other consciousness lifeforms also planned to use the endless path to delay Wu Jiang. What a coincidence, or rather, this was a very widespread use of consciousness lifeforms. The stronger the consciousness, the stronger the endless path. At this moment, a total of 13 celestial phenomenon cultivators appeared and attacked Wu Jiang with 5 starry sky-level consciousnesses. This was to ensure that Wu Jiang couldn't get close to the Earth of Will. Logically speaking, they should be able to do it. Even though Lu Yin, the primogenitor, and the others were strong, they couldn't surpass 5 starry sky-level consciousnesses. As long as they launched a sneak attack, Wu Jiang wouldn't be able to break through the endless path. By the time Wu Jiang finally broke through the endless path, some time would have passed. During that time their battle with Yu Sangtian would have ended. This way they could avoid losses from fighting Wu Jiang and raise Yu Sangtian's vigilance. They could also prevent Wu Jiang from participating in the ambush, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. This was actually what he wanted as well. He didn't want Wu Jiang to participate in the Battle of the Earth of Will. He had no intention of participating in it in the first place, and using the endless path was a good way to escape. He hadn't expected that dealing with Xingju would have such an advantage. It seemed that Yu Sangtian hadn't intentionally given him that route. 1 or 2 13 celestial phenomenon cultivators couldn't possibly deal with Wu Jiang. At most, they would only attract the attention of the 13 celestial phenomenon cultivators. Yu Sangtian probably didn't think that the 13 celestial phenomenon cultivators would waste time on Wu Jiang. Wait, Lu Yin suddenly turned back to look at the Earth of Will. Yu Sangtian had expected that the 13 celestial phenomenon cultivators wouldn't attack Wu Jiang. Similarly, Lu Yin had also expected that such a powerful Wu Jiang participating in the Battle of the Earth of Will would be detrimental to the universe of consciousness. In that case, had the old chief and the others left the Earth of Will as well? If that was the case, then that route might have been deliberately arranged to expose Wu Jiang's strength and make the old chief and the other celestial phenomenon cultivators wary of him. If the 13 celestial phenomenon cultivators left the Earth of Will, then? Could it be that Yu Sangtian had never intended to start a war with the Earth of Will? His goal was to lure out the 13 celestial phenomenon cultivators, but what was his true goal? Right, the heavenly imperial court. The premise of this conjecture was that Yu Sangtian knew that the Earth of Will was a trap. Would he know? Or could it be that whether he knew or not, this was his method, the most reliable method to enter the heavenly imperial court? Compared to fighting the 13 celestial phenomenon cultivators, luring them out of the Earth of Will would definitely be easier. The 13 celestial phenomenon cultivators had guessed that Yu Sangtian wanted to kill his way into the Earth of Will for the sake of the heavenly imperial court, which made sense. If Lu Yin were in Yu Sangtian's shoes, he would have used the same method to enter the heavenly imperial court and obtain what he wanted. Whether or not he would start a war would depend on the outcome of the battle. It might also depend on the decisions of the 9 firmaments universe. Yu Sangtian didn't have the final say on whether or not the universe of consciousness would be reactivated. His grand attack on the universe of consciousness might very well be a pretense. Everyone had been fooled. Lu Yin was increasingly convinced of his conjecture and his eyes flashed. Regardless of whether his guess was right or not, since the 13 celestial phenomenon cultivators had appeared, this was his chance. If this wasn't Yu Sangtian's scheme, then it would be a great advantage for him. If it was, then he would have to see who was faster. Just as he was about to exit the fusion, Lu Yin's gaze suddenly changed. He saw memories of the heavenly imperial court and a familiar figure. The 13 celestial phenomenon cultivators had to be recognized by the heavenly imperial court. Otherwise, even cosmic life forms couldn't be called the 13 celestial phenomenon cultivators. Every sentient life form had a different experience in the heavenly imperial court. Lu Yin had seen what had happened to Huamani and Wu, and now he had also seen what had happened to Gui Shaoqing. Compared to Huamani and Wu, What Gui Shaoqing saw in the heavenly imperial court left Lu Yin in disbelief. He actually saw the great desolate scorching sky beast. Gui Shaoqing saw all sorts of astral beasts in the heavenly imperial court. Sometimes he would look down at the sky and watch the astral beasts develop, kill and evolve. Sometimes he would become a star. The astral beasts would fight with the astral beasts and compete for resources. He had experienced countless battles and seen the vicissitudes of time. One of them was the great desolate scorching sky beast. The great desolate scorching sky beast was an astral beast in the Tianyuan universe. It had been the ruler of the universe ever since Hunji had left. It was only when the progenitor and eternity had joined forces to kill the strongest beast that the human era had begun. The great desolate scorching sky beast had never appeared in the spiritualized universe. In the heavenly imperial court, Lu Yin had also confirmed through Hua Mani and Wu Wei's memories that it had never appeared before. Then where had the great desolate scorching sky beast in the heavenly imperial court come from? It wasn't real but rather a remnant memory or consciousness. It was like a broken world, but it wasn't a broken world. It could allow those who entered the heavenly imperial court to experience something, just like the memories of the universe. But this was the heavenly imperial court, so where did the memories of the Tianyuan universe come from? Gui Shaoqing had actually seen the great desolate scorching sky beast, which was something that Lu Yin had never expected. As the memories flooded in, Lu Yin's control over Gui Shaoqing's body froze, and his eyes flickered. Was that Hunji? What's wrong? An old voice came from the old leader. Gui Shaoqing's sudden stop attracted the attention of the other 13 celestial phenomenon cultivators. Lu Yin wasn't worried about being seen through. If it had been when he had just left the Tianyuan universe, then his consciousness might have been seen through, but it was impossible now. His consciousness was stronger than most of the 13 celestial phenomenon cultivators, and could even be considered the strongest. Nothing, I just thought of a possibility. What possibility? The old leader asked. Gui Shaoqing said, do you think that the Yusang sky in the reboot is really Yusang sky? The old leader and the rest of the 13 celestial phenomenon cultivators looked at each other in astonishment. They were all in human form, and there were even women among them who were extremely beautiful. It's impossible for a peak powerhouse to appear in the spiritualized universe for no reason. How could he not have been here before? Gui Shaoqing asked, raising Xingju's guess. The old leader said, don't worry, Yusang Sky is on the reboot battleship. As for this powerhouse that suddenly appeared, we don't need to know who he is for now. Once we deal with Yusang Sky, we'll find the people we planted in the spiritualized universe and ask them. We don't want to ask now because we don't want to complicate matters. Gui Shaoqing nodded. Let's go. The 5 celestial phenomenon cultivators continued towards the boundless universe. Lu Yin had already exited the fusion and his consciousness returned to his body. He found the primogenitor and told him what had happened. The primogenitor asked, what do you want to do? I want to go to the earth realm and enter the heavenly imperial palace. Lu Yin was certain that if he had been interested in the heavenly imperial palace before because of the 13 celestial phenomenon cultivators and Yusang Sky, then now it was because of Gui Shaoqing's memories. The heavenly imperial palace actually contained the memories of Hunji and the great desolate scorching sky beast. How could the Tianyuan universe's memories be in the heavenly imperial palace? He had to get to the bottom of this. The primogenitor nodded. All right, be careful. Don't fight Yusang Sky head-on if you encounter him. Lu Yin left the primogenitor to deal with the boundless universe. With the primogenitor and the other experts of the boundless universe, even the 13 celestial phenomenon cultivators would not be able to kill them easily. Moreover, they only wanted to use the boundless universe to stall for time. Compared to the threat of the boundless universe, Yusang Sky was more important. Lu Yin avoided the 13 celestial phenomenon cultivators' path and circled towards the earth realm. Chapter 3690. Several days later, the old chief and the other celestial phenomenon powerhouses arrived and looked at the huge boundless in the distance. We've never seen this battleship before, but it might be a trump card of the spiritualized universe. Everyone attack. The endless path used one's consciousness to extend another's. Once this path appeared, it would be very difficult to break through. The Hui ancestor had been able to break through because He Wuxian's consciousness wasn't that strong and hadn't reached the level of transcendence. Now with the old chief and the other powerhouses attacking, Lu Yin could only break through if he was in Boundless and joined forces with the progenitor and the others. This was even after he had absorbed Xingju's consciousness. Now that Lu Yin had left, Boundless could only stay in place, unable to move. On the other side, Lu Yin also saw the realm of Earth. The realm of Earth was the most secretive place in the consciousness universe, the place where the 13 celestial phenomenon powerhouses hid. It was a piece of land shrouded in moonlight, the mottled shadows of trees swaying in the wind, and white dandelion seeds scattered in the sky. It was beautiful and quiet. The winding path extended for an unknown distance, and yellow flowers grew on both sides. Even further away there was a waterfall, a mountain range, a crescent moon, white clouds, and specks of starlight. The wind brought about the chirping of cicadas, and under the stream fish jumped, splashing water onto the grass, making it seem even greener. No matter how one looked at it, it didn't look like the realm of Earth. It was more like a paradise. However, this place was the Earth of Intent realm. It was also the only broken world that had color. Only the 13 celestial phenomenon powerhouses could enter. Lu Yin looked at the realm of Earth from afar. From Wu Wei's memories, he knew that Yu Sang Tian had almost found the realm of Earth. During that battle, the 13 celestial phenomenon powerhouses had surrounded Yu Sang Tian, not to kill him, but to give the realm of Earth time to migrate. The realm of Earth wasn't fixed, and once it was found, it would migrate. This was the only broken world that could be migrated on its own accord. At this moment, there was another 13 celestial phenomenon powerhouse in the realm of Earth named Frostblade. He was recognized as an existence second only to the old chief, and the other 13 celestial phenomenon powerhouses recognized his status in terms of age and consciousness strength. This was also the reason why Frostblade could oversee the realm of Earth. Lu Yin could enter the realm of Earth, but to enter the heavenly imperial court he had to overcome Frostblade. This battle wouldn't be easy. Even if he believes that the strength of his consciousness is stronger than Frostblade, but in the way of using consciousness, each of the 13 celestial phenomenon has its own strengths. Hua Mani's fear of Frostblade affected Lu Yin, and he started thinking about how to enter. If Yu Sang Tian really used Boundless to lure the 13 heavenly phenomenon away, he would also be thinking about how to deal with Frostblade at this moment. Just as he was thinking of this, in the distance, a huge shadow smashed into the Earth Intent realm at an extremely fast speed. Lu Yin's eyes widened. Miao Huang. In the distance, Miao Huang was being thrown into the Earth realm by a terrifying force. He couldn't even turn around. Seeing that he was being thrown into the Earth realm, he couldn't help but curse. Yu Sang Tian, you despicable bastard. Boom! Even though the Earth Intent realm was huge, Miao Huang's power wasn't weak either. Especially since this was a broken world, once it was shaken, the entire broken world would be shaken. However, there was no danger in this broken world. It was just that the scenery was too beautiful. Miao Huang smashed into the ground, shaking the Earth realm and attracting Frostblade's attention. Shuang Dao was a burly man with a long blade in his hand. He stood up abruptly and looked in Miao Huang's direction. The restarting battleship hadn't reached the Earth realm yet, and Old Head and the rest had left. Miao Huang rubbed his hands. He stood up and looked around. Other than the beautiful scenery, there was nothing else. Not far away there was a stream. Fish jumped out of the water and splashed onto him. He looked outside the Earth realm. In that direction, there was a pair of eyes staring at him with deterrence and killing intent. Miao Huang wanted to say something but couldn't. At this time, a majestic consciousness whizzed over. The sound of thunder instantly changed the scenery of the Earth realm, bringing with it a strong killing intent. Spiritualized universe, damn you. Miao Huang gritted his teeth. The consciousness said, you're the one who wants to die. Miao Huang will kill you. Shuang Dao's eyes widened. Miao Huang? So was him. Miao Huang's name resounded throughout the consciousness and spiritualized universes. In the spiritualized universe, he was the 8-star dark spirit that everyone wanted to kill. In the consciousness universe, he was also the Dooku AI expert that the 13 celestial phenomenon wanted to kill. Good timing. Shuang Dao shouted. He had wanted to fight Miao Huang for a long time. Consciousness beings took the initiative to turn into human form. Although they had no emotions, they had the will to fight. Shuang Dao was the strongest. The consciousness pressed down. Miao Huang didn't want to fight, but Yu Sang Tian forced him to lure Shuang Dao away. There must be something that he didn't want to know. He could only fight Xuangdao, but only for a short while. He didn't want to be surrounded by the 13 celestial phenomenon. The earth cracked. The moonlight was covered. The sky was turned upside down. Under the consciousness, Miao Wuhuang resisted. He roared at the sky. A black light beam shot up from below, breaking the void. A figure jumped down from the stars. In his hand, a sharp blade slashed at Miao Wuhuang. Miao Wuhuang raised his claws. Black gravity covered his claws and clashed with the blade. Peng! A loud sound spread. Miao Wuhuang was pressed into the ground. This blade didn't just slash at his body but also at his consciousness. Miao Wuhuang's pupils dilated. He clenched his claws and threw the blade away. The huge force pushed Xuangdao away. He opened his mouth and spat out a black light beam. It pierced through the void and destroyed it. Xuangdao narrowly avoided it. He swept past the black light beam and slashed, blade sky snow. The blade slashed down. Snowflakes filled the sky and froze Miao Wuhuang. The blade followed the snowflakes and slashed down again, reflecting the cold light. Outside of E-Earth, Lu Yin was shocked. What a powerful consciousness-type battle technique. This was no longer just a method of application. It was similar to Wu Wei's God's Sword. This attack could freeze a person's consciousness and it could stop Miao Wuhuang's thoughts. Any consciousness would have been killed instantly. The two had only fought for an instant, but it was enough to bury an ordinary powerhouse. Xuangdao was indeed a consciousness-type lifeform. Even Miao Wuhuang was suppressed by his blade. On the other side, Yu Sangtian didn't even look at the battle. He headed towards the depths of E-Earth. Lu Yin stepped forward, wanting to enter as well. However, he couldn't be too fast. He had to avoid Yu Sangtian. If he was detected, he might not be able to enter Yitian Tower. Frost Knife's blade slashed down and cut the frozen Miao Wuhuang in half. However, there was no blood spilling out. Only a mirror shattered. World's Edge Mirror. Miao Wuhuang's cultivation of sequence rules had reached the level of a deified sequence power. With this move, he could escape from the spiritualized universe if he wanted to. It was difficult to catch him. Not far away, Miao Wuhuang panted, looking at Xuangdao with lingering fear. This guy's consciousness was so strong that even he couldn't withstand that attack. Xuangdao turned around and looked at Miao Wuhuang. "Why are you here?" Miao Wuhuang rolled his eyes. "Then I'll leave. I'll leave." He turned to run. Xuangdao froze and attacked with his consciousness. Running? How could it be so easy? He hadn't noticed that Yu Sangtian had already entered E-Earth. To the consciousness-type lifeforms, Yu Sangtian shouldn't have known that there was a trap in E-Earth. And he definitely wouldn't have thought that the 13 Celestials would deal with Wu Jiang. They had the initiative, but in reality, the initiative was just a passive one given to them by Yu Sangtian. Miao Wuhuang had already completed his mission and was about to use the world's edge mirror to escape. Xuangdao's consciousness couldn't stop him. However, something unexpected happened. The world's edge mirror shattered. Miao Wuhuang was stunned. He could withstand Xuangdao's consciousness, but he couldn't break the world's edge mirror. What had truly shattered the mirror was a gust of wind from a finger. He turned to look in a certain direction, where he vaguely saw a familiar figure pass by. It was Lu Yin, yet another shameless bastard. Behind him, Xuangdao slashed at him again. Miao Wuhuang could only grit his teeth and resist. The world's edge mirror had been shattered twice, wasting too many particles. It wouldn't be easy to use it again. Those two bastards were definitely up to something in E-Earth, using him as bait. No, he couldn't let them get away with it. If it was only Yu Sangtian using him as bait, he could only accept it. Now that Lu Yin was involved, he didn't hesitate to betray them. Xuangdao, someone slipped in. Xuangdao looked towards the depths of E-Earth and his expression changed. Not good. He gave up on Miao Wuhuang and headed deeper. Miao Wuhuang panted heavily. He had wanted to leave, but after some thought he decided to follow. There would definitely be great benefits there and he had to take a share. He was the most virtuous person in the 3 universes. The wind blew past the catkins and brushed through the grass, stopping in front of a large tree and knocking on the door of a thatched cottage. The cottage was surrounded by a fence and it was quiet and secluded. Lu Yin arrived outside the cottage in a single step, then took another step into the cottage without hesitation. Inside this thatched cottage was the heavenly imperial court. No one would have thought that the greatest secret of the consciousness universe was this cottage. Even if an outsider entered the E-Earth realm, they wouldn't have thought of it. Lu Yin had relied on Wu Wei and Huamani's memories to find out, but he was curious as to how Yu Sangtian had found out. Yu Sangtian had also charged into the cottage without hesitation, so he must have known beforehand that this was Yi Tian Tower. As he stepped into the cottage, he was greeted by a dim light. Gray air flowed around him and occasionally cloud-shaped objects floated by. Lu Yin felt like he had entered space, but it wasn't space. He frowned. This was not what Wu Wei and the others remembered. Wu Wei, Huamani, Gui Shaoqing, and the others had appeared at the bottom of the cliff as soon as they had entered the cottage. They had looked up at the faintly discernible palace on the cliff. It seemed close, but it was impossible to reach. Why had he appeared here? Where was Yu Sangtian? Where was he? The gray air flowed around his finger and his surroundings instantly changed. It was as if countless memories had appeared that did not belong to him, but they also seemed to belong to him. He saw the chaos of the universe, the passage of time, the destruction of planets, and the origin of life. These memories were so profound that he felt like he was hallucinating. Who was he? What had he experienced? For a moment he couldn't differentiate between illusion and reality. Lu Yin waved a hand and shook off the gray air, his eyes filled with apprehension. For him to be unable to differentiate between illusion and reality meant that this gray air was not as simple as a memory. Even if it was a memory, whose memory was it? Was it someone? A creature? Or a universe? Chapter 3691. Gui Shaoqing saw the great desolate skyfire beast in chaos. Those were creatures from the Tianyuan universe, so how could they be here? A gray stream floated past him and Lu Yin raised a hand to touch it but then stopped. He looked around and saw that the darkness was boundless. It felt like rolling possession into a dark space, but it was also different. Consciousness life forms had appeared directly below the precipice. So why hadn't he? Was it because he wasn't from the consciousness universe? As he thought about it, a karma spiral appeared at his fingertips. With a wave of his hand, the karma spiral shot towards the gray stream. He wanted to see what kind of karma existed here. If there were memories, then there would be karma, and he wanted to know who this karma belonged to. The karma spiral pierced through the gray stream in the blink of an eye, scattering it before spreading out in all directions. Lu Yin twisted the karma and continued to release it. Suddenly, the scene before him changed again, and he appeared under an unfamiliar starry sky. He saw a young man with a handsome face and bright eyes. He had a unique temperament and was aloof from the mortal world. He seemed so bright under the dark sky, so unapproachable. He was clearly just a young man. When he saw this young man, Lu Yin, or rather Yi Tiang's memories, also saw the karma in the young man's hands. Karma danced in the young man's hands and it was very cheerful. Lu Yin did not know how to describe his feelings. This person was very young, probably around his age, and he had also grasped the way of karma. The smile on his face was relaxed, as if there was nothing in the world that could trouble him. Karma danced at his fingertips and Lu Yin seemed to hear some sort of laughter. Lu Yin did not know why, but at that moment he felt complicated emotions. Was he jealous? Perhaps he was not jealous of this young man's control of karma, but rather of that smile. It was a smile that had seen all the beauty in the world. That purity was something that Lu Yin did not possess. That smile was even more dazzling than the light. It was enough to sting any cultivator. The most precious thing in the world was not a powerful battle technique, nor was it comprehending any power that could allow one to step into eternal life. Instead, it was beauty. The world's beauty had always been there. Darkness covered the universe, but it could not cover up that beauty. That beauty was truly enviable. Lu Shaoxian had once enjoyed that beauty as well. He had a carefree smile and eaten to his heart's content. He had the closest family, the best brothers, the most beloved woman, and the strongest cultivation talent. He had possessed all the beauty in the world. It was only at this moment that Lu Yin realized that he wanted to return to those simple days of the past. He wanted to be like this young man who could fill karma with laughter. Unfortunately, he could no longer go back. Lu Shaoxian was Lu Shaoxian and Lu Yin was Lu Yin. Lu Xiaoshuan's beautiful memories were just memories, while Lu Yin was reality. He was born as Lu Shaoxian, carefree and carefree. He would continue to be Lu Yin, tempering himself in reality. What he pursued was still Lu Xiaoshuan's freedom. This beauty would never be exchanged for another lifetime. Who would protect his family and friends? Who would protect the Tianyuan cosmos? Who would protect humanity? Who would protect humanity? Who would protect his family and friends? Someone had to be sacrificed. What this young man had obtained was built upon sacrifices. He had seen the beauty of the world and comprehended the Tao of karma at such a young age. How enviable. Time passed and Lu Yin felt as if he had been watching that young man all this time. He watched as that young man had also experienced hardships, hesitation, and the separation between life and death. In the end, that smile had disappeared. The envious smile became an eternal memory, but it would never appear again. Was it Lu Yin himself who was watching that young man, or was it the universe that was watching him? He watched as that young man became older, and that smile disappeared from his eyes for a very long time. He also watched as that young man's cultivation of the Tao of karma became more and more profound, enlightening Lu Yin. Lu Yin did not know where that person was now, but he was certain that this person had been born far before him. If this person was still alive, then his control of the Tao of karma was beyond Lu Yin's imagination. After an unknown number of years, Lu Yin felt as if he had experienced those years, but it also felt as if they had not happened at all. He became increasingly unable to distinguish between reality and illusion. On this day he heard that young man, no, that middle-aged man, use karma to cover the sky. Karma phenomenon. Endless karma filled the sky and Lu Yin was shocked. This karma far surpassed his own. Compared to his heavenly Tao of karma, this karma phenomenon could easily cover and crush everything. At that moment something unexpected happened to the karma phenomenon. The middle-aged man spat out a mouthful of blood and looked up at the sky. Who's obstructing me? The voice came from Lu Yin's side, but it was not him. What a pity. What a pity. Who are you? What's so pitiful about it? The middle-aged man clutched his chest, his face pale as he looked up at the sky. It was obvious that he was shocked at this moment, as if no one should be able to spy on him or even destroy his karma phenomenon. Your path has gone astray. What a pity. I thought that I would be able to give birth to a companion through that beauty. What a pity, what a pity. Who is it? The middle-aged man attacked, shaking the heavens and earth as he unleashed a world-shaking attack. Lu Yin could clearly see that this attack surpassed all the powerhouses that he knew of. It was difficult to estimate just how strong this person's cultivation was. However, his vision changed again and the middle-aged man disappeared. Lu Yin saw another person, this one a young man. However, compared to the previous person's smile, this young man's gaze was deeper. Lu Yin could see a shadow of himself in this young man. This young man had also comprehended the Tao of karma, but he was still far from Lu Yin's level. Lu Yin did not see beauty in this person but rather darkness. This young man had too many hidden things in his eyes and he thought of himself. Was he the same in other people's eyes? This time the memory did not observe him for a long period of time. Instead it gave him pointers. It did not give him pointers on the Tao of karma. Instead it gave him pointers on the young man's mindset, heart, and yearning for the beauty of the universe. It seemed that this memory believed that beauty was the path to the future. This pointers caused the young man to scoff and Lu Yin to feel disdain. Was this memory pure or ignorant? When a person was born in this world, other than the first few years of ignorance where they could do as they pleased, once they gained some understanding, they would not be able to do as they pleased. Beauty was only temporary, and eternal beauty would forever remain a fantasy. Humans had to see reality clearly. Actually, being born was already the most beautiful thing in the world. Battles, killing, separation, and a cruel past were enough to completely change a person. If one did not want to change, then they would have to be a madman. The memory's pointers had completely failed. What a pity. You could have had a beautiful future and become my companion. You would not have been so lonely. What a pity, what a pity. The young man now seemed to have aged. He knelt in the sky and begged, I can't do it. I can't be as beautiful as you think. I can't change myself. Please give me another chance. I want to be your disciple. I have great talent and will definitely succeed. Please. The memory's voice did not reply. No matter how the young man begged, 1 day, 10 days, 100 days, 100 years, or even 1,000 years, the voice remained indifferent. You don't know anything, the young man shouted, pointing at the sky. Can you change my fate? You want me to feel beauty and have a pure heart. But what about my enemies? What about my hatred? Can you change human greed? You can't do anything, but you want me to change? You're playing with me. I won't give in. The memory changed and Lu Yin saw a group of giant beasts galloping through the sky, constantly destroying the stars. Because he was a human, did the memories he saw first have to do with humans? Lu Yin guessed that seeing the giant beasts now meant that humans no longer had any memories related to karma. Could these memories be like the river of time in the Mirage domain, where one could see the past with any kind of power? If that was the case, then would this be a different kind of river of time? But what was with that voice? Did the universe itself have a consciousness? It was not impossible, as this was the universe of consciousness, and it could also belong to a certain creature. If it was the latter, then the heavenly imperial court was similar to the river of time. In that case, could the river of time also be a creature's memories? As he thought about this, he saw an astral beast comprehending karma. The memory's voice seemed to want to find a companion, and it began to give guidance. However, his guidance still failed. Humans were greedy, and astral beasts also had their instincts and greed. Even if a creature could live forever, it was difficult to change their instincts. If a person stepped into eternal life, would they no longer have any emotions? Not necessarily. Perhaps after entering eternal life, there would be even more emotions, but no one knew. The memory's voice failed again and again, and it felt like the passage of time was constantly flowing. Lu Yin was exhausted, as he had never thought that the universe would have so many beings who had comprehended the way of karma. Although this number was almost non-existent compared to all other cultivators, each experience was a long one, and it left him physically and mentally exhausted. The memory's voice was also tired. The memory changed again, and this time, Lu Yin saw a blade of grass that was crisp and green. It sparkled under the splashes of water, and it was very cute. It reminded him of a young sapling that was so pure. It seemed that the memory's voice had given up on living beings and instead chose plants, as it believed that plants were not too tied down and would be very beautiful. However, the plant had also failed. It had no emotions and yearned for beauty, but it had also lost its understanding of what was bad. Karma was a cause, and without that darkness, how could there be light? Lu Yin looked forward to it again and again, but he also failed again and again. After countless years, he finally returned to the heavenly imperial court. Gray had just flowed past his eyes, and the karma spirals had shot out in all directions. It was as if all the memories related to karma had disappeared. Lu Yin sighed. If his guess was correct, then he released his consciousness. Although Lu Yin had experienced countless years in the memory, only an instant had passed in the outside world. At the same time, Frostblade rushed into the cottage. Then Miao Huang also rushed into the hut. He did not know what was inside, but he was prepared to escape at any time. After rushing into the cottage, he appeared in a dark space just like Lu Yin, but he did not see Lu Yin, Yusang Tian, or Frostblade. Behind him, a large gray stream swept past, and he opened his mouth to fire his cannon. Chapter 3692. The beam of gravity swept past, attempting to penetrate the starry sky. However, the next moment his body moved and appeared in a foreign space. Just as he was about to look around, an indescribable chill descended upon him, causing his scalp to go numb. He looked up and gaped. What the F***ck? The universe's stars were collapsing and his body was shattering. His organs were shaking and being squeezed. Miao Huang knew this feeling very well. It was the pressure of gravity. How was this possible? Who could have such terrifying gravity to suppress him? He was Miao Huang, a powerhouse second only to Yusang Tian. He was unparalleled in the Tao of gravity, and no one had ever surpassed him. However, in this foreign space, he and even the universe itself was being suppressed by gravity. The universe was about to be destroyed. Planets were shattered, celestial bodies were annihilated, and the void was collapsing. Everything was being crushed by gravity. Miao Huang roared, unleashing his gravitational force, only to be flattened in the blink of an eye. There was no comparison. His resistance was futile. He felt his body being crushed into powder. He was going to die. He was really going to die. There's no need for this. If you want it, I'll give it to you. Miao Huang's consciousness fainted, but he didn't know who had said it. On the other side, Lu Yin released his consciousness, causing his surroundings to change. His body became weightless as he fell, but when he steadied himself, he looked around and found himself in a familiar place. Wei Huamani and the others remembered this place with 13 celestial bodies. This was a precipice that seemed to be tens of thousands of meters high. To cultivators, this height was meaningless, as any cultivator could flatten it. However, here cultivators were no different from ordinary people, as they couldn't climb up. Lu Yin looked ahead and saw a palace above the precipice. It was faintly discernible and it seemed to be surrounded by celestial energy. It was unreachable. Even with his current cultivation he felt that it was difficult to climb. He tried to climb up the precipice but it was as smooth as a mirror. His cultivation was useless here and he couldn't climb it at all. He was on the ground and the palace was in the sky. He knew that this was probably just a memory. If it was real he would have tried to use the overturning heaven palm. In Wu Wei and the others' memories, as long as one stood here, they would quickly bear some sort of experience. Wu Wei's sword of heaven had come from this memory, and Gui Shaoqing's memories of the great desolate sky beast and chaos had also come from here. At this moment a figure appeared not far away. Lu Yin looked over and raised an eyebrow. Frostblade? The person who came was Frostblade. As a consciousness life form he came here after entering Etion, Quebec. When Lu Yin saw Frostblade, Frostblade also saw Lu Yin. "Who are you?" Frostblade asked loudly. He knew almost all the masters of the spiritualized universe. This person could enter Etion Tower while he was fighting with Miawu Huang. He was definitely a master of the same level, but he had no impression of this person. Lu Yin's lips curled up. It's not too late to run now. Frostblade stared at Lu Yin and suddenly remembered something. His face darkened. "You're the expert who killed Xingju." His appearance was coarse but that was a form he took on willingly. Those who could cultivate 13 celestial phenomenon were not stupid. For example, he could tolerate Miawu Huang rushing into the heavenly imperial palace without stopping him. He was in a hurry to stop others from entering because the consciousness universe could withstand the loss of Miawu Huang entering the heavenly imperial palace. But it could not withstand the loss of others, especially Yusang Tian. He was in a hurry to come in because he wanted to confirm who had entered Etion, Quebec. It could be said that he had analyzed the pros and cons in a very short time, so it was normal for him to guess Lu Yin's identity. Lu Yin sized him up. "If you don't want to run then stay." With that he stepped forward and grabbed Frostblade. Frostblade did not know how strong Lu Yin was. He raised his blade and slashed. Arrogant. Xingju was good at survival but he was good at killing. It was different. He did not know how desperate Xingju was when facing Lu Yin. With a loud bang Lu Yin's palm hit the blade. Snowflakes filled the sky as Dao Tianxue fell. However, it did not affect Lu Yin at all. His consciousness was stronger than Frostblade's. His palm went along the blade and grabbed the back of the blade. His huge strength turned the blade around and slashed back under Frostblade's incredulous gaze. Elegant sun and moon. The blade tore through his skin and a trace of blood flowed down Frostblade's neck. He retreated by a hair's breadth and was almost beheaded. He had been careless. He did not expect Lu Yin to not only block Dao Tianxue's attack but also use his strength to snatch the blade. In just an instant he was completely defeated. He was on a completely different level from Miawu Huang. Lu Yin gave him the feeling that he was facing Yusang Tian. This human was extremely strong. Frostblade kept retreating as his consciousness bombarded him. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold and he stepped forward to parallel time. He instantly penetrated Frostblade's consciousness, and his right hand reached out to grab Frostblade's neck. Frostblade saw through the parallel time and suddenly roared. Lu Yin stopped in his tracks, flabbergasted. Frostblade used his consciousness to forcefully attack Lu Yin's. Even though Lu Yin's consciousness was stronger than Frostblade's, Frostblade did not want to destroy Lu Yin's consciousness. Instead, he used a single point to forcefully confuse Lu Yin's consciousness, causing it to pause for a moment and misunderstand everything around him. It was only for a moment, but this method of using consciousness reflected Frostblade's characteristics. It was completely different from Xingju and Huamani. Frostblade used the moment of confusion to retreat again, his figure quickly disappearing. He did not dare to face Lu Yin directly. This was a monster comparable to Yusang Tian. Just as Lu Yin was about to attack, boundless memories suddenly descended. He stopped in his tracks as the process of inheriting memories began. Only by inheriting memories could one become one of the 13 celestials. Wu Wei, Huamani, and the others had all experienced this, but Lu Yin wanted to know what memories he could see. The universe was still very mysterious and there was more than one universe that had appeared. Since Tianke could bestow memories of the Tianyuan universe, would it have memories of other universes as well? Soon Lu Yin saw the memories. This was a special civilization, or rather a special life form. Their form, actions, and way of life were completely different from humans and they could not cultivate. They were a very ordinary life form that could form a civilization. Lu Yin did not know why Yi Tiang's memories were targeting them. Time had passed and this civilization had been targeted for a very long time. Lu Yin was already numb to it. Fortunately, he had experienced the process of inheriting memories too many times. His Dai's 6 pips fused into someone else's body to inherit memories, and he was already very familiar with the process. Even if his consciousness had not reached the cosmic realm, he could still inherit memories. Soon Lu Yin moved and turned to look at the palace on the precipice. He had inherited memories, so he should be considered one of the 13 celestials in the consciousness universe. Even if the title was just a title, it was still only a title. Over the years, there had been no lack of sentient life forms that had failed and disappeared forever. Unfortunately, the memories he inherited did not contain any valuable information. They were just a group of life forms that continued to reproduce. They survived and developed their own civilization. At this moment, Lu Yin suddenly felt that these memories might really be the memories of the universe. Otherwise, who would be so bored as to watch a group of ordinary life forms develop? The scene before him changed again, and Lu Yin knew that he was about to be pushed out of Etionke. Wu Wei and the others were the same. They had been pushed out of Etionke after inheriting the memories. Of course they could enter again, but they had to go through the process. Around him space changed and Lu Yin saw the door to the cottage and the tree outside. He also saw a pair of large eyes staring at him in disbelief. Miao Huang. He had not expected to see Miao Huang squatting there in a daze as soon as he was pushed out of Etionke. Had he just gotten up from the ground? Behind Miao Huang a majestic consciousness whizzed over. It was the old head, the others, and Frostblade. Frostblade had notified them the moment he had seen Miao Huang. Old head and the others had hurried back after using Endless Path on Miao Huang, but they had still been too late. Yusang Tian had already entered. Lu Yin didn't know why Yusang Tian was so concerned about Tian Ke, but he seemed to understand Tian Quebec. Lu Yin stood at the entrance of the cottage while Miao Huang squatted. The old head and the others saw them from afar and their consciousnesses descended, pressing down on Lu Yin and Miao Huang. Miao Huang was still shocked by Lu Yin's sudden appearance. He looked back and was shocked. I'm going to die again. They're all enemies. He subconsciously wanted to charge into Etionke, but he was met with a kick. Lu Yin kicked Miao Huang's head. Go lure them away. Miao Huang reacted quickly, allowing Lu Yin to kick him in the head. His skull cracked, but he grabbed Lu Yin's leg in the nick of time. Don't leave me behind, big bro ancestor. Lu Yin frowned and was about to exert more force. Miao Huang shouted, I've seen the Toad clan before, they're terrifying. I'll tell you everything. Lu Yin looked up and blasted Miao Huang with his consciousness, knocking him unconscious. This was the combined attack of several celestial phenomenon powerhouses. Lu Yin also swayed and dragged Miao Huang into Etionke. This scene shocked the old head and the others. This person had actually withstood their terrifying consciousness attacks? Who is he? Everything happened so quickly that they didn't even have time to react. Frostblade was the first to come out of the cottage, followed by Miao Huang and Lu Yin. When Lu Yin came out, the old head and the others were rushing over. Everything happened in an instant, and other than Miao Huang, who spoke a few words, no one else was able to communicate. Seeing Lu Yin bring Miao Huang back to the cottage, the old head and the others entered the courtyard and landed under a tree. Frostblade was not far away. Frostblade's neck was still bleeding and he was panting heavily. It was obvious that he had been through a battle, and there was still lingering fear in his eyes. He had a meticulousness that didn't match his appearance, and the battle with Lu Yin had made him deeply understand what it meant to be suppressed and defeated. Who is that person? Old head looked at Frostblade and asked. The rest of the 13 celestial phenomenon powerhouses looked at Frostblade. He hadn't been far from Lu Yin, but he hadn't attacked, which had made them unhappy. At this moment they looked at Frostblade seriously and found that his face was pale. Frostblade looked at the old head. Did you succeed? Of course, the old head replied. Frostblade was bitter. You definitely succeeded, but you also failed. What do you mean? The old head suddenly reacted and blurted out, Is that the mysterious expert we're trying to delay? Chapter 3693. Shuangdao nodded and sighed heavily. I fought with this person for a few rounds and was completely suppressed. I couldn't fight back at all. If I didn't escape fast enough, I would have died. He looked at Old Head. Strength, consciousness, time, battle instincts, everything was suppressed by this person. He is definitely at Yu Sang Tian's level. These words made Old Head and the others' faces turn gloomy. They left the realm of Earth because they were afraid of this mysterious expert. They thought they had succeeded, but it was just a diversion. This person purposely lured us out and came to Etion, Quebec. But how did he know about Etion K? A lady spoke. She had a pleasant voice and was very crisp. Gui Shaoqing asked, "The other one is Miao Huang, right? Why is he here?" Shuang Dao shook his head. Miao Huang suddenly came and lured me away. Other than that mysterious expert, there should be someone else who went in. I don't know who it is. Yu Sang Tian. The only celestial phenomenon who didn't take the initiative to turn into a human, spoke. He was called Yi. He used to be arrogant and thought that the trap in Earth realm was enough to bury Yu Sang Tian, so he didn't take the initiative to turn into a human. But now this arrogance was much less. They didn't take the initiative. On the contrary, they were used because of this. Old Head looked at the thatched hut. How did Yu Sang Tian know that they went out? How did he find Etion K? Why did the mysterious expert come to Etion K? They were being used, and the prerequisite was to know their whereabouts. Xingjue's disappearance was the start. How did the spiritualized universe take the initiative? The only possibility was that there was a traitor among them. What do we do now? Yu Sang Tian should have avoided the trap and entered Etion, Quebec. Let's wait here for him to come out. One of the 13 celestial phenomenon said. Old Head's gaze was gloomy. We can't wait. Let's go in. The most valuable thing in Etion K is the palace on the cliff. They probably want to enter the palace. We have tried for so many years and failed. Entering the palace is not that easy. We will wait at the cliff and kill whoever comes, including Yu Sang Tian. Since he was sure that there was a traitor among them, how could he be passive? It was very likely that Yu Sang Tian already knew about the trap, so why would he step into it? There was no point in waiting, so he might as well take a gamble. The most important thing was that they had tried all these years to get close to the palace, but they were unable to do so. If Yu Sang Tian could get close, they could also take the opportunity to enter, and no one knew what they would get in the end. Based on what he knew, there might be a path to immortality in that palace. If he could achieve eternal life, spiritualized universes and consciousness universes would be nothing more than fleeting clouds. He would be able to make a comeback in an instant. Currently, there were 613 heavenly phenomenon ascendants in the consciousness universe. They had all entered the heavenly imperial palace and were about to surround and kill everyone who entered. 613 celestial phenomenon heavenly phenomenon experts. Even if they encountered Yu Sang Tian, they would still be able to kill him. This was originally one of the traps. Initial evolution. At the same time, Miao Huang was looking around in the Etion palace. Where did that immoral bastard go? Wasn't he the one who dragged her in? Entering the heavenly imperial palace, the two of them were automatically separated. This result made Miao Huang both happy and worried. He didn't know what had happened before the gravity crushed him and he fainted. When he opened his eyes, he saw Lu Yin and a few 13 celestial phenomenon heavenly phenomenon experts chasing after him. That consciousness was too terrifying. He had no choice but to enter and avoid being surrounded by 13 celestial phenomenon heavenly phenomenon experts. But what was going on here? This time he didn't dare to act rashly. He looked around and didn't even dare to turn his head, afraid that he would see or experience something else. He would rather be threatened by Lu Yin than be alone. He was most worried that Lu Yin and Yu Sang Tian would abandon him and leave him to face 13 celestial phenomenon heavenly phenomenon experts alone. Wasn't that just asking for a beating? The more he thought about it, the sadder he felt, but he didn't dare to move. How many years had it been since he'd felt this aggrieved? Gray energy streaked past and wrapped around his arm. He then saw memories of all sorts of vicissitudes. On the other side, Lu Yin hadn't expected to be separated from Miao Huang either. He could choose to save Miao Huang, but it wasn't a bad thing to learn about the toads. He was growing more and more curious about the star toads. The star toads were too weak, pitifully weak. They were clearly at the bitter adversity realm, but they lacked the power to do so. It gave Lu Yin the feeling that they had been passively raised to the bitter adversity realm. This feeling led to a guess. Did the star toads cultivate on their own? Could it be that this race could passively reach a certain level? Although this conjecture was inconceivable, it was still a possibility no matter how inconceivable it was. Could there be creatures in the universe that could reach the bitter adversity realm as long as they were alive? Impossible. Normal people knew that this was impossible. Otherwise, it would be beyond common sense. Lu Yin believed that even an eternal realm expert like Grandmaster Grass would find it inconceivable. No matter how powerful the ninth firmament universe was, it was impossible for such a creature to exist. The ninth firmament universe was one of the most powerful universes Lu Yin had ever seen. Even Qing Xian of the insectoid nest could only reach this level, and that was only because she had an eternal realm expert like the immortal master backing her. The real reason for Lu Yin's guess was that the star toads were toads. There should be many toads and they could change color. Sometimes, the mysteries of the cultivation world could be found in the habits of the most ordinary creatures. Even if a person cultivated to the eternal realm, they could not escape their human nature. The same was true for other creatures. Tian K's memories had placed his hopes on the plants, but unfortunately the plants had failed because of their own habits. If there really was a race of star toads, then it would be an extremely terrifying matter. Miao Huang could give him an answer, but Miao Huang was separated from him. Looking at the darkness around him, Lu Yin did not know what to do. He had seen countless memories here and he could feel the passage of time. The only way out was to send out his consciousness and appear at the bottom of the cliff, where he could leave. However, Old Chief and the others had arrived. If he were them, he would definitely gather at the bottom of the cliff and kill anyone who went there. As long as the cliff was the only way out of the Etian Quebec, Lu Yin did not go to the bottom of the cliff. He had guessed that Old Chief and the other celestial phenomenon cultivators would surround and kill him, but the cliff still welcomed someone, Yusang Tian. Old Chief and the other celestial phenomenon cultivators entered the Etian K and appeared at the bottom of the cliff. They spread out in 6 different directions ready to attack at any time. Not long after, Yusang Tian appeared. The moment he appeared at the bottom of the cliff, he suddenly looked in one direction where Old Chief was. Attack! Old Chief barked. His consciousness distorted in the void, transforming into chains that sealed off the area. Yusang Tian frowned and took out Boulder's foundation to crush the consciousness. As it rotated, the chains formed by his consciousness were all torn apart. You're all courting death. 13 celestial phenomenon cultivators attacked from all directions. Frost Blade faced Blade Sky Snow, but the blade did not completely descend. Instead, it froze in the void, perpendicular to the ice. Yusang Tian had become wary of Lu Yin, and it was best to stay away from such an expert. Behind Yusang Tian was Gui Shaoqing. Gui Shaoqing's consciousness surged, transforming into a ripple that charged towards Yusang Tian's back. Consciousnesses appeared from other directions as well. Yusang Tian slammed his palm onto Boulder's foundation. His heart was like a boulder capable of changing the universe. The consciousnesses around him instantly scattered, and Yusang Tian attacked Old Chief with his other hand, parting the clouds. Old Chief's expression changed and he pointed out, condensing a sword in the void, Azure Sword. The great sky-split disc above Yusang Tian's head smashed down. Boom! The Azure Sword was shattered by the clouds and Yusang Tian took a step back. Old Chief's consciousness was extremely powerful, and if not for his Boulder's foundation he would not have been able to withstand it. 13 celestial phenomenon cultivators had surpassed the previous battle. The great sky-split disc descended, and Yusang Tian pushed his Boulder's foundation against it. Yusang Tian flung out his robes, burning the heavens and destroying the earth. He charged towards Gui Shaoqing, his body flickering. His aura increased with each flicker. Gui Shaoqing's eyes narrowed, and an indescribable coldness enveloped him. The shadow of death descended. He gritted his teeth and his consciousness condensed into an astral beast. It was chaos. Chaos opened its mouth, and his consciousness completely retracted before attacking Yusang Tian. Yusang Tian blasted out with his palm, but before he could complete his attack, one of the 13 celestial phenomenon cultivators in the corner started bleeding from his 7 orifices. Success, he controlled chaos for an instant. And in that instant the consciousness of chaos slammed into Yusang Tian's body. Yusang Tian's eyes went slack. This attack didn't attack his physical body, but his consciousness. When the consciousness slammed into Yusang Tian would subconsciously resist it. Gui Shaoqing's goal wasn't to destroy Yu Sangtian's consciousness, but to create a momentary blankness in Yu Sangtian's body. Taking advantage of this opportunity, a frost blade appeared, slashing towards Yu Sangtian's back. The 13 celestial phenomenon cultivators appeared at the same time, and with a flick of their fingers, they pierced towards the back of Yu Sangtian's head. 13 celestial phenomenon cultivators attacked at the same time. Even with his boulder's foundation, Yu Sangtian found it hard to resist. However, Dao Tianshui missed. The woman's finger pierced through Yu Sangtian's body, and her expression drastically changed. "Where is he?" "Behind." Old Chief shouted. Yu Sangtian's body distorted as though he was an illusion, formless and formless. Bang! Bang! The frost blade and the woman's 13 celestial phenomenon cultivators were sent flying at the same time. Boom! Old Chief shouted. All the 13 celestial phenomenon cultivators attacked at the same time, and their consciousnesses completely covered the precipice. But this attack was blocked by the boulder's foundation. Yu Sangtian's gaze was cold. The boulder's foundation was ranked 3rd in the spiritualized universe, and it was the nemesis of consciousnesses. It was almost invincible in his hands and no consciousnesses could break through it. So what if you have 13 celestial phenomenon cultivators? Today I will kill all of you. After he finished speaking, he faced Yu Yi with a single palm. Among the 13 celestial phenomenon cultivators present, he was the only one who hadn't attacked. Yi didn't take any form. In Yu Sangtian's eyes, his form wasn't important. What was important was to kill him. "Old Chief!" Yi exclaimed. Chapter 3694. The old man's expression darkened. "Shiwen, how long are you going to hide?" Shiwen was the woman with 13 celestial phenomenon. When she heard the old man's words, her face paled. She raised her hand and pointed once more, this time with a sword. "Sword of the firmament." The old man raised his hand at the same time. "Sword of the firmament." 2 streaks of sword intent shot towards Yu Sangtian from both sides. Yu Sangtian's expression changed. He didn't care about a single sword intent, but 2 at the same time posed a threat to him. This was no ordinary battle technique. A battle technique that used one's consciousness to drive the sword intent was similar to the battle technique that Lu Yin had learned from Wu Wei. It was called the Sword of the Firmament, and the 2 streaks of sword intent in front of him came from the same source. Yu Sangtian's robe swept towards the 2 streaks of sword intent, but it was pierced through and dissipated at the same time. The old man looked up. Great Unity Lock. As soon as he spoke, the consciousness that filled the void suddenly trembled. Yu Sangtian's body swayed and his pupils dilated once more. There was deep shock in his eyes, he couldn't block it. What kind of consciousness battle technique was this? "Tao's the time." The other 13 celestial phenomenon cultivators all acted. The boulder's foundation suddenly descended and floated above Yu Sangtian, blocking all of the consciousness attacks. Although it trembled continuously, it protected Yu Sangtian. Yu Sangtian looked up at the old man. "You've hidden your strength well." The old man took a deep breath. "Yu Sangtian, it's time to end today." He then fully released his consciousness for the first time. As the oldest consciousness life form in the consciousness universe, no one knew how terrifying the old man's consciousness was. Today they all saw it for themselves. It was close to the strength of 3 or even 4 cosmic realm consciousnesses. This consciousness overturned the boulder's foundation and shocked Gui Shaoqing, Frost Blade, and the other celestial phenomenon cultivators. The strength of the old man's consciousness had exceeded his expectations. The old man's consciousness could stand at Yu Sangtian's level, and he was now using his full strength. World Lock. A loud voice reverberated through the precipice. The old man faced Yu Sangtian and pressed down with both palms. It was as though there was an invisible lock that locked down the void, locked down time, and locked down the external perception of all living creatures. The other 13 celestial phenomenon ascendants had never seen this move before, just like how they didn't know that Shiwen had the Kangang sword. In this battle they had used all their hidden techniques to kill Yu Sangtian. Under the heaven and earth lock, the old head was confident that even Yu Sangtian's eternal thought would be useless. The boulder foundation was lifted. Yu Sangtian looked up. The feeling of being sealed was infinitely close. His consciousness, thoughts, wisdom and cognition were all sealed in an instant. This was not a method used to cross the bitter adversity. This was The method of the eternal life realm. A ray of brilliance illuminated the precipice like an eternally inextinguishable resplendence. It broke through the darkness from bottom to top, penetrating the vault of heaven and the void. In the end, it turned into fireworks and scattered, illuminating the faces of the old chief and the others. The heaven and earth lock was broken. Yusang Tian stood in place and looked up at the fireworks. Don't you think it's beautiful? The most beautiful light shines in the darkest place. The old chief stared blankly at Yusang Tian. Yusang Tian turned to look at the old chief and smiled. Good technique. It's very close to the power of the eternal life realm, but it doesn't belong to the eternal life realm after all. I admit that you are qualified to fight me, but you underestimate the Boulder Foundation and eternal thought. That ray of brilliance came from eternal thought and also from the convergence of the Boulder Foundation's endless and majestic sequence particles. Stars move, only the Boulder Foundation remains unshakable. Seas turn into mulberry fields, only eternity remains unchangeable. Yusang Tian had it all. Regardless of the wind and rain of heaven and earth, eternal thought. Wasn't this also a method of the eternal life realm? Looking at the shocked expressions of the old chief and the others, Yusang Tian was about to make a move. Suddenly memories flooded in. The old chief's eyes widened and he immediately made his move. The celestial sword slashed out and Yusang Tian struck out with his palm. Suddenly the celestial sword disappeared and pierced through Yusang Tian's palm, piercing into his body. He made his move. This was his method of using consciousness. Unlike the other celestial phenomenon cultivators who constantly condensed their consciousnesses, he constantly thinned them to create an absolute control space. Within this space he could bring about some changes. For example, he could accelerate the celestial sword to the point where Yusang Tian couldn't react in time. Although it wasn't a killing technique, it could be used in conjunction with any of the celestial phenomenon cultivators. It was an indispensable part of the trap to kill Yusang Tian. This part was useful. This was also the reason why he was so arrogant. If it weren't for the memories, Yusang Tian wouldn't have any flaws. This flaw wasn't created by the celestial phenomenon cultivators, but by the heavenly imperial court. After being struck, the old chief yelled, "Attack!" Yusang Tian felt dizzy. He could bear the memories, but it wasn't easy. His consciousness wasn't below the old chief's, but it wasn't at Lu Yin's level either. Seeing the celestial phenomenon cultivators surround him, he raised his hand, and the brilliance appeared once more. The old chief and the others hurriedly dodged. None of them wanted to die under a thought. 5 celestial phenomenon cultivators had once tried to kill Yusang Tian, and 2 of them had died under a thought. This scene had left a deep impression on them. However, Yusang Tian's attack wasn't aimed at them but at the precipice. The brilliance was like a shooting star, constantly approaching the precipice. The old chief and the other celestial phenomenon cultivators subconsciously looked over, but they couldn't get close to the precipice. The surrounding precipice was as smooth as a mirror, and it was difficult to climb. The higher the precipice, the more it was like a mirror. It was no longer a problem of climbing, but rather they couldn't touch it. It was as if it was infinitely far away from them. It wasn't just space but also time. Even if the brilliance was truly a thought, unless Yusang Tian himself reached the eternal realm, he wouldn't be able to get close to the precipice. However, the result was unexpected. The brilliance of a thought struck the precipice. Although it was still some distance away from the palace, it really did hit the precipice. This was something the old chief and the others had tried for countless years, but to no avail. But now Yusang Tian had done it. At this moment they didn't make a move. They all looked at the precipice. Over there, as a thought struck, ripples appeared in the void. Then it was torn apart, revealing a group of people. A group of people who were originally smiling, but their smiles gradually froze. On the other hand, the old chief and the others looked at the precipice as if they had seen a ghost. How could there be people there? Yusang Tian's expression was calm. He wasn't surprised. A voice came from the precipice. Hey, what's going on? Why were you seen? Are you kidding? Didn't you say that you wouldn't be seen? That's what my grandfather said too. What was that just now? What a beautiful brilliance. Beautiful? Try touching it. I guarantee that you'll die immediately. How do you know? Why don't you see who shot out that brilliance? You know him? Humph. The discussion of the group woke the old chief up. They even forgot about Yusang Tian. They stared blankly at the precipice. Who is it? The scene was too shocking and too strange. It was as if the world had suddenly become unfamiliar. The world that they knew was just a toy in the eyes of others. How could they accept this? How many years had it been? How many powerful consciousness beings had entered Heavenly Imperial Palace but couldn't climb the precipice? Now, a group of people had appeared on the precipice and looked at them as if they were looking at a joke. They still couldn't see that group of people. What was their past? What was their past experience? The old chief had entered Heavenly Imperial Palace countless times and tried to climb the precipice. How many people had seen this scene? Those people were very young. It was impossible that they were stronger than him. But what was going on? On the precipice at the front of the group of people was a woman. Her face was cold and beautiful. When they were exposed, she stared at Yusang Tian. A mere inferior being who had been blessed had exposed them. So what if he was the inferior god? This position was always reserved for people from the spiritualized universe, whether it was this person or someone else. The ninth heaven universe was already dissatisfied with this person, but this person still dared to expose their existence. But how did this person do it? Why did he know the secret of Heavenly Imperial Palace? Why did he have the ability to expose their existence? According to the records, above and below the precipice were two different worlds. Even the inferior god couldn't cross over. How did he do it? Below the cliff, Yusang Tian was also looking at the woman. He had never seen her before, but since she was able to appear here, her background was definitely not simple. She looked down on the spiritualized universe, which was perfect. Now that she had been exposed, she would have to bear a great sin. Looking at the woman's hateful gaze, Yusang Tian slowly retreated. The old chief turned to look for Yusang Tian. He wanted to know where these people came from and what was going on with Heavenly Imperial Palace. The secret belonged to the consciousness universe. Why did it seem like it didn't belong to them at all? But Yusang Tian had already left. Who are you people? Frost Blade shouted and looked at the precipice. On the precipice, the group of people laughed and talked. They didn't know how serious the exposure was, but they didn't need to bear the responsibility. They had followed along to gain experience. Only the woman at the front would bear the responsibility. The woman looked below the precipice and ignored them. They were just consciousness beings. If it wasn't for the superior god's order, the consciousness universe would have ceased to exist. Originally, they could have stayed and watched a good show. Now that they were exposed, the only fun was gone. The woman looked at the opposite side. There was more than one side of the cliff, but it was surrounded by an arc-old head and the others could only see the woman's side. But the woman could see another group of people. That group of people was led by a man, and they looked at her with ridicule and schadenfreude. The woman narrowed her eyes and suddenly attacked. The void was distorted and rippled, spreading to the other side of the precipice. The man's expression changed. You're crazy. If you want to see, let's see together. The woman sneered. The man gritted his teeth. Crazy woman. As his voice fell, the precipice opened like a curtain, exposing them. The old chief and the others stared blankly. There was another group of people. One day, when the sky in the eyes of ordinary people was torn apart, revealing a pair of eyes, that person's understanding of the world would completely collapse. No matter how high the old chief and the others' cultivation was, at this moment, their understanding of the world collapsed. They stared blankly at the two groups of people on the precipice, like ants looking up at the sky.